Chapter 1. Aldemo, you can't afford it. An angry Ian was thrown out of the space rift. The bright red eyes seemed to spew fire. Ian is a time traveler who originally traveled to a world of swords and magic. She was taken in as a material by an undead archmage when she was a baby. With a powerful soul, Ian, who was only 11 years old in that world, has become the most powerful necromancer. It even has a terrifying record of killing hundreds of thousands of demon-allied forces. In the decisive battle with the demons, the Demon King Ard was more afraid of Ian's power, so he used forbidden techniques to throw Ian far away before the decisive battle. Ian tried his best to calm down, but when he saw the dilapidated castle opposite him, it said, "For the greater good" on it. Ian couldn't hold back his anger at all. "Aldemo, you are too deceitful, and you are exiled to such a garbage dump. I still keep the words that mock me. Come out, Bone Dragon." A huge black magic circle appeared in the void in front of Ian, and a giant dragon with a length of at least 30 meters rushed out. The whole body of this giant dragon is made of bones, and the purple soul fire burns faintly in the empty eye sockets. Ian's body was instantly covered in a mist of black magic. When the fog cleared, a set of hideous bone armor had been put on him. A death scythe made of demon and human bones appeared in Ian's hand, which was both his weapon and his staff. Bone Dragon lowered his head and rubbed against Ian like a cat coquettishly. Ian jumped on the skeletal dragon's massive head and said, "Hey, go and flatten that castle." After Ian gave the order, the Bone Dragon took off directly and crashed into Fort Nermengard. At the gate of Nermengard Castle at this time, a young wizard in a windbreaker stretched his waist and said to his colleagues, "Carl, the shift will change tomorrow. Do you want to go to the German Ministry of Magic with me to do something? Oscar, you'd better save yourself. You want to find Miss Jenny. I don't have time. I plan to go to London for vacation." They are the Aurors of the Austrian Ministry of Magic and the jailers of Nermengard prison. "Hey, what's wrong, Oscar?" Oscar opened his eyes wide, looking in disbelief at the huge figure rushing towards Nermengard Castle. It seems to be a dragon, at least twice the size of the Hungarian tree peak, right? How could there be such a big dragon? Carl hadn't heard Oscar finish calling his name when he heard a loud boom above his head. Carl raised his head immediately, his pupils constricted instantly. At this time, Oscar also saw the true appearance of the giant dragon. Its whole body was covered with ferocious bone armor, and its huge wings were covered with blue-purple flames, like a demon from hell. On that huge dragon head, there seems to be a gnome wearing bone armor and holding a scythe. "Carl, what do we do? Run? Tell the Ministry of Magic. Get Dumbledore." In the room on the highest floor of Nermengard Castle, Gellert Grindelwald suddenly had an ominous premonition. Just about to ask the jailer to ask about the situation, all Grindelwald heard was a loud bang and a shriek, as if it was Dumbledore. Then the whole castle began to shake violently. A huge bone dragon head broke through the wall, and the hard bone armor of the bone dragon hit Grindelwald. Although Grindelwald only had time to construct a shield with magic, he couldn't bear the huge power of the bone dragon at all. Between breaths, Grindelwald's body was in close contact with the bone dragon's head. Click, the sound of a fracture sounded, and Grindelwald was sent flying backwards by a huge force, hitting the wall directly behind him. The bone dragon looked at the person who was knocked into the air by him, and the soul fire in his eyes beat even more fiercely. He found that the person in front of him had a powerful soul, which was a rare and great supplement to him. Hunting prey of this level is not that simple. Thank you for the gift of nature. Just when the bone dragon was about to speak further, an immature male voice said above his head, "Stop. Keep him. I have something to ask him." The bone dragon immediately stopped biting down on the unconscious Grindelwald. Woohoo coquettish to Ian. Ian touched the bone dragon's big head under his body. "Okay, stop being coquettish. When I have vented enough, I will go back and give you a high-level devil's soul." Only then did the bone dragon stop being cute. Ian jumped off the bone dragon and looked at Grindelwald lying unconscious on the ground. A soul appeared in his hand, crushed the soul, transformed it into the power of life, and threw it at Grindelwald. The moment the power of life came into contact with Grindelwald, the wounds on his old and seriously injured body recovered visibly with the naked eye. Golden hair grew back on his bald head, and the wrinkles on his face faded a lot. After a while, Grindelwald woke up and felt the vitality of his body for the first time. His body, which was already on the verge of death, became the same as when he was middle-aged, and the magic power that had been exhausted for many years also began to slowly boil. Grindelwald looked at the little guy in front of him wearing bone armor and holding a sickle, whose evil aura turned into black mist. The dangerous aura on his body made his hairs stand on end. Legendary wizards such as Dumbledore and Newt Scamander could not give him such a sense of oppression. "Who are you?" Ian directly interrupted Grindelwald, pointed the sickle at Grindelwald, and said, "I'm Ian, Scourge. You should have heard of me. Tell me where Aldemo is. I don't care if you are in collusion with the demons. I just want to settle accounts with that be asterisk 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 Aldemo. Hand over the person who wrote the words at the door, or your country will end up the same as the Principality of Ontes today." In the time Ian has been speaking, Grindelwald has considered many possibilities for Ian's destruction of Nurmengard Castle. But now hearing the question from Ian's mouth, Grindelwald was stunned. Natural disaster. Is there a black wizard with this title? Not even the saints. He still knows how much his subordinates are. Voldemort? Mozu? What's this? The Principality of Ontes? Where is this again? Seeing that Grindelwald didn't reply, Ian's eyes gradually turned cold, and he said, "Don't want to say yes?" Then, Grindelwald quickly realized that this was a top dark wizard. The black magic aura that haunts him is no joke. "Wait, Ian, can I call you that? The place you're in is called Austria, and this is Nurmengard Castle. Also, my name is Gellert Grindelwald." Hearing what Grindelwald said, Ian felt that these words were so familiar. Austria? Fort Nurmengard? Grindelwald? Ian was lost. Chapter 2. Grindelwald was relieved to see Ian calm down. No matter what, just stabilize him first. "That's right, little Mr. Ian, I really don't know about Aldmore and the demons. I don't know where the Principality of Ontes is. If you don't believe me, Mr. Ian, I think we can sign an unbreakable vow." Wait, unbreakable vow? Plus Grindelwald and Nurmengard. Isn't this the world of Harry Potter? Before time travel, he liked this series of movies the most when he was a child. For Ian, the characters in this movie are the fond memories of childhood that accompany Ian through his first life as an orphan. Isn't this in front of her the old bee's lover? Ian fell silent. Grindelwald seemed calm, but his back was already wet with cold sweat. The bone dragon watched Grindelwald intently, waiting for Ian's order to kill the man immediately. After a while, Ian was still a little skeptical and asked tentatively, "Do you know Albus Dumbledore?" Grindelwald was shocked, and it was extremely dangerous for him to face the dark wizard in front of him. He couldn't put Albus in danger too. "No, I don't know this person, Mr. Ian Jr. If..." Before Grindelwald finished speaking, a golden red flame suddenly ignited between Grindelwald and Ian out of thin air. The bone dragon immediately wanted to pounce on it, but Ian reached out and patted the bone dragon, signaling not to move. "Actually, Gale, I'm already here. Don't worry about me. I'm not that old yet." Out of the golden red flames came an old man wearing a purple nightgown, a purple pointed hat, and half-moon glasses. A phoenix stands on the old man's shoulder. There is an old saying in the East, "Time makes people old," but Gale, I didn't expect you to be so young now. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald with complicated eyes, and then turned his head to look at Ian. His eyes instantly became serious. "Our little guest tonight brought his huge pet to bother us. Too bad, old man. What's your business?" The other side saw Skeletal Dragon and Ian storm Carl and Oscar in Nurmengard Fort. They ran out of the range of Fort Nurmengard. Carl said to Oscar, "You just watch. I'll go to the Ministry of Magic to deliver the news." "Don't be impulsive. That's not something we can intervene in." Seeing Oscar nodded, Carl immediately apparat to the entrance of the Austrian Department of Magic after speaking. He rushed to the minister's office with fear on his face. Minister, quick, something happened in Nurmengard prison. I want to see the minister." Austrian Minister of Magic Mark Cragg has just received visiting officials from the French Ministry of Magic. Maiwa's borrowing was rejected again, and she was annoyed when she heard someone yelling at the door. Standing up and kicking open the office door, he said, "Which be asterisk 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 D is yelling?" "I saw Carl lying at the door," tremblingly said to Mark Cragg. "The Nurmengard prison has been invaded." Mark widened his eyes and grabbed Carl on the ground. "Can you say that again?" Carl turned pale and said, "Minister, Nurmengard prison has been breached. A dark wizard riding a dragon bigger than a Hungarian treetop destroyed Nurmengard prison." Mark suddenly felt that the sky was falling, but Gellert Grindelwald was imprisoned there. He will never escape the accountability of the International Federation of Wizards. Mark's face became hideous. "Damn it," called Dumbledore immediately. "Director Jadlow, take the orders and come with me. If you are on vacation, come back to me immediately." Jadlow, the director of the Auror office in Austria, immediately summoned his staff. At this time, Claudine of the Austrian branch of the International Federation of Wizards ran over to find Mark. Mr. Dumbledore has gone to Nurmengard prison first. Only then did Mark's expression ease. Finally, there is good news. Ian looked at Dumbledore and thought to himself, looks like it's really Harry Potter's world. This old bee is not kind. Dumbledore looked at the dark magic aura that condensed into a black mist around Ian. How evil it was. Blue eyes filled with anger as he looked at Ian's scythe. He recognized the hilt made of a human spine and tightened his grip on the Elder Wand. Little guy, why did you fall into darkness? Did you come here to rob Grindelwald? Ian looked at Dumbledore and said, Dumbledore, take it easy. I'm here by accident. Dumbledore obviously didn't believe Ian's words, so the Elder Wand pointed at Ian and said, it seems that you don't intend to tell the truth. Although you are still a child, you are too evil. The wizarding world can't afford another Dark Lord. Ian didn't explain and looked at Dumbledore provocatively. Oh, you want to fight me? Ian turned to look at Grindelwald again. Old man, go. Don't you persuade him? Grindelwald didn't speak, and the magic power poured out of him, and he stood beside Dumbledore. Well, it seems that we have to fight a game before we can talk properly. After Ian finished speaking, he raised the death scythe, and the demon head on the scythe screamed. Powerful magic poured out of Ian. At the same time, Fawkes, the phoenix on Dumbledore's shoulders, spread its wings and soared into the air. The bone dragon behind Ian suddenly spit out a dragon flame and burned it towards Dumbledore and Grindelwald. At this time, Grindelwald waved his hand, and a circle of blue flames appeared around him and Dumbledore, blocking the dragon flames of the bone dragon. Fire shield. Dumbledore raised his hand and shot a stream of red magic from the Elder Wand, disarming you, and the red light flew towards Ian rapidly. Ian raised the death scythe and shot out a curse as well, full of resentment. Resentment slammed into Dumbledore's expelling weapon, and the powerful magic wave directly shattered the castle structure of Nurmengard Castle, and Nurmengard Castle officially became history. Fawkes flew to Dumbledore the moment the castle crumbled. Just as Dumbledore grabbed Grindelwald's hand, Fawkes turned into a flash of fire, leading the two of them to apparate to the lawn outside the castle. Ian also got on the bone dragon, stood on top of the bone dragon, looked at the two people below, and thought, who said that you can't kill people with your weapon? Old Dang's way of killing someone with your weapon is afraid that the ashes will be thrown away. The power of magic depends on who uses it. Ian stopped thinking and looked at Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Are you still fighting? Dumbledore looked ugly. After the fight, just now, he understood that this Ian's strength is definitely not inferior to his own, even stronger. Watching Grindelwald, he had just used the profound and powerful magic of Fire Escape Body, coupled with the exhaustion of magic power for many years, and now he is only starting to recover. He is already very reluctant. If you continue to fight, you will definitely not get any benefits. Dumbledore sighed and aged instantly. Hey, can I call you Ian? I think we need to talk. Chapter 3. Ian looked at Dumbledore's old appearance and understood that it was his own strength that made Dumbledore give in. Ian ordered the bone dragon to land on the ground and jumped off the bone dragon. Take the bone dragon back to the dead space and come to Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Ian looked into Dumbledore's azure eyes and saw no sign of any mental intrusion. Dumbledore watched the change in Ian's eyes and said, I'm not using legitimacy, boy. I can sense the madness of your soul not being polluted by black magic. I don't know why you fell so deep into the darkness, but if you don't mind, can you tell Gale and me your story? Grindelwald frowned at Dumbledore's words, but said nothing. Ian was puzzled by the sudden concern, because Ian found out that the old man was sincere through soul fluctuations. To be honest, he still admired the old man Dumbledore. He calculated everything. Even his own death was calculated. But it is undeniable that he loves his students very much. Cold and wise, but brave and loving. He is also an extremely contradictory person. Ian put away the death scythe and armor, spread his hands, and said, I didn't want to fight you in the first place, and it was a complete accident that I appeared here. It's like this. When Ian finished his story, Dumbledore wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Oh, what a touching story. Going to a strange world, for the survival of myself and mankind, I can only learn taboos such as undead magic. Son, I want some. Before Dumbledore could finish speaking, there was an endless stream of operating explosions around him. Minister Mark ran to Dumbledore first and asked, Headmaster Dumbledore, have you seen a dwarf dark wizard? Dumbledore was interrupted because of the sales promotion. His face was not much better, and he pointed, Look over there for yourself. Mark looked at the ruins of Nurmengard Castle, and his heart suddenly became cold. Headmaster Dumbledore, what about Grindelwald? Mark saw that there was only a silver-haired child, and a blonde middle-aged man beside Dumbledore. Who didn't know that Grindelwald was an old man like Dumbledore? At this time, Grindelwald also used transfiguration to slightly change his appearance, in order not to be recognized by other old people. Dumbledore suddenly had an idea at this moment, and said distressedly, "When I came, Grindelwald had already died with that dark wizard. Now all that's left is this ruin." Mark breathed a sigh of relief. He could just die, and with Dumbledore's testimony, he wouldn't lose his position as Minister of Magic. Okay, then you guys talk. I'll go to the ruins to have a look." At this time, Carl had just found the Oscar left behind. Oscar was already so frightened that he had no energy left. Carl had to go to Mark with Oscar on his back. That bone dragon, the power of those two magics made Oscar feel extremely terrified. Minister, I found Oscar." Carl ran to Mark with Oscar on his back. Mark's eyes lit up when he heard Carl's voice. "Oh, did you find it? Great, Oscar, I ask you." At this time, Oscar looked up and saw a white-haired figure beside Dumbledore. Oscar struggled to get off Carl and fell to the ground. Lie down on the ground and pointed at Ian, and suddenly cried out in fear. "Ah, it's him. He's that dark wizard." Mark's face changed instantly, distanced himself from Dumbledore, and asked, "Principal Dumbledore, didn't you say he was dead?" The surrounding aurors immediately surrounded Ian and the three of them. It's like facing a big enemy. Dumbledore's face darkened instantly, and he said, "Minister Mark, are you saying I'm lying?" Mark drew out his wand, pointed to Dumbledore and the others, and said, "Principal Dumbledore, I must consider the safety of the Austrian magic community. Please hand over the dark wizard beside you. And that blonde-haired wizard. We also have reason to suspect that he is related to this case." Grindelwald heard Mark's words, raised his hand, and threw a green light. Avada Kedavra! When Mark saw this miserable green light flying towards him in a straight line, everyone was frightened. The gravel is flying. Seeing this, Dumbledore waved his elder wand and used the flying charm to summon a piece of gravel, which stood in front of Mark. As soon as the killing curse came into contact with the gravel was blown to pieces. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald and said helplessly, "Gale, your temper still hasn't changed. If you kill him now, there is really no way to solve the matter between you and little Ian." Only then did Mark come back to his senses and shouted in horror, "Attack these two dark wizards and leave Dumbledore alone." Immediately, the surrounding aurors cast spells, including 2 killing spells, aimed at Ian. Seeing this, black mist gushed out from Ian's body, forming a circular area around the three of them. The spells of the aurors hit the black mist, and the explosion kicked up smoke and dust on the ground. Mark swallowed and asked in a trembling voice, "Solve it." Oscar beside him replied, "It's impossible for any of the hundreds of aurors to cast a spell simultaneously. I'm sure not even Dumbledore. One of the death curses was thrown by him. He wanted to watch the man who terrified him die at his hands." The smoke gradually dissipated, and the three of Ian stood intact in the black mist. Dumbledore was very angry and was about to speak. Ian patted Dumbledore's arm. "Dumbledore, I'll come. They're here for me." Dumbledore looked into Ian's eyes, and after a moment said seriously, "Don't cause too many casualties. You shouldn't just live in the dark. Don't be so hypocritical. It's just a few ants. Strength comes first." Okay, don't look at me like this, I promise you. It's just that Ian didn't see it. After hearing what he said, Grindelwald had different emotions in his eyes. Having a headache, Ian dispersed the black mist, looked at the stun Mark, and said, "You are the first one who dared to play crowd tactics with me, so I will repay you a little bit." Ian stomped his feet lightly and said softly, "Arise, my servants." Everyone present saw many black space cracks appearing on the ground. There was a click-click sound from the crack, like the sound of a troll flexing its joints. Mark and other Ministry of Magic staff felt a chill all over their bodies, which felt exactly like a Dementor. Just when Mark and the others were frightened, they saw a bone-only hand protruding from a crack, slowly climbing up while grabbing the edge of the crack. At this time, Grindelwald, who was standing beside Dumbledore, looked at Mark and the others sarcastically and said, "I have to say, you guys are really brave." Chapter 4. Mark and others had no time to think about Grindelwald's words at this time, because they saw a terrifying undead crawling out of the crack. They are the most common skeletons, holding various types of weapons, from swords and shields to magic wands. There are also dehydrated zombies with huge skeletons and muscles. What's more, there are hundreds of huge heads, but their bodies are rotting, and their bodies are all kinds of abominations stitched together from broken corpses. The undead all over the mountains and plains directly surrounded the Ministry of Magic. Everyone in the Ministry of Magic was really frightened at this time. Help! He's a devil, a devil! Mom, save me! This is not true. Merlin's beard, the Dark Lord. He is the Dark Lord. There are also some sane people. For example, the moment Oscar saw the undead, he was ready to use apparition to escape. Just the next second, the people who were about to flee became even more frightened. Why can't I apparate? Can't run away, we can't run away. Death, please forgive us. Ian had already deployed the anti-space magic spell when he stomped his feet. Some people went crazy, some knelt down and begged for mercy, and some stayed where they were, daring not to do anything. Dumbledore watched this scene and frowned. Ian, is this going too far? Ian didn't answer Dumbledore. Instead, Grindelwald sneered and said, Dumbledore, you are still too merciful. We are wizards, and the strength of wizards is paramount. Those who dare to challenge the fire dragon must have the consciousness of being torn apart. Ian nodded, looked back at Dumbledore, and said, Dumbledore, look at these so-called Ministry of Magic people. Dare to attack you, who is also a wizard, but dare not fight against my low-level undead. Such maggots. If they didn't promise you this time, they would only become one of my servants. Dumbledore sighed, looked into Ian's eyes, and said with mixed emotions, Thank you, Ian. The wizarding world cannot bear such a big loss now. We lost too much in the 2 wizarding wars. I thought we could find a place to talk after what's over here. Ian nodded and walked towards the chaotic crowd. The undead automatically made way for Ian. Wherever Ian went, the undead bowed their heads to meet their masters. When Mark and the others saw Ian walking towards them, their legs trembled uncontrollably. A warm current flowed down their knees, and they fell to their knees with a plop. Ian looked at the so-called Minister of Magic with trashy eyes, and said, I give you 2 ways. Rule 1, I will kill you and turn you into my servants. Rule 2, hand over the person who just cast the death curse, and then rot in your stomach what happened today. When Mark and the others discovered that there was still a way out, they were overjoyed. Master Ian, it's him. It's he who wants to kill you. All petrified. Disarm you. Damn, it's Oscar. And Sacco. For almost a few seconds, besides Oscar, there was an old man named Sacco. The 2 were tied up and thrown in front of Ian. Mark and others continued to kneel on the ground after catching people, and asked Ian obsequiously, My lord, is this all right? Ian nodded and waved away Oscar and Sacco's binding magic. Oscar and Sacco woke up instantly. When Oscar saw Ian in front of him, he became incontinent again immediately. My lord, I'm sorry. Please let me go. Sacco on the other side didn't say a word, which aroused Ian's interest. Ian waved to one of the undead skeletons holding a wand and walked toward Sacco. The skeleton with the wand walked up to Oscar. Ignoring Oscar's wailing and howling, he pointed his wand at Oscar. Immediately, a scream that did not resemble a human voice came from Oscar's mouth. Everyone saw that the skin and flesh of the struggling Oscar began to melt. Only the bones remained intact. After a while, Oscar's scream stopped. From the pile of melted flesh and blood, a skeleton slowly stood up. The fire of soul in the skull's eyes lit up. After bending down to pick up Oscar's wand, he stood among the undead. Seeing this evil and terrifying scene, Mark and the others spit it out. The fear of Ian in my heart rose to a peak. Ian came to Sacco and asked him curiously, Aren't you afraid of death? I don't perceive fear from your emotions. Sacco resisted the urge to vomit and said, Not afraid. Why aren't you afraid? You killed Lord Grindelwald. Ian was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. I said, What is it? You come with me. Both Sacco and Mark were taken aback, and Mark said anxiously, My lord, this is Grindelwald's confidant. He has been undercover in the Ministry of Magic for so long. Your lord must be careful. He will seek revenge on you. My lord, please kill him. Ian looked at Mark in disgust and said, Maggot, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Mark suddenly didn't dare to speak anymore. Get up and come with me. Sacco doesn't understand what Ian is up to, but being by his side gives him a chance for revenge. Ian brought Sacco to Dumbledore and Grindelwald and said, Grindelwald, I'm looking for you. Sacco broke away from the disgusted look at Dumbledore and immediately looked at Grindelwald. Although Grindelwald used transfiguration, Sacco is still the elder of the saints. Sacco saluted Grindelwald excitedly. Master Grindelwald, Andy Blake salutes you. Are you willing to lead us again? Grindelwald was a little surprised and stepped forward to help Andy. It's worked hard for you undercover in the Ministry of Magic all these years. Andy replied excitedly. No hard work. Your will, you. Grindelwald interrupted Andy. Andy, you know, we're getting old. The current era belongs to the world of young people. Grindelwald looked at Ian after talking to Andy. In the shocked eyes of Dumbledore and Andy, said, "Little Ian, do you want to be the leader of the Saints?" Ian hadn't answered yet, when Dumbledore stepped forward. "Gal, it's not okay. There's too much darkness in little Ian already. What he needs now is friends and family, and love." Andy also advised, "Master Grindelwald, the person we are waiting for is you." Grindelwald ignored Andy, looking at Dumbledore mockingly. "You haven't changed after all these years. My mouth is full of love. Have you ever really loved someone, Albus Dumbledore? Ian's strength is completely inferior to yours and mine. And if he knows that the secrecy law requires him to live like the maggot he said, can you stop him?" Chapter 5. Dumbledore's heart ached when he heard Grindelwald's words. He admitted that he was the protector of the wizarding world, but he failed to protect his family. Dumbledore spoke slowly. "Gal, I really can't stop, but I trust Ian. He'll understand what love is, and he'll grow stronger." Grindelwald sneered. "Ha ha ha, let Ian choose. Ian, I hand you all the Saints. It's up to you to lead the wizards to glory again." Dumbledore drew out the Elder Wand, pointing at Grindelwald. "Gellert Grindelwald, you promised me not to meddle in the wizarding world. Times have changed now, and I see hope in Ian." After finishing speaking, Grindelwald ignored the angry Dumbledore and looked at Ian with fiery eyes. Ian rubbed his temples and said, "You two old men, please don't force your ideas on me. I just want to live a good life now, and if there is any unsightly trouble, I can deal with it smoothly. It was so hard to leave that damned world, where I fought against the demons every day. How can I have fun in this world?" Dumbledore was relieved to hear Ian finish. Dumbledore looked at Ian with soft eyes and said, "Ian, do you want to come to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry?" Hearing Dumbledore say this, Ian asked in surprise, "Dumbledore, have you been subcontracted? You saw the undead magic just now. Can you allow a necromancer like me to come to your school?" Dumbledore didn't care, smiled and said, "Ian, you are different, although your magic is dangerous and evil. You told me about your world. Since you've come to this world, you won't have to bear so much. The magic in our world is also very interesting, and you will definitely like it. And Hogwarts welcomes every little wizard. Maybe you can still find your friendship and happiness." Dumbledore winked at Ian. "Don't be ashamed." Ian looked at Dumbledore speechlessly and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll lie to you?" Dumbledore laughed loudly, touched Ian's heart with his hand, and said, "There's no way to lie here. Well, people who live for a long time naturally have some special abilities." Ian stopped talking. This was the first time he was accepted after he became a necromancer. After a long silence, Ian asked, "What are you going to do, Dumbledore, after I go to Hogwarts?" Dumbledore said, "Come to Hogwarts as a professor, Mr. Ian. Teach your students undead magic. No, it's defense against the dark arts class." Dumbledore blinked and continued, "That course has a curse from Tom Riddle, so the defense against the dark arts professors at Hogwarts are year-round. Tom was a former student of mine, but unfortunately, he went astray. I'm sure you won't be him because you have feelings. By the way, people from the Austrian Ministry of Magic call you the Dark Lord. Isn't the Dark Lord the one who knows the black art itself best?" "I'm right, Ian." "Nice guy." Ian straight up nice guy. This is looking for a tool man. But Ian admitted that he really couldn't refuse Dumbledore. Hogwarts has a huge amount of magical knowledge, and there is no magician who does not pursue magic. And part of the magic in the world of Harry Potter is very esoteric. Ian thought it over and said to Dumbledore, "I have a few requests. As long as you agree, I will go to Hogwarts." Dumbledore smiled even more. "Certainly," Ian says. "First, I want access to all Hogwarts books. Second, I don't want to be harassed by those idiots from the Ministry of Magic. Third, I have the right to leave Hogwarts at any time. You can't stop me." Dumbledore listened to Ian's request, thought for a moment, and said, "I can promise you. But Ian, please promise a few requests from me, a bad old man." Ian also wanted to hear what Dumbledore would offer. "Say it, Dumbledore." Dumbledore said seriously, "I hope, Ian, you never use your black magic on innocent people. You can take action to protect Hogwarts when Hogwarts is in danger." Ian thought about it, and there was no condition that bothered him. "Well, Dumbledore, I'm not interested in puny bugs." Seeing that Ian agreed, Dumbledore went on to say, "Finally, after all, you are only 11 years old, and you still have to go to school. I hope, Ian, you can get in touch with your classmates and professors more. They're not bugs, and I'm sure they'll be your best friends. That means you are both a professor and a student." Ian knew that the old bee would not agree so easily. Looking into Dumbledore's earnest blue eyes, Ian knew that this was the old bee's bottom line. Okay, I promise. Just after Dumbledore finished talking with Ian, Grindelwald took Andy to Ian's side. Grindelwald said to Ian, "Little Ian, the saints here don't care if you accept it or not. They will obey your command in the future." Dumbledore glared at Grindelwald. Before Dumbledore could attack, Grindelwald continued, "Your strength tells me that you will eventually go to the goal I expect. You can ask them to do anything for you. I just hope you can treat them kindly. After all, they are my most loyal subordinates and friends." After speaking, Grindelwald waited for Ian's answer. Ian thought about it. After all, the world doesn't accept undead creatures like liches that much. In order to reduce trouble, I really need some followers to help him with affairs. Ian looked at Grindelwald, nodded, and said, "Then I will accept it, Grindelwald. I hope you will not regret it." Grindelwald was delighted to hear Ian's reply. "I will not regret it. I will give everything to you. Let go and do it." After speaking, Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore and said, "Hogwarts also has a place for me, and I want to see how Ian changes the world." Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald with a headache. "Forget it, Ian. But do you know how much impact it will have if you show up at Hogwarts? And you've given Ian the Saint now, so that Ian is fully capable of destroying a country's magical system and rebuilding it." Grindelwald laughed loudly. "Why? Didn't you just tell those wizards that I'm dead, and now I'm free? What Ian does is his freedom. It has nothing to do with me. And thanks to Ian, no one would think I'm Gellert Grindelwald when I look the way I am now." Chapter 6. The Austrian incident ended with Grindelwald summoning the saints and modifying the memories of the Ministry of Magic personnel. During this incident, Nurmengard prison was destroyed. Grindelwald and the powerful dark wizard died together. This incident set off an uproar in the International Federation of Wizards. The Daily Prophet. Today we received a shocking news that Nurmengard prison was attacked by a mysterious dark wizard. The only prisoner in Nurmengard prison, Gellert Grindelwald, an Austrian Ministry of Magic intern Oscar, is this the victim of this attack? The dark wizard who attacked Nurmengard prison was killed on the spot by Aurors from the Austrian Ministry of Magic. The New York Elf. Justice will always come. Gellert Grindelwald, the culprit of the First Wizarding War, was murdered by a dark wizard in Nurmengard prison yesterday. Gargoyle roar. Bathilda Bagshot announced to attend Gellert Grindelwald's funeral. At this time, the victims and participants of this incident are discussing Ian's going to school in Godric's Valley. Looking at the two middle-aged men who were arguing in front of them, Ian shook his head helplessly. Bathilda Bagshot looked at Ian with a wide smile. "Son, thank you for everything you have done. You are Merlin's gift to everyone." Ian gave Bathilda a supercilious look. These two middle-aged men are none other than Grindelwald and Dumbledore. After returning to Godric Valley, Grindelwald naturally brought the two of them to his aunt's house. Dumbledore later asked what magic Grindelwald used to keep him young. Grindelwald just shoved Ian out of the way. After Dumbledore knew that he was using his soul to transform his life force, he told Ian and Grindelwald very seriously, "Don't run away from death. Death is just another great adventure." But Dumbledore forgot that Ian was a necromancer himself, and death was just a state to him. The overwhelmed Ian found Grindelwald, and the two worked together. While Dumbledore is asleep, let Grindelwald take the life energy to start the old man dang. And just like that, Dumbledore became a middle-aged man the next day. Bagshot, may I ask if they were always that noisy when they were young? Bathilda pampered Ian's head and said, "No, little Ian, they care about each other. Also, just call me Bathilda." But Ian saw that Dumbledore was already drawing his wand. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald angrily and said, "Gellert, why are you doing this?" Grindelwald spread his hands and said, "You're too old. I'm just helping you. You can also feel it. This is not the magic used by the wizarding world, and it has no side effects at all." Dumbledore gritted his teeth. "You be asterisk 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 D." Dumbledore completely lost his wise image in front of Grindelwald, often angry like a lion. Then Bathilda coughed and said, "The two of you will argue later, and now we are discussing little Ian's going to school." Dumbledore retracted his wand, looked at Ian, and said, "Ian, you didn't tell us what your last name was yesterday? Last names are required for admission and school." Ian glanced at Dumbledore and said indifferently, "I don't have a surname, and I chose Ian myself, so it's convenient for others to call me." Grindelwald's eyes lit up at this moment, and he said, "Little Ian, how about you call me Ian Grindelwald just like me?" Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald angrily. "This is no big deal." "No, do you know how much trouble it will cause if your surname appears now?" Grindelwald didn't even look at Dumbledore. Ian didn't even speak, so don't worry. Ian looked at Grindelwald and asked, "What benefits do I have?" Grindelwald immediately knew there was something to talk about. All the property of the Grindelwald family. The status and power of the Grindelwald family in pure blood. Seeing that he couldn't stop it, Dumbledore said to Ian, "The surname Grindelwald will also bring you a lot of trouble. Ian, you have to think carefully." Ian turned to Dumbledore and asked, "Dumbledore, one of our agreements is that you will save me from all trouble." After all, Ian also showed the unbreakable oath in his hand. Dumbledore's face darkened instantly. Back yesterday, he signed an unbreakable vow with Ian under the witness of Grindelwald. It's not that he didn't think that he would shoot himself in the foot with a rock, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Seeing Dumbledore deflated, Grindelwald was very happy and asked, "Ian, how do you think about it? The property and power of the Grindelwald family will definitely help you a lot." Ian thought about it, and it was true. Make a deal. At the same time, in a sealed tower in Hogwarts, the Book of Admission and the Pen of Acceptance moved, and the Pen of Acceptance wrote the surname Grindelwald after Ian's name on the Book of Admission. This discussion finally determined that Ian and Grindelwald temporarily lived in Bathilda's house. It's the 3rd week of June, just in time for Hogwarts summer break. Dumbledore also had to go back to Hogwarts to get some air with Professor McGonagall. Wait until July to take the two to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After all, Ian is also a faculty member and needs to familiarize himself with Hogwarts affairs first. Grindelwald also got a job as an assistant to the principal. Dumbledore needed to go back to Hogwarts to deal with affairs, and also to attend a meeting of the International Federation of Wizards. After all, the death of Grindelwald had too much impact. Not to mention that there is still a little Grindelwald that has not been made public. I believe it will be another storm by then. As for Dumbledore's appearance, they agreed to keep his old age in public. Dumbledore was already a master of transfiguration, so it was not difficult to change his appearance. After all, the matter of returning to youth is too involved. At night, Dumbledore returned to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. He felt that these 2 days seemed to have passed for several years. "Alfreda, please tell Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape for me. I have released the permission for the fireplace at the end of Spider Alley. I'll wait for them in the principal's office." Alfreda in the portrait in the principal's office nodded to Dumbledore, turned and disappeared into the frame. Hearing Dumbledore's voice, the portraits of the headmasters sleeping on the wall all woke up. Framed Armando Dippet to Dumbledore. "Albus, we've heard what happened these days. Don't worry, Armando. I'll let you know when Minerva and Severus arrive." Chapter 7. After a while, footsteps came from the revolving steps at the door of the principal's office. There was a knock on the door of the principal's office. "Please come in." An elderly witch wearing a dark green traditional wizard robe walked in. She tied up her long silver hair and was meticulously dressed. Professor McGonagall walked over to Dumbledore's desk and said solemnly, "Professor, I have read the Daily Prophet about what happened in the past 2 days when you went out." "Yes, Minerva, let's wait Severus. Would you like some licorice?" McGonagall frowned and said, "Albus, that man was once a Death Eater, and I don't think he can be trusted in this matter. The only dark wizard I can think of who has the strength to die with Grindelwald is the mysterious man." Dumbledore ate the licorice candy slowly, without responding to McGonagall's words, and turned to look at the office fireplace where the green flames were burning. "Severus, you're here." Snape stepped out of the green flames. Still with the greasy black parted hair, sallow skin, staring blankly at Dumbledore, he said, "Dumbledore, I just broke a potion because of your big thing. Hopefully your syrupy mind is thinking of something serious this time." Dumbledore didn't care about Snape's sarcasm, or was used to it, and said seriously, "Now that it's all here, Minerva, I need you to check the status of the Book of Acceptance. See if we can find a little wizard named Ian." McGonagall nodded, puzzled because it wasn't a big deal and there was absolutely no need to take Dumbledore so seriously, but she trusted Dumbledore. As McGonagall walked out the door of the headmaster's office, Snape sneered, "Your big deal is that we help you find a new Dumbledore's favorite student?" Dumbledore said, "No, Severus, I need to know the results of Minerva's inquiry before I can judge the specific situation. Lily's child is going to school this year, I hope." Snape's eyes turned red suddenly, and he said word for word, "No, let's talk about that name." Dumbledore ignored Snape's change and continued, "You and I both know that that person is not dead yet, and he will come back. Lily's baby isn't really safe yet." Snape's breath gradually stabilized, looked at Dumbledore with complicated eyes, and asked, "What do you need me to do?" Dumbledore knew that he had achieved his goal, and said, "Make little Harry and Ian friends, and protect them. Of course I will protect Lily's child, but I'm not your student's nanny. Ian, you care so much about him. Snape used diplomacy to suppress his emotions and asked Dumbledore back. Dumbledore looked at Snape calmly and replied, "His name is Ian Grindelwald." What? The door to the headmaster's office was flung open, and McGonagall ran towards Dumbledore with a note, which slapped on the headmaster's desk. Angry McGonagall, like an angry lioness, said, "Albus, what is this, a Grindelwald going to Hogwarts? Did you already know? Did you forget that little Harry is going to enter school this year?" The portraits on the wall exploded at McGonagall's words. "Albus, are you crazy? That's Grindelwald, possibly a descendant of Grindelwald. Ha ha. Am I, Slytherin, finally going back to glory? Blake, don't dream. What you have to consider now is how to prevent Grindelwald from enrolling." Dumbledore held the Elder Wand to his cheek and said loudly, "Quiet." In an instant, the headmaster's room fell silent. The portrait and the professors were waiting for Dumbledore to speak. Seeing this, Dumbledore said, "Ian will enroll. After all, this is Hogwarts. Every little wizard who studies magic is welcome. I will vouch for Ian at the Ministry of Magic." Snape asked as if thinking of something. "You want to use saints to fight Death Eaters?" "No, you're mistaken, Severus." Dumbledore rolled up his right sleeve. "In fact, it is an unbreakable oath." After speaking, a golden light flashed on Dumbledore's arm. McGonagall and Snape's eyes were full of disbelief. Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard right now, and who was qualified to swear an oath to Dumbledore. The portraits didn't dare to speak freely at this time. They lived longer and knew more about the importance of the oath of the legendary wizard. Dumbledore put down his sleeves and smiled, saying, "Okay, that's it for Ian Grindelwald's enrollment. Ian will leave Minerva and Severus to you. Next up is the hiring of our new defense against the dark arts professor." Snape also knew that he couldn't ask any more questions, so he simply didn't speak, but his sallow face became more gloomy. McGonagall opened his mouth, but said nothing more out of trust in Dumbledore. Dumbledore took out an employment paperwork from his pocket, with his name already written on it. McGonagall took the paperwork, glanced at the name, and gasped. "Professor, are you crazy?" Snape stepped forward too, wondering who had taken the job he'd been dreaming of. The moment Snape saw the name, he couldn't control his emotions anymore, and said to Dumbledore unceremoniously, "Dumbledore, I think you've been stupid for having meetings these 2 days." An 11-year-old, well-known, young wizard who just entered school came to serve as the professor of this famous defense against the dark arts class. "Has your brain been eaten by a troll?" Dumbledore had expected this reaction and swung the Elder Wand with his right hand. "I saw all the portraits in the principal's room fell into a deep sleep," Dumbledore said in a deep voice. "What happens next is only known to you two, Severus and Minerva." The truth about events in Austria. McGonagall and Snape's pupils constricted, and it seemed like something really big this time. A Dumbledore they'd only seen during the Wizarding Wars. Waving the Elder Wand again, a hidden compartment opened. The pensive flew slowly towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore pressed the Elder Wand to his temple and slowly drew a white thread, and carefully put the memory into the pensive with the Elder Wand. Having done this, Dumbledore turned to McGonagall and Snape and said, "Truth, it's a beautiful and terrifying thing that needs to be treated with extreme caution. Come and see, this is the truth of the incident." Chapter 8. After McGonagall and Snape went through the memories, Snape was furious. "Dumbledore, have you found a new Dark Lord? You want him to be friends with Lily's child? Are you out of your mind? I even doubt that his undead servants can destroy the entire British wizarding world." McGonagall paled, looked at Dumbledore, and said, "He's too dangerous, Dumbledore. We cannot put children in schools at risk." Dumbledore said helplessly, "You have also seen his strength. Are you sure you can defeat him? Now that he has Grindelwald's support behind him, I think no one can stop him if he intends to destroy the magic world." Snape and McGonagall felt powerless too. Dumbledore went on, "Ian still has feelings, not corrupted by black magic. In that world, although Ian is evil, he is also a hero of mankind, but he is not recognized. As long as Hogwarts is his home, I think we can save the wizarding world." Snape snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the fireplace. Dumbledore knew he accepted his words. McGonagall sighed helplessly and said, "Albus, I hope you made the right choice. Of course, Minerva, it is not his ability that determines a person's fate, but his choice." Dumbledore, who seemed to be remembering something again, called to McGonagall who was about to leave. "By the way, Minerva, Gellert Grindelwald will also come to Hogwarts. Let him be my assistant." Bathilda's house in Godric's Vale. Ian and Grindelwald set up a temporary magic research room in the basement of Bathilda's house. Grindelwald is indeed very interested in Ian's magic. You must know that when he was young, because of Grindelwald's black magic experiments, he was expelled from Durmstrang School of Magic, which is extremely tolerant of black magic. One can imagine how strong Grindelwald's black magic talent is. During the week from the end of June to July, the old and the young hid underground to study magic except for eating. Your potion is called Plate Potion? Boy, give me some high-level demon hearts. Is this the making and upgrading of the skeleton mage? Grindelwald has been shocked by this kid every day these days. If he had so many good things back then, the wizarding world would have belonged to him long ago. And Ian has been learning the magic of this world from Grindelwald these days. Grindelwald looked at Ian in front of him. He only explained how to cast a spell once, and Ian learned his signature gas stove fire protection. The faint blue fierce flame was burning ragingly in the basement, forming a circle around the two of them. I have to admit, you are really the most talented genius I have ever seen, Grindelwald exclaimed. Ian tapped the ground with the sickle in his hand. All curses end. Transparent fluctuations emanated from the death sickle, and wherever the fluctuations went, fierce fire instantly extinguished. You're not bad for Grindelwald. You can already make crypt zombies now. Just as the two were exchanging business, a young female voice came from the door of the research room. Gale. Little Ian. Dinner. Ian yelled back. Come right now. Yes, it was Bathilda, whom Ian also used the life force to rejuvenate. There is no woman who does not care about her appearance. Ian and Grindelwald came to the table together. Seeing that his master had already sat down, the skeleton with the chef's soul immediately served Ian and the others. As for why all the dishes are home-cooked, that's because after arriving at Bathilda's house on the first day, Ian, who was unprepared, looked at the famous dish in front of him, looking up at the starry sky. I really don't know what to say. The next day, Ian immediately summoned his undead chef. Since then, the meals in Bathilda's house have been prepared by the undead chef. While eating, the Bathilda's doorbell rang. Bathilda opened the phantom ring, turned into the image of the old lady, and stood up to open the door. Opening the door, Dumbledore stood at the door and said with a smile, Bathilda, I'm here to pick up Ian and Gale. Then come in for lunch, boy. Bathilda ushered Dumbledore through the door, and then dispelled the effect of the disillusionment ring. Dumbledore was also shocked when he saw Bathilda suddenly change from an old man to a young one. Bathilda, you too? Yes, boy. Ian Jr. also helped me make this phantom ring, so no one else will see the fact that I'm getting younger. Bathilda flashed the ring on her finger. Dumbledore came back to his senses and looked in the direction of the dining table. Suddenly found that Grindelwald and Ian were concentrating on the food in the bowl, as if they didn't see him. Dumbledore came and sat down next to Ian and said to Ian seriously, Ian, I think we need to talk. Ian was still chomping on the food and said vaguely, Go ahead. Dumbledore's eyes became sharp. Ian, do you know what your magic represents? Voldemort, or what I call Tom, fell into darkness in order to live forever. Killed a lot of people. But you can extend our lives at will, and you can make anyone crazy about you. I hope you try not to use this magic. Ian looked up and said, Dumbledore, although I have little contact with you, I am willing to do so, and you can't stop me. I also know what you are thinking. Isn't it just that a soul needs to be destroyed, and you are afraid that others will learn it and hurt other people? Seeing that Dumbledore wanted to say something else, Grindelwald interrupted. Don't worry about his magic. His life-extending magic is not as simple as we thought. Seeing Grindelwald say this, Dumbledore took a deep look at the two of them. He knew Grindelwald wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. He didn't say much on this topic, and said, I'll take you to Hogwarts in the afternoon first. Ian, you have to make good preparations to be a professor. Well, I see. Grindelwald interrupted. Dumbledore, I won't go to Hogwarts with you this afternoon. I have something to do with the Saints. Also, I'm going to France to find the Rogier family to take back the property of the Grindelwald family. Dumbledore nodded. He knew Grindelwald's intentions. Now that the Grindelwald family has an heir, it's time for his old bones to move. Dumbledore saw that Ian was eating too deliciously, and the table was full of mysterious oriental dishes. So he said to the undead chef, Give me one too, please. Chapter 9. Ian left undead chef 1 at the Bathildas. He also left many undead servants behind. During the time at Bathilda's house, Ian really felt Bathilda and Grindelwald's feelings for him. This was something he had never experienced in the previous 2 lifetimes. In the first life, he was an orphan, and in the second life, he was an unpopular necromancer. In the second life, thanks to his talent and strength, most people flattered him. But Ian can perceive the fluctuations of the soul, and he also knows exactly what he is like in other people's hearts. But Grindelwald and Bathilda treat Ian like a nephew. Bathilda refused Ian's magic at first, thinking that such powerful magic would hurt Ian, and Grindelwald finally convinced her. As long as the Bagshot family has things and magic, Bathilda is a green light for Ian. Grindelwald also cares about Ian in every possible way. A few days ago, Ian accidentally said during dinner that he wanted a Dementor to study, and that night Grindelwald went to Azkaban to catch one and returned. As for the mysteriously missing Dementors, the British Ministry of Magic has not found any clues so far. Later, Ian made a space ring for Grindelwald, and tens of thousands of undead were stuffed in it, which was called self-defense. As for Dumbledore, he seems to have always wanted to be a second Patronus of the wizarding world, but the concern for him is also genuine. Anyway, after Ian said goodbye to Grindelwald and Bathilda with Dumbledore, Dumbledore operates to Hogsmeade with Ian. Just after landing, Dumbledore looked at Ian, who was not in the slightest discomfort, and said with a smile, "Most wizards who are manifested for the first time with an entourage will vomit badly. Ian, you are really strong." Ian shrugged and said, "I vomited in the space crack for an entire hour when I came here on the first day, and I'm used to it. Otherwise I wouldn't be so angry that I would demolish Fort Nermengard." Dumbledore's smile stiffened suddenly. Thinking about the consequences of using apparition nonstop for an hour, it would be worse than licking a troll's sock. Shivering, Dumbledore said to Ian, "Come on, let's go to Hagrid first, and he will introduce you to Hogwarts." "Oh, Hagrid, that kind and warm-hearted half-breed giant with a big mouth. The invisible rich man of Hogwarts." Dumbledore pulled Ian into the door of the Three Broomsticks. "Welcome. Oh, it's Professor Dumbledore. Why are you here today?" "Ms. Rosmerta, I brought Ian Grindelwald to Hagrid, and I told him to wait here for me." After Dumbledore finished speaking, the noisy tavern suddenly became silent. All eyes were on Ian. Ms. Rosmerta looked at the red-eyed and silver-haired Ian tremblingly and asked, "Professor Dumbledore, are you saying he is Ian Grindelwald?" "Wow. Instant frying pan in the bar. His last name is Grindelwald. If I'm not mistaken, it's that Grindelwald. Is there another one in the Grindelwald family?" Dumbledore knew that his goal had been achieved, and today he wanted to let Ian Grindelwald enroll in Hogwarts and spread the word, so as to improve Ian's reputation. "Professor, I am here to teach." A loud male voice came from one corner of the bar, and a bearded giant in a patched moleskin coat was waving to them. Dumbledore said, "Come on, Ian, we found him." Dumbledore took Ian to Hagrid's side and sat down, and said to Hagrid in a voice that only Hagrid could hear, "This is Mr. Ian Grindelwald. He'll be studying at Hogwarts this year, and he's also a professor of defense against the dark arts." Hagrid's expression suddenly became stiff. This time, a professor he was supposed to lead was also a freshman. "Hi, Mr. Hagrid. My name is Ian Grindelwald. You can just call me Ian." Oh yes, Ian. I'm the keykeeper at Hogwarts." Hagrid still didn't know whether to call Ian Professor or Mr. Dumbledore laughed and said to Hagrid, "Hagrid, you can just call him Ian. I'm sure Ian won't mind." Ian nodded, and Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief. Dumbledore said to Ian again, "I still need to go to the Ministry of Magic to deal with your affairs. I believe the news of you has spread by now. It's going to be a mess over there at the Ministry of Magic. I'd bet a cockroach heap." Ian ignored Dumbledore's teasing and said, "Just don't let them bother me." Seeing that Ian didn't eat this set, Dumbledore said to Hagrid helplessly, "Hagrid, please take Ian to pick out textbooks later and get acquainted with Hogwarts. We'll have a welcome party for Ian tonight." Hagrid happily replied, "Good, Professor. Ian, let's go." Dumbledore waved to Ian, got up and walked over to the fireplace in the bar, fleeing to the Ministry of Magic. Hagrid takes Ian out of the Three Broomsticks. Just after leaving the bar, Hagrid seemed to remember something, took out a package from his body, and said to Ian, "Oh, Ian, Dumbledore said I'm going to walk a special professor through Hogwarts today. Dumbledore said you were a good man, but didn't tell me you were a little wizard too. This is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it." Hagrid looked a bit embarrassed. Ian knew that Hagrid was a little embarrassed, so he said thank you and took the gift. Seeing that Ian was not about to take it apart, Hagrid couldn't help but said anxiously, "See if you like it." Ian nodded and opened the package. Inside is a book, the Monster Book of Monsters. If it weren't for knowing what kind of person Hagrid was, and Ian didn't feel any malice from Hagrid, Ian will definitely slap the book on his face the moment he sees the gift. This book does have a lot of fantastic beast lore, but this book bites. The kind that hurts. Ian looked into Hagrid's sincerely expecting eyes and couldn't help saying against his will, "Thank you, Hagrid. I love it." Hagrid laughed, patted Ian on the shoulder, and said, Then you will definitely like magical animals too. Let me tell you, they are all cute. Ian's shoulder hurt from Hagrid's slap, and he almost lost his footing. Hagrid was obviously too happy to forget that he was many times stronger than normal. For such a Hagrid, Ian has no way to hate it. This is the first time someone gave him a gift when they first met, and they had no other intentions, but simply wanted to make friends with him. Even so, the Book of Monsters was held tightly in Ian's hands, and he couldn't do it even if he struggled. Chapter 10. Hagrid was glad that there was a professor who liked fantastic beasts as much as he did, even if this professor was a bit special. All he could do was talk to Sylvanus Kettleburn about fantastic beasts. But since Professor Kettleburn received a newborn dragon last year, he has been running to the dragon sanctuary except during class. Hagrid also wants a baby dragon of his own. Ian rubbed his sore shoulder and said to Hagrid, "I also really like fantastic beasts, especially dragons." Hearing Ian's words, Hagrid was even happier. "Oh, the charm of the fire dragon is irresistible, let me tell you." In fact, he doesn't know. Ian also has a saying, "Don't miss it." Ian had a headache listening to Hagrid's chatter, so he said, "Hagrid, it's getting late. We still need to choose teaching materials." Hagrid slapped his head and said, "My God, I was so happy I forgot about it. Come on, let's go to Diagon Alley. My magic motorcycle is parked outside Hogsmeade." Hagrid pulled Ian and started to walk out of the village. Ian hurriedly shouted, "Stop, stop. Hagrid, listen to me." Hagrid stopped, looked at Ian suspiciously, and asked, "What's the matter, Ian? Is there anything else?" "No. Hagrid, do you want to ride a dragon?" "Riding a dragon?" Hagrid suddenly became excited. "I've dreamed of doing this, Ian. Can you do it?" With a slight smile on the corner of Ian's mouth, he pulled Hagrid to an open space. "Look at me." Ian snapped his fingers and saw a black magic circle appear in the open space. The wizards around stopped and looked over curiously. They hadn't seen what kind of magic it was. A huge figure flew out of the magic circle at an extremely fast speed. In the next moment, the wizards only saw the huge bone dragon spread its wings in the air and let out a dragon roar. Boom! Now the wizards watching the excitement couldn't hold back anymore. "Run! There are dragons! There are dragons! How could there be a dragon in Hogsmeade? The dragon's wings are still burning with flames. Why is this dragon so big?" Merlin's pants. The wizards in Hogsmeade looked at the chaos outside and didn't know what happened. A wizard came out of the pig's head bar, grabbed a fleeing wizard and asked, "What are you guys doing?" The wizard who was held was completely dominated by fear at this time. Dragon. A huge dragon in flames. After speaking, he shook off Aberforth's hand and ran away without looking back. Looking at the fleeing wizard, Aberforth whispered, "Crazy. How can there be such a big dragon?" The moment Aberforth turned his head, he only saw the giant dragon burning with purple flames in the sky, and it began to descend downward. Conge. The goat feed in Aberforth's hand fell, and his pupils constricted. Hagrid in front of Ian was already stunned. He didn't expect that Ian really had a way. Looking at the frightened crowd and the chaotic Hogsmeade village, Ian laughed and said to Hagrid, "Hagrid, how is it? Is my dragon okay?" The bone dragon had landed and lowered its head at this time. Hagrid looked at the huge skeletal dragon head in front of him. How cute are the hideous bone spurs, burning flames, and huge size. Hagrid was so excited that he could hardly speak clearly. "Ian, I'm not dreaming, am I? He's so beautiful." Ian jumped on the bone dragon's head, looked at Hagrid who was in a nympho, and said, "You're not dreaming. Come on, Hagrid." Meanwhile, the Ministry of Magic was in disarray. Completely different from the outside is the scene in Cornelius Fudge's office. Dumbledore and Minister Fudge were talking about Grindelwald's admission. "Professor Dumbledore, I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Grindelwald's admission will go smoothly," Fudge said to Dumbledore with a smile. Fuji knew that it was Dumbledore's fault that he was able to take the stage last year, and doing the favor earns Dumbledore a friendship. In addition, the descendants of the Grindelwald family can completely become a golden brick for him to open up foreign relations. At this time, he had just come to power and needed to accumulate more relationships. As long as the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, there is no reason for him not to help. Dumbledore heard Fuji readily agree, and said with a smile, "The minister will trouble you. I have to go back to Hogwarts first." "Okay, Professor Dumbledore, you can use the fireplace in my office if you don't mind." Before Dumbledore could agree, the door of Fuji's office was already pushed open. Minister, something happened in Hogsmeade." Dumbledore and Fudge were taken aback at the same time, but the first time Dumbledore heard about Hogsmeade, he thought of the silver-haired boy. Fudge's face turned pale. It was the only village in England that was full of wizards. If something happens to this baby bump, he can take the blame and resign tomorrow. Dumbledore said. Kingsley, what did you say first? Fudge's eyes lit up. Yes, Dumbledore is still here. The Black Auror looked at Dumbledore and said, a dragon with flaming wings appeared in Hogsmeade, but it didn't attack anyone. According to the Auror who was on duty at the time, on the huge dragon's head stood a giant and a silver-haired dwarf. They seemed to be flying towards Diagon Alley. The dragon's speed is too fast, and it's too late to intercept it. Fudge was sweating profusely after hearing this, looked at Dumbledore, and asked, Professor, do you have a way to stop this fire dragon? We can't let any wizard in Diagon Alley be harmed. Dumbledore rubbed his temple, which was starting to ache, and said with a wry smile, Minister Fudge, tell the Aurors to retreat. Fudge and Kingsley showed disbelief. Is this still the patron saint of the wizarding world? Dumbledore patted both of them on the shoulder and said, It's not what you think. This is little Grindelwald's mount. He's just a child, and I'll teach him well when he goes back. In the air, Ian sat on the head of the skeletal dragon, and Hagrid was riding on the skeletal dragon's back. My God, Ian, I still can't believe it. Hagrid stroked the bone dragon's bone armor like he was stroking a beautiful woman. Hagrid raised his head and asked Ian, Ian, what kind of dragon is this? I have never heard of such a dragon. With such a huge size, the Hungarian tree peaks are like velvet in front of him. Ian said to Hagrid, It was a hellish black dragon before it was alive, but I later made it into an undead. That is, my bone dragon. Duh. Chapter 11. You mean he is your undead creature? Hagrid's eyes widened, looking at Ian in disbelief. Ian nodded and said, Yes, Dumbledore didn't tell you? I'm a necromancer. Forehead. Hagrid's neck suddenly seemed to be strangled. Although he doesn't know what a necromancer is, but what can be related to the undead must be related to black magic. Ian sighed. Sure enough, this is the performance of a normal person meeting a necromancer. Just when Ian was about to say it's okay, Hagrid reached out and patted Ian on the shoulder lightly. Ian turned around and saw that there was no fear or disgust in Hagrid's eyes. Ian, it's amazing how powerful your magic is at such a young age. I think you must have something unspeakable. Let me tell you first, don't tell anyone else. Actually, I'm a half-blood giant. How about it? Didn't expect it. Ian stared at Hagrid blankly. He doesn't understand why anyone would tell others about their flaws just to put them at ease. Ian feels that he has really changed since he came into this world. Met Grindelwald and Dumbledore, and Bathilda and Godric's Vale. Finally, there is Hagrid in front of me. None of them said that he was an unknown existence just because he was a necromancer. Nor did a group of fanatics of the gods rush out to shout and kill him. Ian felt that his already cold heart was gradually warming up now. Ian laughed, whether giant or not. You are you, Hagrid. Hagrid froze for a moment, then laughed loudly. Ha! You're right, Ian. I am who I am. I think we're friends. Ian smiled when he heard the word friend. This is the first time anyone has sincerely wanted to befriend him. Perhaps Hogwarts is really a very good place. Seeing Ian laughing, Hagrid asked, Ian, I'm curious, who taught you magic at such a young age? A necromancer named Molby. Then he must be very proud of you now. Ian gave Hagrid a disgusted look and said, No, you mispronounced Hagrid. He wanted to make me a lich, so I killed him. Then I fashioned his bones into weapons. Inside Diagon Alley, Dumbledore and Fudge are waiting for Hagrid and Ian to arrive. Fudge was still afraid of death, so he didn't dare to follow Dumbledore to pick up Ian alone. All the Aurors who could be called in the Ministry of Magic were brought out by Fudge. The Aurors evacuated the crowd under Fudge's command, but there were still many people watching. After all, this was Fudge's first big move since taking power, and Dumbledore was there. People's curiosity will not change just because they are wizards. Dumbledore fell silent as he watched the huge bone dragon flying in the distance. And Fudge's back was wet with cold sweat at this moment. If it weren't for Dumbledore's presence, he would definitely turn around and run away. Someone in the crowd, however, looked in the direction Dumbledore and Fudge were looking. Mom, look, there's a dragon there. A red-haired, pot-headed, freckled kid said excitedly to his mother. Ronald, what nonsense are you talking about? It's not. Molly Weasley looked in the direction Ronald said, and before she finished speaking, she saw a huge figure burning with raging fire. Molly called out to Arthur Weasley beside her in horror. Arthur, look. As soon as Arthur looked up, he also saw the frightening huge figure, but as the head of the family, he quickly calmed down. Calm down, Molly. The kids are still here. Today they brought 6 children out, except for Ronald and the twin brothers who were excited. Ginny Weasley was almost crying from fright, and Charlie Weasley and Patsy Weasley were comforting her. Charlie, Bill isn't here. Only you can apparate. Wait, and if things don't go right, you take Ginny and Ronald and run. Passy, follow Mom. George and Fred are with me. After Arthur finished explaining, he looked at Dumbledore. He knew that Dumbledore would not put Diagon Alley in danger. But he can't gamble with the safety of the children either. At this time, the Bone Dragon had already arrived at the top of Diagon Alley, and many wizards with insufficient mental capacity had already run away, and those wizards who dared to stay and watch the excitement did not dare to say a word. Even Ronald, who was still excited just now, was so frightened that he almost cried. Only when he saw it up close did he know how terrifying the Bone Dragon was. The Weasleys had been able to resist not running first because they really believed in Dumbledore. Second, they're all Gryffindor. It is not always possible to see such a big scene. As the Bone Dragon descended slowly, people saw two figures on the Bone Dragon. One was particularly tall, wearing a coat, and many people immediately recognized it as Hagrid. George, did you see that? Fred, I'm not blind, it's Hagrid. My God, he's on the back of a dragon. Who's the other one? Arthur also breathed a sigh of relief. It was Hagrid, an old acquaintance, not some dark wizard. But as much as Hagrid likes to mess with fantastic beasts, is he going too far this time? Arthur swallowed, thinking. The skeletal dragon landed in front of Dumbledore, and a small figure jumped down from his head. Only then did the wizard see clearly that it was a very delicate boy with long silver hair and bright red pupils. Who is that? I don't know, shh. Look at Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore came to Ian and Hagrid, with a dark face, and said to Ian, Ian, how do you explain this? Ian said indifferently, I'm just going to buy books. Didn't you say you want to buy textbooks? It's you. Aren't you going to the Ministry of Magic? Why are you waiting for me here? Dumbledore pointed to the Bone Dragon behind Ian. Isn't it because of you that you ride this thing to buy things? Otherwise, don't you wizards have mounts? Dumbledore put his hand on his temple. He felt his blood pressure was high now. In the future, I will first spread common sense to Ian. Dumbledore ignored Ian and turned to Fudge. At this moment, Hagrid behind Ian felt guilty. Ian patted Hagrid's arm and said, Don't worry, Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic won't pursue it. But Dumbledore can't do anything about me. Hagrid was relieved when he saw that Dumbledore did not blame Ian. Cool. George, that kid with white hair is super cool. Fred, we have to follow his example. No more fear of Headmaster Dumbledore. Molly, who was comforting Ginny and Ronald, heard the twins' voices and shouted, George, Fred, if you dare to play tricks on the headmaster at school, I'll send you to a muggle school. Chapter 12 Welcome to Hogwarts. Dumbledore talked to Fudge for a few words, and Fudge's face became paler and paler. He turned his head and waved to Ian, who walked towards them. Dumbledore said, This is Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. This is Ian Grindelwald. Fudge held back his fear and held out his hand to Ian. Hello, Mr. Grindelwald. I'm Cornelius Oswald Fudge. Ian ignored Fudge, turned to Dumbledore, and said, If you have nothing else to do, I'll go buy books first. Seeing that he was being ignored, Fudge's face became ugly. But when he thought of what Dumbledore said just now, he could only bear it. Ian now has the command of the Saints, and the dragon is just his pet. If he goes to war with the Ministry of Magic, the Ministry of Magic has no chance of winning. Dumbledore knew that Ian hated people from the Ministry of Magic, so he nodded and said, Go, Ian, but put your pets away first. They're freaking out. I'll wait for you here after you finish shopping in a while. After hearing this, Ian waved his hand, and the Bone Dragon was taken back into the undead space by the magic circle. This move stunned all the wizards watching. What's the magic with the flashing pattern? Why did the dragon disappear in it? Oh my God, it's casting spells without a staff or a spell. Who the hell is he? Ian ignored the people around him and said to Hagrid, Let's go. Hagrid scratched his head and quickly followed Ian. Seeing Ian walking towards Lehan Bookstore, the surrounding wizards consciously made way. After a while, Ian and Hagrid came out of the bookstore, and Ian packed a copy of all the books in Lehan Bookstore. Not that no one in the bookstore wanted to come up and talk to Ian, but Hagrid blocked them all. No matter how angry the blocked people were, they dared not say anything about Hagrid, because the first person to do so is still twitching on the ground. Ian was going to kill the man, but was stopped by Hagrid. As for the galleons Ian used to buy the books, it was given by Bathilda, but Ian doesn't know how many galleons there are. He felt that the Gene Gallon lying in the space ring could be used to crush the fire dragon without any problem. The two walked out of the bookstore, and Hagrid said to Ian, Ian, it's not right to kill someone for something trivial. Ian waved his hand indifferently. It's just a bug, as long as you are happy. By this time Fudge and the Aurors had left in disgrace. The Weasley family also bid farewell to Dumbledore and returned to the burrow because the child was frightened. Only Dumbledore has been waiting for Ian. He naturally knew what happened just now. Dumbledore smiled in relief. Sure enough, the kid, Ian, could be trusted. He has changed his habits since his first friend. Don't rush things. Take your time. Ian walked up to Dumbledore and asked, I know you've been watching. If I killed that person just now, would you stop me? Dumbledore stroked his beard and said, I'll stop you, but I can't stop you from killing him. It's your own choice. Ian, a choice changed because of a friend. Ian nodded thoughtfully. Dumbledore laughed. Then let's go back to Hogwarts. Hagrid asked excitedly. Professor, are you riding a bone dragon? The smile on Dumbledore's face disappeared in an instant. No, Ian. Hagrid, take my hand. Just hearing a pop, the three of them disappeared in place. The three of Ian reappeared and have reached the Hogwarts bridge. Looking at the castle in the distance, Ian was filled with emotion. Dumbledore smiled and said to Ian, Welcome to Hogwarts. Dumbledore took Ian and Hagrid up the Hogwarts bridge. Ian looked at the mountains in the distance and the Black Lake next to Hogwarts Castle. The giant squid in the Black Lake sticks out its tentacles from time to time, like giant snakes. There are also a few owls hovering over the castle. This is Hogwarts, where dreams begin. Across the bridge, Dumbledore said to Hagrid, Hagrid, then I will trouble you to take Ian to familiarize yourself with Hogwarts Castle. I don't have the energy to run around now, old man. Then Dumbledore looked at Ian again. Little Ian, then we'll see you at the banquet. After visiting this mysterious castle, I think you should also clean up your office first. Ian and Hagrid nodded at the same time, and Ian said, You go. Remember to help me find the book, Secrets of Cutting-Edge Dark Arts, by Old Bullock. I didn't find it in the bookstore. How did you know about this book? Grindelwald told me. Gale, you told him something. After the two bid farewell to Dumbledore, Hagrid took Ian to visit Hogwarts. Ian, this is the Hogwarts Auditorium, where you usually eat and gather. You can see the sky when you look up, and there are candles floating on the ceiling at night. This is the library, and there is a restricted area inside, where students are usually not allowed to enter. Unless there is permission from the professor. Of course, Ian, you are a professor, you can enter at any time. The Gryffindor lounge is in the tower, and the passage is behind the portrait of the fat lady. Gryffindor is the best house. The Slytherin lounge is in the basement, next to the potions classroom. Ian, let me tell you in secret, most Slytherins are bad boys. When Hagrid took Ian to visit Hogwarts, the portraits discovered that the new professor was still a child. As the first gossip area of Hogwarts, the portraits immediately became lively. Did you know? The new professor is still a child. The current new professor is getting more and more unreliable. Dumbledore is old. The brave Sir Cadogan will definitely protect everyone instead of the professor. When Ian and Hagrid arrived at the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, an unexpected character. Oh look, the big fool brought a white-haired kid here. Gia. Peeves has a wide face, big mouth, round eyes, a hat, and colorful clothes. The funniest thing is that he wears clown shoes and a tie. Hagrid was a little annoyed and said angrily, Peeves, go away. This is the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Professor Grindelwald. Peeves obviously didn't believe it. You idiot. Don't try to fool the smart and great Peeves. Ian looked at Peeves with interest. He didn't feel the breath of undead on Peeves. But he is indeed a ghost. Duh. Chapter 13, You Will Be Peeves' Friend Forever. Peeves still wanted to taunt, but Ian didn't give him another chance. Immediately waved his hand and used the magic of the dead to touch. The force of death formed a large hand, grabbing Peeves' short body. Let go of Peeves. Peeves screamed in terror. He tried to struggle, but the big hand showed no sign of relaxing. This is the first time he has lived for hundreds of years, and someone can catch him. Ian caught Peeves in front of him and asked curiously, How were you born? Peeves felt the magical breath of death in his big hand at this moment, and then looked at the silver-haired boy who was similar to a first-year little wizard in front of him, and said fearfully, Yes. I'm sorry. Peeves shouldn't have laughed at you. Ian stepped up the input of magic power, and Peeves felt his big hand tightening his grip. Dumbledore, help me. Peeves yelled in horror, and the portraits watching the bustling scene ran away from the frame when they saw this horrible scene. Although they also hate Peeves, but the big hand made of death magic is too scary. Ian frowned and said viciously, Although I'm just curious, I'll dissect you if you don't answer my question. Hagrid was about to say something when Ian gave Hagrid a look. Hagrid swallowed the words, knowing it was Ian signaling him not to hurt Peeves. Hearing Ian's words, Peeves stopped screaming immediately. Peeves said weakly. I don't know. I was born suddenly after Hogwarts was established. Ian thought for a while and said, Well, I'll let you go, but you're not allowed to run away. Peeves nodded quickly. After calming down, he didn't perceive killing intent from Ian's magic, which made him plan to escape. Seeing that Peeves became well-behaved, Ian let go of Peeves' death grip. Peeves saw that Ian let go of the hand of death, and his eyeballs rolled around ghostly. Saw Yazzie ran away. Gia. How dare you try to capture the great Lord Peeves? You give me. Before he could finish the word wait, Peeves was immediately caught by the hand of death again. Pulled back in front of Ian, Peeves knew that he couldn't escape this time, so he said in a very bachelor way, That honorable defense against the dark arts professor. I won't run away. I swear. Ian knew that Peeves would not be so honest, so he tapped Peeves on the head and said, You only need to use one spell. I'm curious how you were born, and I'll pay you. When Peeves heard this, he became excited. What's this? This is an authorized and compliant prank. Peeves nodded excitedly. Ian let go of Peeves again, and this time Peeves didn't run away. Seeing a familiar person walking from the end of the corridor, Pippi had an idea in his mind. I saw Peeves take out a small brown-yellow ball from his clothes. Professor, you are watching. Peeves threw the ball out, and then emitted some magic power from Peeves, controlling the ball to hit Filch, who just came out of the corridor. Puff! The ball exploded immediately, and the burst of yellow smoke enveloped Filch. Peeves, you bloody thing. Peeves ignored Filch's angry curses, and Peeves said to Ian with a smile, How about a professor? Isn't it amazing? Ian nodded perfunctorily. He felt malicious and venting emotions from Peeves' spell just now. But this malice is more of a joke. Ian knew that Peeves was born of the emotions of the students at Hogwarts. Knowing this, it's understandable why Peeves wasn't kicked out of Hogwarts by the headmasters. In Ian's world, there were no ghosts born from emotions. What a magical world. Ian waved to Peeves and called Peeves over. Ian took out a pair of gloves from the space ring and handed them to Peeves. Peeves took the gloves and asked, Teach me how to use this. Ian says, This glove is a toy I made with transfiguration. It can make something you touch turn into a bloody bone or viscera when someone picks it up. Of course, there is a time limit, and it will return to its original state in about a quarter of an hour. I thought you'd like it, wouldn't you? Master of Mischief. Peeves immediately flew into the air with excitement. He screamed, Oh! Some professor said Peeves is a master prankster. Moments later, the excited Peeves flew in front of Ian. He took off the top hat and saluted Ian. My dear professor, you will always be Peeves' friend. Then Peeves flew away. He planned to study the glove first. Hagrid looked at the scene in front of him and sighed. This Hogwarts troublemaker is the first to recognize a professor. I thought he was only negotiating with the Weasley brothers. Ian said to Hagrid, Actually, Peeves is actually an elf from Hogwarts. The emotions of the students make it born. Hearing Ian's explanation, Hagrid said in surprise, No wonder Dumbledore didn't kick the rascal out of Hogwarts. At this time, Filch rushed out of the smoke of the big dung egg. Peeves used magic to cover his head with the smoke, just now. The magic was only lifted after Peeves flew away. Filch walked over to Ian, saluted Ian very respectfully, and said, Hello, you are Professor Ian Grindelwald, that Dumbledore said, right? I heard from the portraits that the new defense against the dark arts professor has arrived, and I want to visit you first. I'm Argus Filch, janitor at Hogwarts. Ian frowned at the smell of Filch. With a snap of his fingers, a gust of wind lifted the smell of Filch's body, and the cloud of dung egg smoke out of the window. Seeing this, Filch said gratefully, Thank you, Professor Grindelwald. You are really powerful. Although Filch is a squib, he still has superficial knowledge of powerful wizards. Casting spells without a wand or spell is the hallmark of a powerful wizard. Speaking of Filch, a person who loves magic has never been favored by magic, so Filch hates little wizards. He resented them for failing to learn magic even though they were talented in magic. Under such jealousy and hatred, he developed a perverted hobby of severely punishing students who violated discipline. But for professors and powerful wizards, Filch has a servant-like respect. Ian looked at the poor and hateful person in the original book before him and said, Mr. Filch, I think I need to tidy up my office now. Will you please? Okay, Professor Grindelwald. Call me anytime you have something to do. Chapter 14, The Classroom Belongs to Ian. Hagrid looked at Filch leaving back and said to Ian with disgust, Filch is hated by no one at Hogwarts. He is the most hated person in Hogwarts. He also likes to physically punish students, especially with his perverted instruments. It's a good thing Dumbledore banned it. Ian shook his head and said, It's just bugs. Then he opened the door and walked into the classroom of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, a wooden chandelier hangs from the ceiling. The spiral staircase on the right leads to the professor's office. There are several particularly large windows on the left, with partial views of Hogwarts. There is also an old-fashioned projector at the back of the classroom with traces of magic alchemy on it. Hagrid looked at Chung-Chi in the classroom and said nostalgically, "I used to take classes here when I was a kid. At least our Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was more reliable back then." Listening to Hagrid's words, Ian looked at his classroom and nodded, although some places made him not very satisfied. But there are still 2 months before the start of school, enough for him to arrange it as he likes. Then Ian and Hagrid came to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor on the 2nd floor. Apart from a fireplace, there is nothing else in the office. Hagrid said to Ian, "The last unlucky professor did an experiment here, and boom. He blew himself up. That scene scared the house elves from coming. I hear blood filch cleans all day." The last sentence Hagrid said very quietly. "So this is the high-risk job at Hogwarts." Having said that, Ian himself took the position of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. What about the hapless boy Quirinus Quirrell? Forget it. Love whatever you want. Ian didn't care about this question anymore. He just wanted to see if Voldemort was really a two-hole socket man. Ian took the book out of the space ring, and Hagrid helped him move the book to the corner. These books are piled up in half the office. After helping Ian move the books, Hagrid said goodbye to Ian. "Ian, there is a banquet in the auditorium at 7 p.m. Dumbledore let me tell you. For the time being, only Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape know about your appointment. The other 2 professors will tell them about this surprise at the banquet. They are Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout. They'll be here at night, too. Professor Trelawney should be there. Professor Dumbledore said she was a prophet. But I think Professor Dumbledore is wrong this time. By the way, Ian, let me know if you need furniture. I live in the Hunter's Lodge in the Forbidden Forest. At least I can still do carpentry." Ian looked at Hagrid, smiled, and said, "I have furniture. Thank you, Hagrid, and I owe you a gift in return." After speaking, Ian took out a red egg from the bag, and the egg was covered with scales. Ian hands the egg to Hagrid. Hagrid asked suspiciously, "What is this?" Ian replied, "This is the egg of the Nascandi wyvern I collected in that world. It's a small dragon that can only grow up to 3 meters. It doesn't breathe fire. It should suit you well, Hagrid." When Hagrid heard Ian's words, his neck was red with excitement, and he said, "Is this really a dragon egg?" "Thank you, Ian, but it's too precious for me to have." Hagrid held back his reluctance and handed the dragon egg back to Ian. Ian didn't take the dragon egg, but said with a smile, "Did you forget what you said? We are friends, and we must accept gifts from friends." Hagrid was so excited that he couldn't speak. He wanted a dragon even in his dreams. After sending the excited Hagrid away, Ian began to open his own space to pick out furniture. Magic alchemy table, undead experiment table, soul collector. There is also a large bath and a magic stove. There are a lot of things. Looking at the small space in the office in front of him, Ian frowned. He raised his hand and waved, and said in his mouth, "Advanced curse, from introductory to burial, is here." A book flew to Ian from the corner, and Ian opened the book to find the spell he wanted. The Untraceable Stretching Curse. The Untraceable Stretching Curse. Found it. Ian imitated the movements in the book, waving his right hand. Stretch without trace. The space in the office is instantly elongated, becoming about 10 times larger. But Ian frowned. He felt that the unmarked stretching curse was indeed a success. But there seemed to be some gap between him and Hogwarts Castle. He opened up the space of the office with his powerful magic power and strong will, but the castle was eroding this space bit by bit. "Looks like I'll have to ask Dumbledore at the dinner party. If not, you can only carry a magic circle." Ian thought so. "Well, let's start decorating the room now." The furniture in the space ring floats out. The extremely luxurious golden red bed, the white jade hot spring pool carved with a constant temperature magic circle, the bookshelf studded with precious stones. These are the top luxuries that Ian collected, looted, in that world. He planned to change the decoration occasionally, but now it will come in handy. After using magic to arrange the books on the shelf automatically, Ian used magic to open up another area. Magic supplies such as the magic alchemy table are arranged in this area. Many magic materials were randomly thrown on the ground. Ian has no habit of arranging materials. Anyway, sooner or later it will be messy. Ian summoned 2 high-ranking skeleton mages and stayed in the test area to stand by. Time flew by, and just as Ian was setting up the room, there was a knock on the door. Ian opened the door, and there stood a small house elf wrapped in a sack. with big eyes and pointy ears on his big head. "Professor Grindelwald, please." The house elf was called by Dumbledore to invite Ian to dinner in the Great Hall. But the house elf who just finished the salute was shocked by Ian's office. He has cleaned this room countless times, but this Professor Ian has just been here for a long time, and it has completely changed. Extremely luxurious. Ian waved his hands in front of the stunned house elf. Only then did the house elf come to his senses. Nubby made a mistake. He snubbed the professor. Newbie wants to punish himself. Speaking of which, Newbie was about to hit the door frame with his big head. Just as Nubby was about to hit the ground, he felt he couldn't move at all. It was Ian who cast the spell, and he said to Nubby, "Don't punish yourself first. Tell me something first, and move your eyes when you know." Seeing Newbie move his big eyes, Ian let him go. Ian asked directly, "What do you want from me?" Chapter 15. Newbie replied tremblingly. It was the great headmaster Dumbledore who sent Nubby to invite the Honorable Professor Ian to the Great Hall for a meal. Ian nodded and asked again, "Can't you just appear in the room?" Newbie knelt down and said in fear, "Unless the professor allows, Newbie can't enter the professor's room, and can only knock on the door and wait for the professor." Ian looked at Newbie in front of him and said, "Are you the elf in charge of cleaning my place?" Nubby nodded. "Well, you can enter the room to clean up later, but if you see a zombie head hanging at the door, then don't come in. Also, don't go into the black room. It's dangerous. Do you understand?" Newbie nodded excitedly and said, "Newbie knows. Nubby can serve the professor." Ian looked at the poor little boy and said, "I'll give you a suit of clothes, you." Seeing that Ian hadn't finished speaking, Newbie, who was originally happy, suddenly panicked. He knelt on the ground with a plop, kowtowed frantically, and cried and said, "Newbie doesn't want clothes. Nubby doesn't want clothes. Newbie is wrong. Please don't discard Nubby." Ian helplessly used magic to fix Nubby again, and said, "In the future, if I don't ask you to punish yourself, don't move around. Then, I didn't fire you by giving you clothes. You saw my decorations. What if they get dirty? The clothes are lent to you. If you don't work hard, I will take them back." After speaking, Ian let go of Newbie's grip. Now Nubby jumped up excitedly again, screaming, "Thank you, Professor Nubby. Professor, you are the best and most honorable wizard. You are extremely merciful. Please let Newbie lead you the way." Ian just nodded and tapped his finger. A set of luxurious black and red butler clothes appeared on Newbie. Newbie was so happy that he almost fainted. Newbie has never had anything like this before. "Professor, your radiance is as warm as that sun." Ian rubbed his brows, interrupted Newbie who wanted to continue praising, and said, "I'll change and take me to the Great Hall. I think Dumbledore can't wait." "Oh yes, yes, yes." Nubby is going to lead Professor Grindelwald to the auditorium. In fact, when Ian saw Nubby for the first time, he thought of Dobby, the free elf in the original book. Maybe it's also Iwijiwu. Ian changed his clothes. After all, it was a banquet, and it would be a bit inappropriate to wear the black robe of the Necromancer. Ian changed into a magician's robe made of hellish black dragon scales, inlaid with many expensive gemstones. On the black and red lining, the fabric of the clothes is made of hydra snake skin, and the buttons are also made of rubies. Newbie took Ian through the corridor to the auditorium gate. Newbie said to Ian, "My kind Professor Grindelwald, Professor Dumbledore is waiting for you inside. Newbie will leave first." After speaking, Newbie saluted Ian and disappeared after getting Ian's consent. Ian came to the door of the auditorium and took a deep breath. Countless times I imagined that I could push this door open. Now, Ian is already one of them. Ian didn't use magic this time and raised his hand to the auditorium door. Slowly push the auditorium door open little by little with your hands. As the door opened a little bit, a beam of golden light shone on Ian's face. Then Ian saw the scene inside the auditorium. The night sky can be seen from the ceiling of the auditorium, with candles floating in the air. Only the middle table is left in the lobby of the auditorium. Dumbledore sat at the head of the table, Sybil Trelawney sat to his right, and there was an empty place to his left. The deans of the colleges sat together and looked towards the gate of the auditorium. There was a smile on McGonagall's mouth, but his eyes were full of guard. Snape's expression was still cold, looking at Ian with some hostility. Ian, Pomona Sprout, and Phileas Flitwick looked questioningly attired. Sprout looked at Dumbledore and asked suspiciously, "Professor Dumbledore, who is this little pure-blood wizard? The Hogwarts students should all go home." Trelawney took a sip of sherry and said brokenly, "The unfortunate wizard has come among us. Oh, what a terrible fate." Ignored Trelawney's nagging. Flitwick looked over at Dumbledore too, waiting for Dumbledore's answer. Dumbledore stood up, looked at Ian, smiled and said, Let us welcome the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, Ian Grindelwald. Sprout and Flitwick were already on the spot after listening to Dumbledore's words. This little silver-haired wizard is the new defense against the dark arts professor. Also, his name is Grindelwald. Merlin's big pants. Trelawney took a sip of sherry and was swept away by Professor McGonagall, who reacted in time with a wave of his wand. With fear on her face, Trelawney began her misfortune prophecy again. The dark children shall rule Hogwarts. The white wizard shall be ended. The end. Flitwick wanted to stand up and ask Dumbledore if he was crazy, but the short man lost his footing and slipped off the stool. It fell to the ground with a bang. Sprout on the side quickly helped Flitwick up. She, who was mild-mannered, was also a little angry and was about to ask Dumbledore. Just listen to Dumbledore already preemptively saying, Pomona, Filius. It was a joint decision between Minerva and Severus that Ian Jr. be the professor of that class. Give Ian a little trust. I believe he will bring you a very big surprise soon. Flitwick and Sprout finished listening to Dumbledore. No more. They believed that Dumbledore would not lie to them. But there is still a trace of wariness in the eyes looking at Ian. Trelawney was going to say something more, but he swallowed the words under McGonagall's unkind eyes. Flitwick and Sprout were just school wizards at the time of the First Wizarding War. For that horrible era, it still remains in their memory. Ian watched the scene just now, and he knew it. The terrifying influence of Grindelwald's surname has not dissipated with the end of the First Wizarding War. Dumbledore then walked up to Ian, took Ian's hand, and led him to the empty seat beside him. He glanced at the surrounding professors and said, Another little wizard came to Hogwarts, but he was also a Hogwarts professor. Although his last name is Grindelwald, Ian is not Gellert. Remember, my friends, it is not his ability that determines what a man becomes. It's his choice. Chapter 16. The professors fell silent after hearing Dumbledore's speech. Crack, crack, crack. A sound of applause broke the silence. I saw Professor McGonagall looking at Ian, smiling and clapping his hands gently to welcome Ian's arrival. Only Trelawney was still chanting nonstop. Snape's expression was icy, but he was the second to applaud Ian and said, Hope your talent for potions is as good as your magic. Not like those idiots whose brains are stuffed with troll shit. The professors hesitated for a moment, but also applauded. At this moment, the door of the auditorium opened again. The huge figure of Hagrid appeared at the door, laughing loudly. Ha! I'm not late, am I? Ian. Dumbledore responded with a smile. Hagrid, you came just in time. No way, those goblins are too annoying. They will only harm the potatoes you plant. Hagrid came to sit next to Ian, looked at Dumbledore with a guilty conscience, and whispered, I already put that dragon egg in my hut. I'll let Yaya take care of it. I think it will be a healthy little cutie. Ian smiled slightly and said, It sure is, you just have to let it bask in the sun. Nascandy wyverns are the best wyverns to hatch. The professors were amazed when they saw that Ian had such a good relationship with Hagrid. The deans of the three colleges felt that Ian might really be what Dumbledore said. Only Snape gave a slight cold snort. Dumbledore was delighted to see this scene. Then let's start the banquet. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, many British-style foods appeared on the table: fried potatoes, fried chicken, roast turkey, and stargazing pie. Ian's face suddenly stiffened. Dumbledore said happily, Ian, you have to learn to integrate into the local environment and accept the local food. Flitwick then said, Professor Grindelwald, just now Severus said that your magic is very good. Can you show your skills? There are very few people who can be recognized by Severus. Dumbledore looked at Ian with a smile and said, Ian, show Filius your magic. He is an expert in spells, and he must be looking forward to your mysterious magic. Ian nodded and snapped his fingers. A black space crack opened on the ground, and a skeleton holding a staff crawled out. Oh, my Merlin. Cast spells without a staff or spell. Black magic that has never been seen before. Flitwick was so excited that he fell off his chair again. Except for McGonagall and Snape, who had seen Ian summoning the undead from the mountains, the professors were shocked. Trelawney even got under the table directly, saying something like unknown in fear. Seeing Trelawney so scared, McGonagall's mouth couldn't help but curl up. I've been annoyed to see her for a long time. When the time comes to ask Ian for an undead, if she dares to talk nonsense, she will throw the undead into her divination classroom. Sprout frowned and said to Dumbledore, Is there really no problem? This is black magic. Dumbledore blinked and said, Ian is not corrupted by black magic. His black magic is more than that simple. Don't worry, Pomona. Ian will make the right choice. We have to trust him. The excited Flitwick climbed back on the chair and asked Ian, Professor Grindelwald, you are a real genius. Can this skeleton use magic? I feel the flow of magic power. I didn't see any mood swings in you during the magic just now. You can tell me. Professor McGonagall interrupted. Okay, Phileas, today is Professor Grindelwald's welcome party. You still have 2 months to study magic. Enjoy the banquet first today. Dumbledore laughed and said, Minerva is right. Phileas, enjoy yourself today. Flitwick sat down sullenly. At this moment Hagrid took out a wooden box. Come on, Ian. Here's my brandy for you. This is a boutique that I have collected for 12 years. Ian looked curiously at the wooden box in Hagrid's hand, and Ian took it from Hagrid and opened it. It is a medium brown wine. Ian licked his lips. Ian hadn't drunk the wine of this world yet. He also wanted to know what it was like to drink as a medicine to hurt Hagrid. Professor McGonagall frowned and said, Ian is still young. Drinking hard alcohol is not good for him. Hagrid laughed and said, just a small drink. Ian won't mind, right? P.S. In the UK, as long as you are 5 years old, you can drink alcohol under the supervision of your elders. Ian nodded. The powerful magic power made him not need to care about the harm of alcohol to his body. Ian's hobby is winemaking, and he especially likes strong spirits. Ian immediately took out more than 10 bottles of spirits from the space ring. In the shocked eyes of the professors, they introduced one by one. The green one is Hydra Snake Gall wine, which has a very high alcohol content. This is distilled liquor from the Mabdu leaves. It tastes bitter and has a sweet aftertaste. Ace Green wine, brewed with the fruit of the man-eating tree in the swamp. Dumbledore's and McGonagall's expressions were frozen. Flitwick and Hagrid were overjoyed. Sure enough, people's joys and sorrows are different. Snape frowned. He felt the magic flow in the bottle Ian took out, and then he took it to the hydrobile wine. The professors were very surprised and curious by Snape's behavior, as Snape was known to rarely drink alcohol. This time he took the initiative to pick up a bottle. Snape frowned and opened the hydrobile wine, smelled it, and his expression changed instantly. Hastily asked Ian, where did you get this wine? Ian looked puzzled at Snape's expression, but replied anyway, I brewed it myself. Just when the professors were amazed that Ian could make wine, Snape's face was as ugly as eating poop, and he yelled, You actually used potion ingredients to make wine. You ruined precious materials with such powerful magic power. Ian looked at the angry Snape with disgust and said, You can't control me. Things are mine. I can use them for cooking. Hearing the word cooking, Snape almost had a heart attack. Then Sprout laughed and said, Severus, he naturally has the right to dispose of Professor Grindelwald's stuff, so don't get involved. Then Sprout said to Ian, Can I call you Ian? Ian nodded. Seeing this, Sprout smiled even wider and said, Then you can call me Pomona. I heard that some of the wine you said was brewed with magic plants, right? I have never heard of these plants. You are really mysterious. Do you still have the seeds of these plants? I thought I could help you grow them. Duh. Chapter 17. No problem, SP. Pomona. Seeing Sprout's smiling expression, Ian changed his words decisively. Ian took out a bag of seeds and a book from the space ring and said, It contains the seeds of dangerous plants such as the psychedelic headflower, the Mabdu tree, and the swamp man-eating tree. This experience of continental plants has their habits and growth environment. I'll give you something else after you plant it. Do you think it's okay? Sprout suddenly excitedly said, Of course. Ian, the branch school really hopes you can come to Hufflepuff College after school starts. Flitwick's and Professor McGonagall's eyes became unfriendly when they heard Sprout start poaching people. Ian, come to Ravenclaw Academy. The smartest wizards are in Ravenclaw Academy. Flitwick began poaching people. Phileas, Gryffindor is the best house. Ian, come to Gryffindor. McGonagall said not to be outdone. No one calls Professor Grindelwald anymore just to get closer at this moment. The autistic Snape was also moved. If Ian is dug into Slytherin, then sooner or later those magic materials will be his. When he was about to speak, he saw Ian give him a supercilious look. Snape was furious. This was the first time the little wizard ignored him. Dumbledore hurried out to smooth things over and said, Which house Ian goes to is determined by the sorting hat, and those of us should not participate. The professors stopped arguing when they heard Dumbledore speak. Then let's start the banquet again. Raise a glass. To Hogwarts, to Ian. To Hogwarts, to Ian. At this time, Trelawney, who was too scared, had already put himself on the table. Only Snape and the professors reluctantly toasted with Dumbledore, and Ian also raised his glass. To Hogwarts. After drinking the first glass of wine, Hagrid patted Ian on the shoulder and said to Ian, You are amazing. This is the first time I have seen the deans open their mouths to poach people. Ian shook his head, rubbed his sore shoulders, raised his glass viciously, and said to Hagrid, Come on. Today, either you get down or I get down. Hagrid and Ian were both drunk at the banquet, and the professors were also a little tipsy, and only Snape was the most sober. The professors also learned about Ian's origin under Dumbledore's explanation. Flitwick kept asking about the magic of Ian's world. Sprout is still asking Ian about magical plants from another world. Professor McGonagall didn't want to drink too much, but Ian got drunk and downed a lot. Only Snape was forgotten in the corner. Trelawney, who was drunk, was still talking about unknown. Dumbledore's body had long since returned to its youthful state, so drinking was no problem. Somewhere Dumbledore found a pink string and tied a bow on his beard. When Ian was drunk to the point of unconsciousness, Ian summoned more than a dozen skeletons to tap dance in the auditorium. This scene made Dumbledore and the professors laugh out loud. This is youth. Dumbledore wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Ian and Hagrid were lying on the table unconscious. Dumbledore knew that this was Ian venting his emotions, which he had suppressed for too long. Professor McGonagall looked at the drunk Ian and said to Dumbledore, "Ian was a good boy, but his past was brutal." Sprout touched the seeds in the bag and said, "Professor Dumbledore, I don't think Ian's coming to Hogwarts is a bad thing." Professor Flitwick nodded. The future still needs children to create, and Ian's talent is definitely the leader. Only Snape snorted, the only one Ian ignored tonight. Dumbledore nodded and called the house elf. Dumbledore and the professors twitched their lips involuntarily when they saw Newbie's bejeweled butler's attire. "Newbie, what is your clothes?" Newbie raised his head and said proudly, "This is the housekeeper's uniform lent to Newbie by my little master Ian. It's the only way to keep little master Ian's bedroom dirty. This Ian is too rich. Upstart." Dumbledore told Newbie to take Ian back to his lounge, and Hagrid sent the other house elves back to the Hunter's Lodge. Dumbledore watched Nubby take Ian out of the auditorium with the zombie levitation spell, and said, "Hogwarts is your home. Ian, good night." The next morning, Ian woke up in his big gold and red bed. "Hiss, it hurts. Severe headache. I drank too much yesterday, so how can Hagrid drink so well?" Just when Ian doubted his life, there was a light knock on the door of the lounge. Ian endured his headache and said, "Please come in." Dumbledore pushed open the door to the lounge and was dazzled by the luxury of Ian's lounge as soon as he entered. It seems that he still seriously underestimated Ian's wealth, and the wealth of the Grindelwald family will be in Ian's hands in a few days. It seems that there will be a clear person for the title of the richest man in the wizarding world in the future. Dumbledore came to Ian's bed and said with a smile, "You really know how to enjoy it. I, a bad old man, have never enjoyed this kind of treatment in my life." Ian rolled his eyes at Dumbledore and said, "Tell me something. I have a headache now." Dumbledore laughed. "Little wizards should drink less alcohol. This is the hangover potion that Severus made for you. Try it." After speaking, Dumbledore took a bottle of yellow-green potion from his pocket. Ian looked at the ominous color and said, "Will he be so kind? Is he afraid he wants to poison me?" That's what Ian said, but he still reached out to take the potion. As soon as he raised his head, he poured it into his mouth. Stimulating and spicy, plus a smell of slugs spread in Ian's mouth instantly. Watching Ian retching, Dumbledore said, "Severus is the master of potions, but I've heard from little wizards that his potions, well, the taste is unique." "This is called unique taste? If you say it's shit from slugs, I'll believe it. But the effect is really good." Ian's headache stopped just after drinking it. When he regained his strength, Ian said with lingering fear, "I feel that I will never fall in love with potions in your world in the future." Dumbledore laughed loudly. "I personally feel the same way. Ian, Grindelwald has already written to me. He will be back in 2 days, and he said he missed you very much." Ian suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. Dumbledore was even happier watching Ian's reaction. It's the first time he cares about someone so much. It seems that he already regards you as his family. Chapter 18 Grindelwald. It's all for you. Seek to collect flowers. After the banquet, there were 3 more figures among the professors left by Hogwarts. In the next 2 days, either Sprout is growing the seeds Ian gave him in the greenhouse, or he's chasing Ian for new ones. And since Ian gave him a copy of Elemental Magic Primary, Flitwick has hardly seen Flitwick. Only the occasional explosions in the Charms classroom could prove that Flitwick hadn't left Hogwarts. There was a strange phenomenon. Every hour, a bottle of potion would appear at Ian's door. It was a relatively precious kind. Elixir of Felicia, Veritaserum, Super Healing Potion. Instructions for use are also carefully prepared, until Ian filled a chest with magical ingredients from another world. This phenomenon disappeared after Nubby was sent to the door of the potions classroom. Dumbledore signed the Hogwarts professor's employment papers with Ian after he woke up. After signing his name, Ian's sense of the castle encroaching on the magic of his lounge was gone. It seems that it is still necessary to make an oath with the castle in order to obtain certain authority in the castle. There was also a curse implicated in Ian. Ian was very curious about this magic, and he planned to study it before throwing it back to the Noseless One. See if his life is hard enough. In this way, Ian wandered around Hogwarts for 2 days, with Newbie on his side. Ian is not used to this kind of life. Gone is the life of fighting every day. Don't worry about whether there will be demons attacking tomorrow, or there will be fanatics coming to smash his place. The undead servants used to work for him, but now it's house elves. But one thing is for sure, living magic in the world of Harry Potter is really handy. A house elf is much more comfortable serving than his undead minions. It's worth mentioning that the Hogwarts kitchens have been taken over by Ian's undead chef number 2. It teaches the house elves how to make meals. As a result, the professors who stayed at Hogwarts gained weight. On the 3rd night, Ian was picking out textbooks in the library. Although he bought a bunch of books, there were definitely not as many as in the Hogwarts library. If it weren't for the books in the library that didn't allow taking notes, he wouldn't bother to buy books. In the past 2 days, he also read a lot of books on defense against black magic. But Ian came to a conclusion. It's useless, especially a book called Magic Defense Theory. Not a single offensive spell. When your theory is finished, people are almost cold. Most books have only lessons on dealing with dark creatures. As for dealing with dark wizards, this kind of content is simply pitiful. Just when Ian was at a loss, a silver-white phoenix flew in front of Ian from the library door. This is the patron saint of Dumbledore, and the only patron saint of magical animals in the wizarding world. I saw Dumbledore's voice coming from Phoenix's mouth. Ian, I'm waiting for you in the office. The password I just changed is Candied Haws. Then the phoenix turned into a wisp of silver mist and dissipated. The candied haws are made by the undead chef who taught the house elves to make them. It is also the new world discovered by Dumbledore these 2 days. Ian heard this and walked towards the principal's office. Ian came to the gargoyle statue downstairs in the principal's office and said, "Sugar-coated haws." He felt that this was simply superfluous. Who can't think of rushing to the principal's office? Count down the successive headmasters of Hogwarts to the present, who is not a legendary wizard. Except for the pink toad that came after. The gargoyle gave way out of the stairs, and Ian came to the door of the principal's office and knocked. "Come in." Dumbledore's voice came from inside. Ian pushed open the door and saw a familiar figure of a blond, middle-aged man. "Little Ian, I heard that you were having a good time recently," Grindelwald said with a smile. Ian shrugged and said, "It's hard to relax. Isn't it a blessing?" "Ha ha ha, you are right." Ian walked towards Grindelwald, and Ian frowned as he approached Grindelwald. "Magic power flows from your eyes, and your vision of prophecy has recovered," Grindelwald said with a smile. "That's right. You found out as soon as you came back, and I wanted to give you a surprise. Don't you wonder what I saw?" "No, it would be too boring to know the future." Ian said he was not interested. Grindelwald laughed loudly. "Look, Albus, I knew little Ian would say that. Little Ian, the future is not certain, but can be changed. Even if it's a prophecy, I can only see some fragments. Otherwise, I would lose to Albus." Ian nodded, then looked at Grindelwald puzzled and asked, "Aren't you afraid that the portraits will spread if you come out like this?" "I've already cursed them, and I won't tell them, including your life-extending magic." Ian nodded now. No wonder the portraits looked at Grindelwald with extra anger. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald helplessly and said, "You'd better give the things to little Ian." Grindelwald nodded and took out 6 keys and a pile of parchment from the space ring. "Ian, since you have inherited the Grindelwald family, these things will be handed over to you. These 2 keys, one is the key to Ketheridge Castle in the Scottish Highlands. The other is the key to the old house of the Rogier family in France. The Rogier family in France is a subsidiary of the Grindelwald family. The remaining 4 keys are the vault keys I left behind before. Gringotts in New York, Norway, France, and England." Speaking of England, Grindelwald took a long look at Dumbledore. Looks like the key was returned to him by Dumbledore. Grindelwald pretended not to see Ian's strange expression and continued, "You have to read these parchments slowly. They are all land deeds and oaths attached to the family. Of course, most of the oaths may be useless. After all, war is cruel. Little Ian, it's all for you." Ian nodded, took the item without looking at it, and put it directly into the space ring. Then he took out the British Gringotts key and put it back in Grindelwald's hand. Grindelwald and Dumbledore froze for a moment, only to hear Ian say, "Old man, you still need something for the elderly, don't you?" Don't tell me that there are no memories of you in this Gringotts. Listening to Ian's words, a mist gradually appeared in Grindelwald's eyes. It was also the first time someone put aside their own interests to take care of him. Then I won't be polite to you, little Ian. I will take the key away. Dumbledore sighed. How touching love is. Ian immediately took out the death scythe and said to Dumbledore, love yourself and love yourself. Say one more word and I'll cut you off. Chapter 19. Grindelwald said happily, Albus, you also have a day when you are rejected by children. Dumbledore picked up a cockroach and piled it in the entrance. To hide his embarrassment, Dumbledore asked, Ian, want some cockroach piles? I wanted to recommend it to you a long time ago. Ian looked at the pile of cockroaches crawling in the bowl and put away his scythe. To be honest, he was really curious. Those who have eaten it say it is delicious, and those who have not tried it dare not eat it. Ian picked one up and looked at the pile of cockroaches struggling in his hand. Forget it. Since you are here, you must taste it. Ian threw the pile of cockroaches into his mouth. Feeling the sensation of the pile of cockroaches struggling in his mouth, Ian bit down. The hard candy shell wrapped in chocolate powder burst open instantly, and the fruit jam and honey inside flowed out instantly. The rich taste conquered Ian's taste buds. Dumbledore looked at Ian, who had eaten the pile of cockroaches, and found that Ian didn't have the slightest expression of discomfort. Dumbledore smiled and said with emotion, many people lost the opportunity to taste this delicious food because of fear. Glad, Ian, you can enjoy it. Smells really good. Any more? Give me a bag, Ian said to Dumbledore. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a sack of cockroaches flew towards Ian from the box on the headmaster's desk. Ian caught it with his hand and said jokingly, I won't affect your love affair. And, Dumbledore, give me the book I want. You promised me. Dumbledore and Grindelwald's faces darkened upon hearing this. Dumbledore waved his wand again helplessly, and a book on the shelf flew towards Ian. It was the book Apex Dark Arts revealed. Seeing that he got the book, Ian turned his head and left. He really didn't want to stay here with these two old glasses. Dumbledore's voice came from behind Ian. As a textbook, I recommend you use The Black Arts, A Guide to Self-Defense. Most of the professors of the past have taught this book. Maybe you can talk about it again. After all, Hogwarts hasn't had a reliable defense against the dark arts professor for so many years. Ian turned his head and watched Dumbledore wink at him. Grindelwald nodded at the same time. No. After Ian left, Dumbledore and Grindelwald used polymorph to change themselves into old age. Then Dumbledore chanted, Call God to protect you. The silver-white phoenix appeared again, flew out from the gate of the principal's office, and shuttled through the castle. Dumbledore said to the Elder Wand, the deans of each college, please come to the principal's office immediately. After a while, the deans of the 4 colleges came to the principal's office. Besides Dumbledore in the office, there was also a blonde old man waiting for them. McGonagall asked, Professor Dumbledore, is there something urgent? And this one? Dumbledore stood up, looked at the 4 deans opposite, and introduced, This is Gellert Grindelwald, my old friend. He will be our assistant headmaster during his time at Hogwarts. After all, I, a bad old man, don't have much energy now. Both Flitwick and Sprout thought they had heard wrong. Wide-eyed, Sprout asked tremblingly, Professor, do you think he is? Pomona, you heard me right. He is Gellert Grindelwald. Flitwick screamed and was about to draw his wand backhanded, but was stopped by McGonagall beside him. Flitwick looked at McGonagall in disbelief, and Snape didn't respond. From the things I saw in my memory, I knew that Grindelwald's arrival would be sooner or later. Sprout also said angrily at this moment, Professor Dumbledore, should you explain? Dumbledore was about to speak, but Grindelwald stopped him. Let me tell. Grindelwald looked Dumbledore in the eye. Dumbledore opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Grindelwald looked at Sprout and Flitwick, who were facing the enemy, and said, We're not enemies, and I never thought I'd be against anyone at Hogwarts. I'm just a pathfinder and a loser. I have now pinned my hopes on a new era. I came to Hogwarts just to watch Ian grow up. By the way, guard this castle where someone has lived his whole life. Sprout and Flitwick were still on guard, and Flitwick said sharply, Why should we trust you? I won't let you into Hogwarts. I won't let you hurt any of the children in Hogwarts. Grindelwald looked at Flitwick calmly and said, Then I can sign an unbreakable oath with you. I swear to protect Hogwarts. What? Now, the deans of the 4 colleges, including Snape, couldn't believe their ears. Dumbledore was also quite surprised, and said with a complicated mood, Gale, in this case you have no way out. Will Grindelwald, known as the leader of the Saints and wizard revolutionist, sign an oath with them? And the oath signed is only to protect Hogwarts. What a joke. Does he really want to protect Hogwarts? Albus, I don't want to retreat. Grindelwald mocked. You still have so many thoughts after all these years. Flitwick calmed down and said, Okay, let's make an unbreakable oath. At this point Snape, who had been silent until now, spoke up. No need, Filius. I believe in him. McGonagall was very surprised. She didn't know why Snape would speak up for Grindelwald. Severus you, Snape said quietly. Didn't you see that my dear principal is already standing with him? If there is a war, you have a chance of winning? I think it should be Grindelwald who predicted something. Why don't you ask him that? It was only then that Flitwick and Sprout came to their senses, looking at Dumbledore with complicated eyes. Sprout asked wearily, Professor Dumbledore, is that so? Dumbledore sighed and said, I did not betray Hogwarts. Trust me, Pomona, Filius. Gale, show them your prophecy. Grindelwald nodded and took out a skeleton hookah from the space ring. This is exactly the hookah he used when he gave a lecture in Paris. Grindelwald scanned the surrounding professors with his blue eyes and said, Look at the future with your own eyes. What I want to protect is both Hogwarts and the future. Chapter 20. When McGonagall recalled the prophecy she saw last night, she still couldn't believe it. The prosperity of wizards, the advancement of magic, the popularity of alchemy. What shocked her the most was the breaking of the secrecy law. Wizards can live completely in the sun. Minerva McGonagall's first love was a muggle. Because she was afraid of the misunderstanding between muggles and wizards, McGonagall dared not face this relationship again, which made her regret for life. And there's another future that scares McGonagall. The world has been destroyed by the undead, and the huge bone dragon and the endless undead army have occupied every corner of the world. There was not a living being to be seen anywhere. Only darkness enveloped the land. McGonagall and others kept Grindelwald's words firmly in their hearts. Ian's power is extremely powerful. He may be the hope of our wizards, or he may be the demon that destroys the world. His choice is up to us. Ian Grindelwald, this butterfly's wings are stirring up a huge storm. Ian has a big job to do at Hogwarts. He wants to study the dark creatures in this world. Necromancers who don't understand biological reproduction are not qualified. Necromancer experiments always involve large quantities of flesh and bone. That's why Ian collects samples of many creatures and uses them to reproduce them when needed. In order to catch these dark creatures as soon as possible, Ian even asked Grindelwald to notify the saints and caught all the dark creatures that could be caught in a short time. After Ian gave the order, saints with dark creatures came from all over Europe. According to British magical crime statistics later revealed by Rita Skeeter, the number of smuggling cases at the British Ministry of Magic has increased tenfold in these 3 days. Haven't caught anyone yet. Fudge was so angry that he almost broke his own wand, causing the spell to go out of control. So the Minister for Magic spent a week in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries. Having said that, the depths of the Forbidden Forest are unusually lively at this time. Ian, is this really all right? Hagrid looked worriedly at the numerous dark creatures in front of him. A female ghost bound by a curse, a ghost with broken limbs, and even 2 new Dementors. There are countless common dark creatures such as Grindylow and Red Hat. Ian smiled and said, It's all right, Hagrid. My necromancers will make no mistakes. Ian wants to create a Dead Soul Reserve factory deep in the Forbidden Forest, and the best livestock are these dark creatures. And he has new research materials, which makes him very happy. In order to breed dark creatures in the water, such as Grindylow, Ian specially installed a huge magic fish tank here. Now there is no need to worry about not having enough materials. Saints from all over the world will occasionally add some materials. The last time the Dementor was tortured to death by Ian, he used death magic to dissect it a few days ago and found that the Dementor was indeed an undead creature. It is a kind of ghost, but what is amazing is that it is a ghost born of emotion just like Peeves. Dementors are born from a negative accumulation of madness, despair, etc., and it is extremely difficult to kill. The only way to restrain Dementors in this world is the Patronus charm. But Ian found that Dementors can also be damaged by death magic, which is the same as wraith-like undead. Knowing this, the wizarding mood of the world became part of Ian's research. He wanted to see if he could create some emotional undead himself. Just as Ian was thinking, Andy Blake walked up to Ian. Andy has been terrified of Ian since Grindelwald handed over the saints to Ian. He thinks Ian is a dark wizard who wants to destroy the world. These saints want to change the world, but not destroy it. Until Grindelwald came to the old house of the Rogier family in Paris, he still remembered the situation that day. Grindelwald. Michael Caro saw the still young Grindelwald sitting on the main seat and said, I heard that Rogier helped you deal with the Austrian matter. What's the matter with you asking us to come together this time? Home and Dog was brought by Michael Carroll. He looked at Grindelwald with bad eyes and said, "You betrayed us and imprisoned yourself in Nurmengard. Now that Nurmengard is ruined and you're feigning death, what exactly do you want to do?" Hearing the previous questioning from his subordinates, Grindelwald's blue eyes showed no emotion, and he said slowly, "I crawled back from hell." Milan Onkar said angrily, "Enough. Grindelwald, for your stupid Abernathy is dead. He is your most loyal follower. Let us protect you and believe in you until death." "And what did you do?" At this time, Winda Rogier beside Grindelwald looked at the saint below, frowned, and said, "Gellert has much more to think about than us, now that he's back. Let's hear what he has to say first." She and everyone in the Rogier family saw that hell-like scene. Grindelwald stood up, not paying attention to the anger, unwillingness, and resentment of the saints below. Slowly he opened his mouth and said, "I'm back from hell, my friends. I haven't left. I'm just waiting for hope. And now, hope appears. Andy came to find me, and he also witnessed the battle of the Austrian Ministry of Magic." Grindelwald looked at Andy Blake and continued, "I think we can first understand what happened at that time." "Andy, can I?" Andy nodded. Davin Rogier hands Grindelwald his wand. Grindelwald waved his wand, and a silver memory wafted from Andy's temple. The silver thread changed into a puff of smoke in the air. "Next, you will see the hope of the future." In the smoke, Dumbledore confronts Ian, the undead confront Aurors, and huge bone dragons fly in the sky. The more the saints looked at their faces, the more frightened they became, and even Davin Caro beside Grindelwald also turned pale. Milan Onkar trembled and said, Is this the god of death? Is this what you mean by hope? This is despair." Milan Onkar was ignored. Grindelwald went on to say, "He is Ian, and my heir. He's what I call hope. We have seen the past, and next, you will see the future." Grindelwald takes out the skull hookah. As at the Paris rally, Grindelwald gave them a glimpse of the future. Two completely different worlds emerge. They yearn for the prosperity of magic, but they are frightened by the ruined world. What remains constant is that Ian is always the leader. "It's time." Grindelwald opened his arms and said, "My friends, I see wizards living freely in the sun. I see that wizards don't hide from muggles anymore. I saw the splendor of magic and the change of the world. Destroy or be born again. Wizards will be great again. Follow me again. This time, we are no longer confused. The prophecy has been revealed. This time, the future of the world is in our hands. The world turns again. This time we fight for Ian. Stand up and fight for wizards again." Chapter 21. Looking at the spirited Grindelwald on the stage, the saints knew that the leader of the voodoo party was back. "Grindelwald, can you swear not to leave us this time?" Holmes' dog asked with red eyes. Grindelwald said with a smile, "My friends, I never abandoned you. I was just waiting. Now is the time." Grindelwald, Grindelwald, Grindelwald. Andy Brack. Now he's the head of Ian's dark creature farm. Andy respectfully said to Ian, "Sir, our people found something different from the Albanian forest. We found the Muggle Studies professor at Hogwarts, Quirinus Quirrell. He seemed to be looking for something in the Albanian forest. What could he be looking for? Looking for dark creatures to study. And the unlucky boy found Voldemort in August. Ian didn't say it. Voldemort was just a blip for him." Ian nodded and said, "Don't pay attention to him. Let the people in the Albanian forest withdraw, otherwise there will be a little trouble." Andy responded to Ian's words and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, Lord Grindelwald was right when he said Mr. Ian had some prophecy talents. He didn't know, Ian didn't predict, but had the script. Hagrid then said, "Ian, I'm a little worried that the centaurs are going to make trouble." Ian spread his hands and said, "It's okay. I've sent someone to say hello to them." On the other side, Moth Rogier came to the territory of the centaur with a group of zombie soldiers. Moth Rogier is a collateral member of the Rogier family, and he graduated from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. He was sent here by Davin Rogier to assist Ian, and also to be the bearer of the message. Mr. S.'s first explanation must be perfect. Moth thought so. As soon as Moss stepped into the territory of the centaur, 3 or 4 centaurs rushed out to block Moss. "Dark Wizard, the centaurs camp ahead. You are not allowed to enter." Ronan and the centaurs raised their bows and aimed at Moth. "Otherwise we will attack you." The zombie soldiers behind Moss put too much pressure on the centaur. Centaurs have a better sense of the dark arts than humans. The sweat on his forehead at this time showed that the centaurs were not as calm as he appeared. Moss ignored the centaur's threat and said, "I'm just here to give you a message. You are not allowed to enter this area in the northern part of the Forbidden Forest in the future." Humans, do you want to fight the centaurs? The violent Bane couldn't help it immediately. Moth's eyes were cold, and nothing else mattered to him except completing Ian's mission. Then die, Avada. The wand in Moth's hand had just glowed green. A voice came from behind the centaur. Wait, wait, don't be impulsive. Forenza ran wildly in Moth's direction. So close. Fortunately, we caught up. And Ronan and Bane didn't expect that Moss didn't plan to talk to them at all, and started with the death curse. At this moment, the two of them were already in a cold sweat. If Forenza hadn't arrived in time, some of them would have died. Bane saved his life, but he didn't appreciate it, and said angrily, Forenza, what are you traitor for? Forenza advocates being close to wizards. He believes that horse people and wizards can live in peace, so he is regarded as a traitor among horse people. Forenza ignored the angry Bane, ran up to Moth, and said, Hello, wizard. I am Forenza the centaur. We agreed to your conditions, and we will not approach that place in the future. Moss nodded and said, Remember your words. He took the zombie soldiers and left without looking back. The faces of the surrounding horsemen suddenly became ugly, and Ronan asked, Forenza, why are you doing this? The forest belongs to us. We are not afraid of death. Forenza looked at the centaur around him and wished he could tear his gaze away, and said calmly, It was ordered by the patriarch. At this time, the faces of the surrounding horsemen became even uglier. But no centaur can disobey the orders of the patriarch. In the middle of the centaur camp, the centaur patriarch looked at Ian and their direction and murmured, Mars is getting brighter, but Pluto is starting to twinkle too. Has the change started? After Ian's black magic creature farm was set up, he ran here every day during this period. As an assistant, Moth sometimes spit it out. Ian didn't take these dark magic creatures apart, piece them together, and transform them into undead. It is to use magic to speed up their reproduction until they are exhausted alive. It wasn't until this time that they recalled that Ian was not a little wizard, but a dangerous necromancer. But it didn't take long for the Hogwarts professors to know about Ian's dark magic creature farm. It was Grindelwald who let it slip, so Dumbledore came to the door. Looking at the dark creatures in the farm, Ian, who was experimenting with dark creatures, and Moth, who was recording data, Dumbledore, with veins throbbing in his head, said, Ian, why do you keep these dark creatures? Ian was still dismantling the Ian corpse in his hand, and said in his mouth, Didn't you want me to be the professor of defense against the dark arts? I'm just working on teaching aids. Dumbledore obviously wouldn't believe Ian's words. Is it necessary to build such a devil king's lair to study them? Then can you explain what this is? Dumbledore pointed to the abomination beside him, which was obviously an undead pieced together from the corpses of these dark creatures. If you accidentally kill it, use it for waste. Dumbledore rested his forehead and said, Ian, stop doing such nefarious experiments. And your dark creatures will hurt the little wizard. Ian looked at the skeleton guards and zombie soldiers next to him and said, Don't worry about this. If you are alive, you will never get out. The undead's perception of life is impossible for humans to achieve. The Forbidden Forest is so big, what should I do? If you don't let me raise it here, then I will go to France to raise it. Dumbledore felt tired when he heard this. No one in France can control him. If you really let him go, you don't know how many shocking things you will do. I'll just say it. Albus, Ian won't listen to you. Grindelwald's voice came from behind Dumbledore. Seeing that Ian couldn't be persuaded, Dumbledore could only comfort himself. No way. Let him study casually, just some dark creatures. It happens that the money for some potion materials can be saved. Chapter 22. Seeing Grindelwald, Ian yelled, Grindelwald, you came just in time. The wand you asked for is ready. Dumbledore asked in surprise, Will Ian still make wands? I'm going to start school and ask him to buy one. After all, his scythe is not suitable for use in school. Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore and said, I don't know either. 2 days ago I complained to him that there was no useful wand, and he said he would make one for me. I wouldn't be here if you hadn't stolen my elder wand. Both Grindelwald and Dumbledore were dumbfounded when they saw the wand. You call that a wand? Grindelwald is holding a wand connected by the spine of a dark creature. There is a red crystal at the top of the wand. The wand is 2 meters long. The most outrageous thing is that there is a section of axe blade on the front of the bone wand. Ian said angrily, The wand is for you to kill, and it's not pretty. When you can't use magic, wielding a blade is the best magic. I bleed a lot to make you a philosopher's stone with the soul and flesh and blood produced by the farm in the past few days. It seems that I heard something incredible. Dumbledore pointed at the red crystal on Grindelwald's wand tremblingly and asked, what do you say that is? Ian rolled his eyes at Dumbledore and said, The Philosopher's Stone is what you call the Philosopher's Stone. The refining method of this thing is similar to my world. Grindelwald was instantly ecstatic. Use the Philosopher's Stone to make a wand. This is really one of a kind. Dumbledore is completely different from Grindelwald. Dumbledore's eyes hardened, and he said, I heard Nicole Flamel say that making the Philosopher's Stone requires a lot of fresh flesh and soul. Ian, you promised me you wouldn't kill innocent people. But I really can't think of where you can have so many fresh materials without killing people. Don't use this farm as an excuse to fool me. Ian Grindelwald. Ian and Grindelwald hadn't expected Dumbledore to say that. Ian rubbed his temples and said, Dumbledore, can you listen to me first? Ian raised his right hand, and the golden thread flashed past. Look, the unbreakable vow has no sign of being triggered at all. After speaking, Ian pointed in the direction of the farm. See that huge meatball? That's a demon colonizer, the undead that specializes in producing dark flesh and blood. The cost of cultivating demons is extremely high. The only function is to quickly replicate dark species. If it wasn't for my promise not to kill innocent people, what do I use the dragon's corpse to make such a tasteless thing? Now it was Grindelwald's turn to speak, pointing to the big meaty ball distressedly, and said, You mean the corpse of the fire dragon? You asked my Arthur to buy you out of Norway's dragon farm, just to make such a thing? That's hundreds of fire dragons. Dumbledore was even more speechless. A few days ago, Snape came to complain to him that the price of dragon materials had increased dramatically these days. Good guy, the instigator turned out to be here. Ian looked at Grindelwald with disgust and said, Is the Philosopher's Stone expensive? Expensive. It's made by the dark creatures generated by the thing in your mouth. How can this be? Ian looked at the colonizer and said, It will be the next production soon. You can see for yourself. Dumbledore and Grindelwald saw a gap in the middle of the big fleshy ball. Thousands of dark creatures covered in slime were spit out. Grindylow, Infernal Corpse, Red Hat, etc. were scattered on the ground. Before they wake up, the saints who work here skillfully use their wands to release magic. Put these dark creatures into breeding areas belonging to each species. These saints were at a loss when they first arrived. Then I got used to it slowly. Especially Mr. Ian also gives them black magic alchemy products from time to time. In fact, these black magic products are leftovers from Ian's experiments. Take it to the skeleton mage for processing, and then give it to the saints as rewards. Now each of them is basically a humanoid black magic arsenal. It turned out to be the kind of one-way ticket to Azkaban. At this time, Moth came over and reported to Ian. Sir, now our black magic creature part can collect flesh and soul. Then collect it. Let Andy pay more attention to the number of creatures, and don't let the colonizer reproduce beyond the limit. When saying this, Ian secretly glanced at Dumbledore, because the old man will never let his mind down. Dumbledore had come to Ian and asked, Ian, how many dark creatures can this big breeder produce in a day? Ian replied, If you make it with all your strength, as long as there are enough materials and flesh and blood, it will be about 100,000 a day. Most of the produced dark creatures have been used to pile up flesh and blood. Usually stored in space objects, you need to ask Andy Brack for the specific quantity. For the number of souls, you can just ask the high-level skeleton mage here. It is responsible for collecting souls. Today, there is not much stock left, so the demons will be fully produced. When making Grindelwald's staff, I used up all the accumulation I had accumulated a few days ago. Hearing Ian's explanation, Dumbledore was stunned. Ian's farm can provide not only the flesh and blood of the undead, but also the souls of dark creatures. Combined with the fact that he crafts his world's long wands and magic items, this place is literally where he produces the raw materials for his munitions. Even if it is discovered, the Ministry of Magic has no way to stop Ian from breeding dark creatures, because they only wrote that keeping magical animals without approval is not allowed. There is no normal person who would raise dark creatures like Ian corpses. This is deadly. Grindelwald looked at the dumbfounded Dumbledore and laughed. Ian is a necromancer, and he can't do without materials. Looking at the skeleton guards and zombie soldiers, Dumbledore smiled wryly. You can't let the little wizard see this, or there will definitely be big troubles. Grindelwald said indifferently. This place is already the deepest part of the forest here. How can a little wizard come in here? Not to mention that group of big spiders. Because the giant eight-eyed spider has not weak wisdom. Ian consulted with Hagrid when the farm was first established. Hagrid hears that Ian will make Aragog have many offspring. Immediately agreed to Ian to take away the Acromander group. It was his decision that Aragog was caught and taken to the farm. On the day Aragog was captured, only 1/3 of the Acromantoid group was killed by the undead and saints. If you are scared to kill, you will naturally be obedient. The reason for not killing them all is that the Necromancer is still very valuable, and some of them are left to reproduce. The rest were placed around the farm as a first line of defense. Chapter 23. Ian looked at Dumbledore and Grindelwald still talking, and said, "Grindelwald, aren't you going to try your wand first?" Grindelwald nodded quickly. Ian went on to say, "Come with me, Moth, and you too." Ian and Moth took the two to the open space outside the farm. Ian waved his hand, and a spatial crack appeared in the open space. A skeleton wearing black heavy armor and holding a big knife climbed out of it. Ian said to Grindelwald, "Try it. Attack the high-level heavy armor skeleton king." Grindelwald nodded, raised his wand, and pointed at the heavy armored Skeletor. Used a black magic handed to him by Ian. This enchantment destroys objects or creatures from within. Using can be said to be extremely cruel spells on creatures. Struggling. A black spell bursts from the Philosopher's Stone on top of Grindelwald's wand. Fly straight to the heavy armored skeleton king. The soul fire of the heavy armored skeleton king suddenly jumped violently. Painful growls came out of his mouth. It felt like its bones and soul fire were being torn apart by black magic. Ian's orders made it impossible to struggle. In less than 3 seconds, there was only a bang. The heavy armored skeleton king had been blown to pieces in situ. The fire of the soul was also torn into pieces and dissipated. Moss has opened his mouth wide. He knows the fighting power of these skeletons. That heavy armored skeleton king is probably much more difficult to deal with than hordes of werewolves. It was killed so easily. It turned out that the magic that Mr. Ian taught them was so powerful. It's a pity they haven't had time to learn it yet. Sorcerer's Stone Refining. Mysterious and powerful strength. Grindelwald's last name. Moth's eyes on Ian became more and more fiery. This is what comes out from the fingers of a powerful gentleman. How powerful is the real strength of the master? Grindelwald said with satisfaction. The power of magic has increased significantly, and the emotional will does not need to be too great. There's nothing wrong with it except it's too long. Ian directly ignored Grindelwald's last sentence and said, "The Philosopher's Stone can avoid a large consumption of your magic power. At the same time, it can maximize the power of the spell. The center of the wand is the Philosopher's Stone on top. It's equivalent to the core of your world. The amount of mana input it can withstand will never let you down. When your magic power is exhausted, you can also use the magic power in the Philosopher's Stone. Moss, record the data." Moth waved his wand, and the quill wrote the experimental data on the parchment. And Grindelwald liked the wand more and more. Dumbledore looked at the wand in Grindelwald's hand and said, "Gal, do you remember our plan for the previous 2 days? You said the best bait is the Philosopher's Stone." Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore warily when he heard what Dumbledore said. "Albus, I advise you not to think about my wand. If you want the Philosopher's Stone, let Ian make it for you." At this time Ian also said, "That Philosopher's Stone can't be removed, so don't make any plans about it." Dumbledore said with regret on his face, "It seems that I still have to go to Nicole Flamel to borrow the Philosopher's Stone." Grindelwald frowned and said, "Will that old man lend it to us? It's his life-saving thing." Dumbledore looked into Grindelwald's eyes and said, "Gale, your grievances should be put down after so long." Grindelwald snorted coldly. "If it weren't for them, my rally in Paris could have such a big mistake. Later, you also teamed up and became addicted. Find him yourself. I'll stay at Hogwarts." Dumbledore knew it must be the result, shook his head, and said to Ian, "Little Ian, don't immerse yourself in research every day. Magic knowledge knows no bounds. There are still many scenery waiting for you in this world. You have to look around more." Ian understood what Dumbledore meant and said, "The common dark creatures have been researched almost the same these days. Andy and Moss will manage this well later. I'm going to find some information first. I'll go out and have a look when I'm done." Dumbledore laughed and said, "That's fine, Ian. I suppose you need a new wand for our world?" Ian asked puzzledly. "I just need a death sickle. Why do I need a magic wand?" Dumbledore's face darkened instantly. "Are you going to teach the little wizards to learn how to cast spells with your scythe? I think before they learn to cast spells with scythes. I prefer to believe that they will cut their classmates first." Ian scratched his head and said, "I've seen the wands in your world too. I can't bear my magic power output at all, unless it's the wand in your hand. Listen." Dumbledore turned around and left. "Don't you know how to make a wand yourself? Make one yourself." Finally, Dumbledore's helpless voice came. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Ian already had an idea for his own wand. Then wait another 10 days. Let the dark creatures increase their production. Later Grindelwald also left with his precious wand. Watching Ian mess around with dark creatures isn't much fun either. He still needs to get more familiar with this wand. It is powerful, but he is not used to it. Back to Ian. I finished researching common dark creatures. Uncommon ones have also been studied a lot. The Saints are also sending Ian a steady stream of new dark creatures. Looks like Ian needs to test himself. So the next day, Ian came to find Flitwick early and said, "Phileas, do you have the past exam papers for defense against the dark arts?" "Of course I have, Ian. What grade do you need?" "Oh." A few hours later, Flitwick looked at the test paper Ian answered and couldn't help admiring. "Ian, you really are the strongest genius. This is not a test paper at all, and it is also a top-level paper for the Daily Prophet. I can't believe that you can study dark creatures to this extent in 10 days. I promise to the degree of understanding of dark creatures. Perhaps no one can compare to you except Professor Scamander," Ian said indifferently. "Just some professional stuff. But I didn't expect these test questions to be common-sense questions." Flitwick laughed. "Ian, I am more and more looking forward to what kind of surprise you can give me in the charm class. Of course, I personally would prefer you to come to Ravenclaw." Well, this is a daily sales pitch for Ian. Chapter 24. Ian has not been idle for more than 10 days. There are more and more species in the dark creature farm. It can already be said that there is no place in the world where dark creatures are more complete than here. Ian also travels back and forth between the library and the farm. The black magic of this world, Ian is a quick learner. Grindelwald is teaching Ian most of the time. As for the four principals, they have no plans to teach Ian for the time being. With Ian's talent, now that he is teaching, what will he teach Ian when school starts? So tacitly avoided Ian on the issue of learning. Flitwick only talks to Ian about the undead magic of his world. Sprout still cultivates her plants, occasionally asking Ian for new seeds. McGonagall would show transfiguration in front of Ian from time to pique Ian's interest. Whenever Snape needed potion ingredients, some potions would appear at Ian's door. This is already a tacit understanding between the two. The farm also because the professors know that some live dark creatures are sometimes lost. According to the undead on duty at the farm, it was a hook-nosed man with black hair, yellow face, and oily head who did it. Because Ian had issued an order not to harm Hogwarts people, the undead did not do anything. Ian expressed helplessness about this. If you want to say it, why steal it? Considering Snape's personality, it's really unlikely that he would speak up. But every time a creature is lost, some scribes of magic books appear at Ian's door. Looks like Snape inherited the magic of the Prince family, so think about it. As for Dumbledore, he went to find Nico Flamel. He wanted to use the Philosopher's Stone to lure Voldemort into taking the bait and reveal the secret of Voldemort's immortality in one fell swoop. The fact that Ian was able to make the Philosopher's Stone was definitely not to be revealed. He could only spread the news by asking Nicole Flamel to borrow the Philosopher's Stone. Ian's farm has stored the flesh and blood of dark creatures for more than 10 days. Ian finally gathered the flesh and soul to forge a Philosopher's Stone again. Just when Ian's blood and flesh reserves reached the standard, Ian realized that he needed the knowledge of making wands in this world. Hogwarts doesn't have much knowledge about wand making either. Knowledge of wand making is very important in this world. Except for powerful wizards, other wizards are no different from muggles without wands. It can be said that the wand is the second life of the wizard. In this world, there are only 3 families in Europe who have fully mastered this knowledge. Ollivander in England, Gregovich in Germany, and a French family. The Saints were thrilled to learn that Ian needed knowledge of wand making. Who doesn't know that the magic items made by this gentleman and his family are extremely powerful? Grindelwald's wands have minimum usage standards, and they are not legendary wizards. Impossible to get that sort of wand endorsement. And the lesser Ian-crafted long-handled wands are very draining on their mana. So the Saints immediately tied Gregorovic, who had been living in seclusion, to Ian. When Grigovich was unmasked and saw Ian for the first time, he was still dazed. So Grigovich asked, "Who are you? And where is this?" Ian is working on a bone, which can be seen to have been ground into the shape of a wand. Ian looked at Gregorovich and said, "My name is Ian Grindelwald, and I need your knowledge. This is my dark creature farm." Grigovich frowned, although he was a little confused about what a dark creature farm was. But looking at the wizards around Ian, none of the magic fluctuations on his body was good. Gregorovic insisted and said, "I know you, the descendant of the Grindelwald family. Since you need my knowledge, is this how you invite people? Break into my house suddenly, after casting a curse, put on a hood, and kidnap me." Before Ian could speak, Grindelwald's voice came from behind Gregorovic. "Old friend, I think you may have misunderstood my friends." Grigovich suddenly turned his head, looked at the familiar middle-aged man, and exclaimed, Grindelwald, aren't you dead? Grindelwald came to Gregorovic, waved his hand to undo the spell on Grigovich, and said, Old friend, I crawled back from hell. Then Grindelwald looked at Ian and said, Little Ian, let me catch up with Gregorovic first. Ian nodded, then continued to carve patterns on the bone in his hand. Grindelwald put his arms around a shocked Gregorovic and led him outside. After a while, Gregorovich's terrified voice came from outside the door. What? Grindelwald, do you know what you are doing? Then there was no more sound. A few minutes later, Grindelwald opened the door with a smile. Grigorovich came back with a complex look on his face. Grigovich was in a very complicated mood, remembering that he had just seen the prophecy and Grindelwald's description of Ian. He had to admit that he had no choice. Seeing the two come back, Ian asked Grindelwald, Old man, did he agree? Before Grindelwald could reply, Grigovich had already said, Green, Mr. Ian, can you answer a few questions for me? Ian is not in a hurry, nodded. Go ahead. Grigovich looked into Ian's eyes and asked seriously, Mr. Ian, what do you want to do with your powers? With your powerful strength, I don't think anyone can stop you. Ian put down the bone in his hand and said, Is it important? Gregorovich nodded gravely. Ian scratched his head and said, Well, how should I say it? Grindelwald and Bathilda have been good to me, and Dumbledore. I have my friends now, too. I think my power is used to protect everything I hold dear. Grigovich laughed out loud after hearing this and said, Grindelwald, you are right. He's different from you. Then Grigovich looked at Ian. I can give you my knowledge, but I have one condition. Ian was a little puzzled. Why did this old man keep talking about irrelevant things? But still nodded. You say. Grigovich said, Let me join you. This statement shocked all the saints around. Ha ha. I knew you would choose this way, old friend. Grindelwald looked at Ian and said, No problem, little Ian. Ian rolled his eyes at Grindelwald and said, I'm free, but I don't want to rule the world. Don't force me to think like this. I just want to have a good time. Grindelwald said with a smile. Okay, this is what I promised you. But in his heart, he thought the same as the surrounding saints and Grigovich. It's up to Sir, you. Chapter 25. Now that you're Grigovic, you're going to teach Ian how to make a wand. Grindelwald patted Gregorovic on the shoulder. Gregorovic nodded and said to Ian, Ian, what are you going to make your wand out of? If you don't have a good choice, then I can recommend it to you. I love wands made from hawthorn and dragon nerves. It can enhance healing magic without losing power. After hearing this, Ian shook his head and said, I have magic materials suitable for me here. Just tell me how to make them. After speaking, Ian pointed to the bones and magic materials on the table. Grigovich was a little unconvinced and said, Don't listen to other people's nonsense. I can assure you that no one knows wands better than I do. Let me see your materials. The Sorcerer's Stone. Grigovich's jaw almost dropped. This is the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Rumor has it that only Nicole Flamel has a piece. Ian, how do you have the Philosopher's Stone? Gregorovic asked tremblingly, pointing at the Philosopher's Stone. Ian says, I made it myself. Could it be that I stole it? Hearing this sentence, Grigovich fell to the ground in shock and asked in disbelief, How many people have you killed recently? You devil. He regrets joining here. This is a dark lord who kills without blinking an eye. The surrounding saints were angry when they heard this. What did you say, old man? If you say it again, I will kill you for my husband. Moth had already drawn out his wand and pointed it at Gregorovic. The tip of the wand was flickering with a faint green light. Sir, kill him. Yes. Dare to slander, mister. Sir, we're going to help you catch Ollivander. Ian depresses Moth's wand lightly and says, Maybe our new friend misunderstood something, so don't be impulsive. The saints heard Ian's words. No longer talking, just looked angrily at Gregorovic. Then Ian looked at Grindelwald and said, You explain it to him. After all, I'm not as good as you for brainwashing. Grindelwald spread his hands helplessly and said, Looks like the little voodoo guys trust you, Ian. Grigovich, it's not what you think. Listen to me first. So Grindelwald told Gregorovic about Ian's dark creature farm and breeding demons. Gregorovic also knew that there was no need for Grindelwald to lie to him. Otherwise, if Ian kills him, the knowledge in his mind is also Ian's. I'm so sorry, Ian. Grigovich saluted Ian apologetically. Ian waved his hand and said, You just don't know the actual situation. Gregorovic looked up at Ian gratefully and said, Thank you, Ian. Then Grigovich asked Ian in doubt, Actually, I'm curious. Grindelwald just said about your magic. You can kill me and take my knowledge. Ian interrupted him and said directly, First of all, I promised Dumbledore and the Dawn that I would not shoot innocent people. As he spoke, he brightened the unbreakable oath in his hand. Ignoring Grigovich's shocked gaze again, he continued. Secondly, undead will never progress. They are just puppets, but people can become stronger. I need you to improve. It would be too boring to be alone on the road of magic research. Gregorovic was immediately moved. Now he has completely believed Grindelwald's words. Grigorovich said with tears in his eyes, Then let's get started. I can't wait to create this magical miracle next 2 days. Ian and Gregorovic combined the magical knowledge of 2 worlds. Finally built the first brand new wand. Ian looked at the wand in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. The wand is 12 inches long, and the mysterious pattern is engraved on the body of the wand. The hollowed-out part is filled with dwarven mithril. Wands are crafted from the hand bones of high-level demons. The core is the heartstrings of the flaming dragons of Ian's world. At the end of the handle, a bright red magic stone is inlaid. Gregorovich looked at the wand obsessively and said, I can guarantee that this is the greatest work of my life. Ian nodded, looked at Gregorovic, and said, In my world, magic weapons will be named after their creators. Like my death scythe. Grigorovich, you deserve this honor. 2 days is enough for 2 magic-obsessed people to become friends. Gregorovic burst into tears. He has been pursuing a more powerful wand all his life. As someone who has had the Elder Wand before, he was sure that the wand in front of him had completely surpassed the Elder Wand. Ian just waited for Gregorovich to finish crying. Gregorovic gradually calmed down. He touched the remaining tears in the corner of his eyes and said, Then call her. Heart of Ian. Wicked magic and a warm heart. The Sorcerer's Stone, the supreme masterpiece of the powerful legendary wizard and wizard. There is no better name than this. And so the legendary wand Heart of Ian was born. Grindelwald came to the laboratory of Ian and Gregorovic in the farm as soon as he got the news. Looking at the gray and silver wand in front of him, Grindelwald sighed. This can already be said to be a treasure in the magic world. There is no better description for it than that. Grigovich stared at Grindelwald with a beard and said, Is her. Grindelwald ignored Gregorovic and said to Ian, Dumbledore has borrowed the key to the Philosopher's Stone vault. He'll be back in 2 days. He seems to be looking for you for something. Ian nodded. It will be the end of July soon, and Hagrid is going to find Harry Potter too. Is the plot about to start? When Ian watched Harry Potter, he always wanted to complain about the movie and the novel. Totally Hermione and his 2 useless pendants. Ian asked Grindelwald, What does Dumbledore want from me? Grindelwald shrugged and said, I don't know either. While waiting for Dumbledore to come back, Gregorovic decided to stay in England. Ian's knowledge of magical alchemy in that world fascinated him. Gregorovic bought a house in Hogsmeade, intending to settle permanently. From time to time, Gregorovic would go to the farm to learn about magic item making in Ian's world. In order to get familiar with the wand quickly, Ian caught Grindelwald and Flitwick to discuss each other every day. This is a pain for the 2 of them. Ian's magic is famous for its weirdness. The other 3 deans were watching their jokes from the sidelines. Chapter 26. Dumbledore, you're finally back. Grindelwald complained to Ian in Dumbledore's office with a bruised nose. This kid doesn't do anything lightly or seriously. Every magic is black magic. Dumbledore couldn't laugh or cry, handed Grindelwald a pile of cockroaches, and said, Look, Flitwick didn't say much, and you even mentioned Ian. On the side, Flitwick was also full of helplessness, although he is not as miserable as Grindelwald. But the clothes on his body were already torn into strips. It's not that he is better than Grindelwald, but that Grindelwald is also a troublemaker. When fighting Ian, Grindelwald often sneaks up. That's why he was beaten so badly. That scene, Flitwick still feels particularly exciting when he thinks about it. With one eye swollen, Ian looked lividly at Grindelwald, who was bound into rice dumplings by bone chains. He didn't expect to approach Grindelwald anxiously just now. After all, his magic is all black magic. Killing people is no joke. As soon as he approached, Grindelwald raised his fist and punched him in the eye. What else was in his mouth? Playing dead is also a kind of tactic. Ian summoned a few low-level undead skeletons expressionlessly, ignored Grindelwald's admission of defeat, started punching and kicking Grindelwald. Listening to Flitwick's explanation, Dumbledore smiled and looked at Grindelwald. You didn't choose this yourself? Speaking of this, Grindelwald was immediately discouraged. See Grindelwald no longer speak. Dumbledore said to Flitwick, Phileas, go and change your clothes first. Ian's black magic doesn't have a counter curse, and the clothes should be repaired. Of course, I'll ask Ian to pay you compensation. Flitwick shook his head with a wry smile and said, No, Professor, Ian already made it up to me. Flitwick is not a masochist. It's Ian's offer that he can't refuse. Behind the back of the three deans, Ian secretly gave him a magic to make animal skeletons. They read the joke, but they didn't know that it was Flitwick who read the joke. Dumbledore nodded. He probably also guessed that Ian must have given Flitwick something good, and said, "Well, then Phileas, please call Ian here for me." Flitwick nodded and took his leave of Dumbledore. After a while, Ian walked into Dumbledore's office. "You're back, Dumbledore." Ignoring Grindelwald, he greeted Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at the wand on Ian's waist and said with a smile, "It seems that you have found a partner in this world. I heard Gale say it's a more powerful wand than the Elder Wand. I hope you can make good use of this power, Ian." Ian nodded and said, "Flitwick said you wanted to see me?" "Yes, Ian, I have two things for you." Dumbledore took two envelopes from a desk drawer and handed them to Ian. Ian took it over and saw that there were two envelopes. It has the Hogwarts crest on it. Ian's pupils shrank, and it was the envelope he had hoped to receive countless times in his childhood. Just listen to Dumbledore continue. "One of them is the letter of acceptance, which I think is an important moment in the life of a young wizard at Hogwarts. Ian, you need this ritual too." Dumbledore patted Ian on the shoulder. "Congratulations, Ian." I saw Ian slowly opening the envelope and taking out the letter inside. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Principal Albus Dumbledore, Sir Merlin, First Class, Chief Wizard of the Wizengamot, President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Grindelwald, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A list of required books and supplies is enclosed with this letter. Semester begins on September 1st. We will be waiting for your owl reply before July 29th. Your loyal Albus, Dumbledore, Headmaster. Ah, speaking of which, I haven't written a letter to the little wizard for many years. How's it going, Ian? Is my handwriting pretty?" Ian couldn't control his emotions anymore at this moment, and waved his hand to release the magic. The murals on the wall instantly fell asleep. He reached out and hugged Dumbledore, looking at Ian, who was holding himself. At this point, Dumbledore and Grindelwald smiled knowingly. He is usually too strong and powerful. Perhaps only then did he act like a child. Neither Dumbledore nor Grindelwald spoke, waiting for Ian quietly. After a while, Ian let go of Dumbledore and said a little sheepishly, "Thanks." Dumbledore patted Ian's head and said, "You're welcome, Ian. I said Hogwarts will always be your home. Grindelwald and I are already your family." Grindelwald said with a smile, "That's right, Ian. It would be nice if you played lightly." Ian burst out laughing and said, "That's what you asked for." Dumbledore smiled and continued, "Ian, the other is your professor appointment letter." "Congratulations again, Ian." Ian calmed down and said sincerely, "Thanks, Dumbledore." "And Grindelwald?" Grindelwald said a little unconvinced, "What is and? I've done as much as Albus." Neither Dumbledore nor Ian responded to him. Dumbledore said to Ian, "Can Ian do me a favor?" Ian nodded. What else is there at this time? Could it be? Ian's heart froze. Dumbledore took out a letter from the drawer again and continued, "I think on July 31st, you can help me deliver a letter to a little wizard. Vernon Dursley, he's going crazy, since his son Dudley Dursley was locked in the zoo's snake room by that little freak on his birthday. Things started to go wrong in their home. His scalp tingles when he thinks of the grounds of his home at 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, filled with resting owls. And the damn letters are showing up all the time, especially when his wife, Petunia Dursley, cracked a letter out of an egg while cooking the other morning. This makes them who are afraid of wizards extra frightened. Damn freaks." So Vernon Dursley and the others moved around with Harry Potter. But wherever they moved, that damn letter would show up. This time, they moved to a broken house on the sea reef. He didn't believe those freaks could still find him. Harry slept on the cold floor with nothing but a thin blanket on his body. Sleeping on the couch next to him was his cousin Dudley Dursley. Harry, who had long been accustomed to differential treatment, drew a birthday cake on the sand and stones on the floor. Harry looked at the old clock on the wall when it hit 0. Harry blew on the cake he had drawn in front of him and murmured, "Happy birthday, Harry." Just in the next second, there was a loud bang outside the door. It's like the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The whole broken house vibrated. Chapter 27. The loud noise and vibration suddenly woke up the Dursleys. Vernon hurried downstairs with a shotgun. Petunia hid behind Vernon, their eyes full of fear. Dolly was so frightened that he stood motionless beside the sofa. Harry also got up quickly and quickly hid behind the fireplace. Boom! At this time, there was another loud knock on the door of the broken house. Vernon was so frightened that he raised his shotgun, and Dolly even fainted from fright. Just when the Dursleys were waiting in full force, The knock on the door did not ring again. Only a childish male voice came from behind the door. Hagrid, you are a wizard. Please don't use this barbaric way of knocking. A thick voice replied apologetically. Sorry, Ian. I was just too impatient. I can't wait to meet little Harry. Hearing this, Vernon and Petunia already knew that the people outside were wizards. Just when he was about to go out to drive the two away, that childish voice came in again. Bones to pieces. An explosion sound louder than the knock on the door reached everyone's ears. I saw that the crumbling wooden door was completely blown to pieces. Only then did the Dursleys in the house see the situation outside the door. Two weirds, one big and one small, stood at the door. The tall, bearded wizard wore a moleskin coat that was heavily patched, and that little wizard has long silver hair and bright red eyes, wearing a black robe with patterns sewn with silver thread. It looked extremely noble, but at this moment Dursley only thought he was a demon. What scares Vernon and Petunia the most is that they see a dragon behind them. Violet flames burn in the dragon's hollow eyes. They felt that the dragon was staring at them. Vernon and Petunia were so scared that they slumped to the ground. Harry, who was watching from behind the fireplace, was also pale at this time. Ian, you still teach me a lesson. Obviously you are even more barbaric. This is for efficiency, Hagrid, said Hagrid, and Ian walked into the door of the broken house. Hagrid looked at Dolly, who was lying on the ground and fainted, and said to Ian reproachfully, Ian, I just say put away the bone dragon first. Look, you scared little Harry into a faint. Ian rolled his eyes at Hagrid, pointed to the fireplace, and said, Hagrid, that fat pig on the ground is not your baby Harry. There's no magic flowing through him, not even the squib. Look behind the fireplace. Hagrid followed Ian's hand and saw that there was really a skinny child behind the fireplace. Hagrid suddenly became excited and said, Son, don't be afraid. Are you Harry Potter? Harry came out tremblingly, gritted his teeth, and said, I'm Harry Potter. What can I do for you? Hagrid laughed and said, It seems that I didn't find the wrong person again this time. Oh, Harry, I should wish you a happy birthday first. After saying that, Hagrid took out a box from the back pocket of his clothes and handed it to Harry. Hagrid continued, I made this myself. Open it and have a look. It shouldn't be crushed. Feeling incredible, Harry opened the box under Hagrid's persuasion. I saw a pink cake inside with the words, Happy Birthday, Harry Potter. Harry pursed his lips and said, Thank you. Hagrid was even happier and said to Ian beside him, Ian, you should give the letter to little Harry. Harry saw the mysterious child named Ian take out an envelope from his arms and said, Congratulations, Mr. Harry Potter. You have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry took the envelope and asked suspiciously, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Where's that? Hearing Harry's words, Hagrid suddenly became angry, turned to Vernon and Petunia, and said, I can't believe you guys haven't told him anything. Vernon suppressed the fear in his heart and said, I won't let him go to that freak gathering place. You don't even want to. Before Vernon could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a cold touch on his neck. Petunia behind Vernon cried out in horror, Vernon, behind you. Vernon looked back, and a terrifying figure appeared behind him. A skeleton was holding a knife to Vernon's neck. The soul fire that dances in its eyes says it is alive. Oh! Vernon's horrified screams resounded throughout the broken house. Instantly fainted. Ian said coldly, Hogwarts is not something maggots like you can judge. After speaking, he looked at Hagrid and Harry and said, Hagrid, take Mr. Harry Potter away. Petunia heard that Ian was going to take Harry away and wanted to muster up the courage to say something to Harry. But seeing the husband and child who had passed out, still nothing came out. Harry only saw Ian wave his hand, and a skeleton appeared behind his uncle. This scared Harry too, and he looked at Ian in fear. Hagrid then patted Ian on the shoulder and said, Well, Ian, they're just muggles. Let's go. Ian's shot turned out to be too scary for a muggle. I don't know what Professor Dumbledore was thinking and arranged this matter with Ian. I'm afraid little Harry will be frightened out of his psychological shadow. When Ian heard Hagrid's words, his expression improved. He waved his hand back to take back the skeleton, turned around, and walked out. Hagrid looked at the pale Harry and said, Come on, Harry, this is not the place to talk. Hagrid felt very kind to Harry, so he nodded and said, Hagrid, he's scary. Hagrid said helplessly, I'll tell you on the way. Let's go back first. Ian was waiting for the two beside the bone dragon and saw them come out. Ian flew up to the top of the bone dragon with magic and said, I'll take you to the outskirts of London. Hagrid nodded and said, Then trouble you, Ian. I will take care of Harry. After speaking, he picked up Harry and jumped onto the back of the bone dragon. When Harry saw the bone dragon moving, he was already frightened silly. Holding the cake in his arms, Harry remained motionless. Can only let Hagrid hold him. Today he was frightened too much. Until the bone dragon took off, Hagrid softly called out, "Harry? Harry!" Only then did Harry react, and asked tremblingly, "Hagrid, are we on Dragonback now?" Hagrid laughed when he heard Harry's words. "Yes, isn't it really cool? This was my childhood dream." Harry nodded, watching the surrounding clouds fly by quickly, still very nervous. After a while, seeing that there was no danger, the fear was gradually replaced by curiosity. Seeing Harry recovering, Hagrid continued, "Then let me tell you about Hogwarts and your parents." Suddenly Harry looked at Hagrid seriously. Wait for Hagrid to tell him the truth. Chapter 28. My parents were both wizards. Yes, Harry, you were born to go to Hogwarts. Hagrid had just told Harry the specific situation. At this moment, Harry suddenly remembered the silver-haired kid just now. Harry looked at Ian in front and asked Hagrid in a low voice, "Who is he?" "Hagrid, I find him terrifying. Looks like I'm around his age. He won't be my classmate." Thinking of this, Harry suddenly panicked. Seeing Harry's expression, Hagrid laughed. "Harry, Ian is a good guy. It's just that his magic is terrifying." Harry definitely didn't believe this. The horrible scene in the dilapidated house has been firmly engraved in his mind. Which good person would manipulate a skeleton to put a knife on someone's neck? And it's human bones. Harry saw it in a book. Harry retorted, "Hagrid, his name is Ian, right? I think he's just a bad guy." At this moment, Hagrid thought of something again, and said something that made Harry's whole body go cold. "Trust me, Harry, Professor Dumbledore, they all trust Ian. By the way, you can't usually call him Ian, Harry. You have to call him Professor Grindelwald. He's your professor of defense against the dark arts." The word professor echoed deeply in Harry's heart. Ian didn't pay attention to the two talking behind him. He just promised Dumbledore to deliver the letter and see how Harry was doing. And he's just curious as to what one of the brainless duo from childhood was like. As for how Harry's development would turn out, he didn't care either. Voldemort was no threat to him. The first time Ian saw Harry, he found the Voldemort soul fragment on Harry. This fragment is still sleeping, but it could give Harry some of Voldemort's talents. Forget it, don't think about it. Or not to mess with Dumbledore's plans. Let him decide. It was Hagrid's job to lead Harry afterwards. It didn't take long. Under Hagrid's happy eyes and Harry's wary eyes, they had reached the outskirts of London. "Thanks, Ian. Your dragon is much faster than my motorcycle." Ian smiled and said, "If you want to use it, just tell me." "Ha ha ha. Then I won't be polite to you then." Goodbye to Hagrid and Harry. Now he's going back to Hogwarts. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were waiting in the headmaster's office for Ian's return. As soon as Ian entered, Dumbledore asked, "Ian, have you noticed anything different about Harry since you met him?" Ian picked up a pile of cockroaches from the principal's desk and threw it into his mouth, saying, Harry Potter has Voldemort's soul fragment on him. That means Harry Potter is Voldemort's Horcrux. You should have already guessed this." Dumbledore sighed and said, "I was just guessing, but I didn't expect this to be the worst-case scenario." Ian spread his hands and asked, "Then what are you going to do?" Dumbledore looked at Ian, smiled and said, "I don't plan to do anything. Just follow the plan. I have already spread the news about the Philosopher's Stone. Just wait for Voldemort to take the bait." "Ian, I know that Harry's question is nothing more than a minor one in your study of the soul. I used to think that I was too old, and I had to deal with Voldemort's matters sooner. But now I'll just train Harry and the students. After all, you will need a lot of people in the future." Having said that, Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald and Ian helplessly. Even if there were only the three of them in Hogwarts, a few more Voldemorts would be useless. Hearing what Dumbledore said, Ian pointed to Grindelwald and said, "It's him, don't add me. I just want to study magic and live a leisurely life." Watching Ian's reaction, Dumbledore and Grindelwald laughed and said nothing. "Whatever you want." Looking at the two people who don't eat oil and salt, Ian conveniently took a pile of cockroaches from Dumbledore's desk, turned and left. Ian came to the farm after leaving Dumbledore's office. He still needed to experiment with several types of magic, so he didn't have time to go find Dumbledore and the others. A few days passed by. These days Ian has thoroughly studied Voldemort's curse. Voldemort incorporated the curse into the Hogwarts Oath. Whoever signs up to be a professor of defense against the dark arts will be accompanied by this curse, until he loses his oath to teach defense against the dark arts, or dies. How obsessed is this noseless man with this position? Ian thought about it, and returned the curse to Voldemort. The current quarrel should have become Voldemort's temporary Horcrux, right? This unlucky boy. Then Ian flicked his wand, and the curse on his defense against the dark arts professorship at Hogwarts was gone. On the other side, Voldemort was talking with Quirinus Quirrell. "Dear Master, Hogwarts' new dark arts professor has been hired by Dumbledore." Just as Quirrell finished speaking, a voice came from the back of his head. "Damn Dumbledore. He's old. Find out for me who took this position." Voldemort had already possessed Quirrell. A flat face grows on the back of Quirrell's head, and the hapless Quirrell had no idea that he was just Voldemort's temporary Horcrux. Quirrell bowed respectfully and said, "I see, Master. Harry Potter is back too. You were resting. I met him at the Leaky Cauldron. Do you need me to kill him for you?" As soon as Quirrell finished speaking, he suddenly felt that Voldemort had disconnected from his body. There is also a sharp pain spreading all over the body. "Idiot. Why didn't you tell me immediately?" I'm afraid I'll disturb your rest." "Very good, Quirrell. You are very good." Quirrell felt more pain than ever. Please you. Let me go." Quirrell didn't know how long it took before Voldemort stopped torturing Quirrell with the Cruciatus Curse. "Remember never to make decisions for me." Feeling Voldemort connect to his body again, Quirrell stood up obediently and said, Yes, Master." Voldemort then snapped, "Write to Dumbledore immediately and say you want the defense against the dark arts professorship. Also, Harry Potter is my prey. Only by killing him with my own hands, I can wash away my shame. When I get the Philosopher's Stone, it's time for the Dark Lord to come again." Chapter 29. Quirrell writes with fear and excitement in his eyes. After Voldemort's brainwashing, he thought that when the Dark Lord came back, he would be able to obtain an incomparably noble status. After sending the letter via owl, Quirrell echoed excitedly, "The Dark Lord will come again. Long live the Master. The defense against the dark arts professor must belong to the Master." Voldemort ignored Quirrell's agreement and continued to say quietly, "My former servants either betrayed me, or you really think I'm dead. Quirrell, when I come back again, you will be my most valued servant." Just when the Master and servant were making up their minds, the curse from defense against the dark arts had been thrown back by Ian. The curse primarily affects Voldemort, but at this moment Quirrell happened to be Voldemort's Horcrux. So the curse of the defense against the dark arts class fell on the two of them. Voldemort was very happy to be praised by Quirrell, so he said, "Quirrell, I'll teach you the enhanced fire charm." Quirrell was pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, Master. Go get your wand." Quirrell came to the bed, bent down, and picked up his wand. "Very well, Quirrell. First summon the fire." Blazing flames. Quirrell's tone was visibly agitated and louder at the same time. The ghoul hiding in the crack under the hotel bed was startled by Rocky. The instinct to escape was stimulated, and the ghoul quickly rushed out of the bed to escape. While Quirrell was listening to Voldemort explaining the fire curse, he noticed a ghoul jumping out from under the bed. Quirrell was so startled that he accidentally fell to the ground. "Idiot, what are you doing?" Voldemort hadn't finished speaking. I saw the ghoul rush towards Quirrell's crotch at an extremely fast speed. Crack. There was a crisp impact sound. Ah! Two screams happened at the same time. Out of instinct, Quirrell hastened to protect him. But at this moment, Quirrell was still holding a wand, and there was a flame spell erupting from the wand. Then there were two screams louder than before. "Ah! Fool! Take the wand away!" Voldemort cursed heartbreakingly. This was the first time he felt such pain. At this time, there was an urgent knock on the door of the hotel room. "Guest? Are you okay?" With no time to respond to the people outside, Quirrell held back the pain and grabbed the hood on the bed. Regardless of the burning crotch, he quickly wrapped the turban around his head. Just when Quirrell had just wrapped up his turban and tremblingly raised his wand to his crotch to put out the fire, the door of the hotel was knocked open. The innkeeper and the wizard outside saw a suffocating scene. A wizard wearing a purple hood, lying on the ground, burning his crotch with a wand. Are you okay?" Quirrell's weak voice came out. "Quick, put out the fire." Yes. Put out the fire." The innkeeper took out his wand. "Clear springs are like water. Send this lunatic to the hospital." Hear the word hospital. Quirrell, who was about to faint from pain, woke up immediately. No, don't go to the hospital. I'm fine." Ian stopped paying attention to the matter after throwing the curse back at Voldemort. Voldemort will be unlucky sooner or later. There is still half a month to start school, and Ian plans to go to the Muggle world to see. After all, he has never been to England in this world. Thinking of this, Ian went straight to Dumbledore. "You said you were going on a trip?" Dumbledore looked at Ian in surprise. When is Ian not studying magic? But looking back, isn't this what he has always wanted? Tell Ian to go out and see more. Fall in love with this world. So Dumbledore looked at Ian with a big smile on his face and said, "Of course. Ian, let Nubby join you." Ian heard Dumbledore agree and continued, Give me the muggle money. Dumbledore was amazed. He knew Ian was rich, but no muggle money. Don't look at me like that. I have no use for muggle money. That's true for Ian. But Dumbledore shook his head resignedly and said, Ian, I don't have muggle money here either. You know I'm usually only at the ministry in Hogwarts. Ian nodded. It seems that he can only go to Gringotts to exchange. Ian shouted, Newbie, snapped. Newbie is happy to serve the master. Nubby and butler clothes apparat to Ian. Ian took out a bag from the space ring, handed it to Newbie, and said, Give the bag to Moth, and ask him to help me go to Gringotts and exchange the galleons in it for muggle money. Okay, master. After hearing this, Nubby took the bag and apparat again to find Moth Rogier. Dumbledore looked at Ian and said happily, You really know how to call people. Ian said indifferently, There are subordinates who don't need to exhaust themselves to death. Speaking of which, have you prepared the place to fish for Voldemort and train the little wizard? You keep the Philosopher's Stone on you all the time, and Voldemort might not even dare to show his face. Hearing Ian's words, Dumbledore laughed. Of course. I've given the matter to McGonagall. Ian also laughed. Then you don't have the right to say that about me. Each other. Sir, we are in Brighton. Wearing a muggle housekeeper's suit, Moss drove Ian around the UK in a car. As a young pure-blood wizard, Moth would have disdained muggle things, but heard that Ian was going to travel the muggle way. He immediately went to the squib of the Rogier family, who lived in the muggle world, to learn knowledge. He doesn't want to lose his position as Ian's assistant. His current position is full of jealousy. The 3 days of preparation made him lose a lot of weight. Ian, who was sitting in the back row watching the scenery, nodded. Traveling during this period allowed him to find the feeling of the first life. But this time, he was no longer alone. Go to the Duke of York Cinema. Grindelwald is waiting for me there. Good sir. Moss drove to the Duke of York Cinema. On the way, Ian kept thinking about how to continue his peaceful life. The technological development of muggles in this world is similar to that in that world. One day the peaceful life of wizards will definitely be broken. Maybe wait until you see Grindelwald for a while, and you will have the answer. Chapter 30. So little Ian, you already have the answer in your heart. Grindelwald said in surprise. Grindelwald and Ian are standing outside the Duke of York Cinema, wearing top hats, leaning against the car, each holding a cup of coffee. Ian took a sip of his coffee and said, Yes, muggles are developing too fast. One day the living territory of wizards will be exposed. Besides, we're living like maggots because of the cowardice of the Ministry of Magic. Grindelwald continued to ask, Then what do you want to do? Ian was silent for a while and said, I haven't figured it out yet. It's not that Ian didn't imagine using the Imperius Curse to control the muggle higher-ups. But the Imperius Curse can be broken by the will. Whenever a high-ranking muggle broke free from the Imperius Curse, just find the right time to target the wizard. No wizard can afford this loss. The base number of wizards is really too small. Not to mention that there are a huge number of muggle-born wizards compared to pure-blood wizards. Which side they will stand on is another matter when the war begins. Ian can't be the only one left at the end, can he? Looking at the anxious Ian, Grindelwald laughed. Don't think too much, Ian. We still have time. Don't forget that you are only a first-year little wizard. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Ian looked seriously into Grindelwald's eyes and said, Thanks, Grindelwald. At this moment, a crisp voice asked Grindelwald and Ian, Are you wizards? Ian, Grindelwald, and Moss, who was waiting on the sidelines, were dumbfounded. A little girl with thick and disheveled hair and big front teeth came to the three of them and said, Grindelwald and Ian could tell at a glance that the girl in front of them was also a wizard. Powerful wizards can feel the flow of magic. Moss immediately wanted to draw his wand, but was interrupted by Grindelwald. Grindelwald squatted down and asked with a smile, Little wizard, how did you know that we are also wizards? The little witch raised her head proudly and said, I saw that you are all wearing a short holster, and the handle of the wand is exposed. You park your car in front of the Duke of York Cinema. There should be security guards to drive you away. But everyone who was close to you turned around and left. I read in the book, A History of Magic, that it's the muggle-repelling curse. Grindelwald touched the little witch's head, laughed, and said, What a clever little wizard. You will definitely become a great wizard in the future. The little witch blushed when she heard Grindelwald's words. Thank you for the compliment. Then he raised his chin and proudly looked at Ian, who seemed to be the same age as himself, and said, My name is Hermione Granger. What's your name? For Hermione, she was delighted to meet a few wizards during the tour. Especially there seemed to be a little wizard who was the same age as me. Hermione couldn't restrain her curiosity, so she ran up to greet Ian and the others. As for Ian, seeing that he was a little witch, he stopped paying attention. He continued to lower his head, leaning against the side of the car and silently drinking coffee. He was still preoccupied with the thought of going to war with the Muggles. "Hey, are you listening?" I said. "Why are you so rude?" Only then did the voice in his ear bring Ian back to his senses. The little witch looked at Ian angrily. Has she ever been ignored like this before? First, he looked at Grindelwald, who was smiling and watching the excitement, and Ian gave him a blank look. Then Ian looked at the hairy Hermione and said perfunctorily, "Sorry, I was thinking about something. What did you say your name was?" Now Hermione was even angrier. He didn't even listen to a word. But the moment Ian raised his head, she was amazed by Ian's appearance. The blood-red eyes under the top hat are full of mystery, and the long silver hair is tied in front of him. Most importantly, Ian is very, very good-looking. Hermione's little face was red, but she still said arrogantly, My name is Hermione Granger. I'm a freshman at Hogwarts this year." Ian looked at the little witch seriously after hearing the name Hermione Granger. This is the wisdom of the trio. Hermione and Emma looked very similar, but the messy hair and front teeth affected her appearance. Ian's scrutiny made her blush even more, and she didn't wait for Hermione, who was about to get angry, to speak. Ian smiled and said, "My name is Ian Grindelwald, and I think we'll meet again at Hogwarts." After speaking, Ian told Moth to drive, and they should leave. Grindelwald, wait. Hermione, who bowed her head in thought for a while, was shocked. This is a famous surname she has seen in many books in the wizarding world. She still has a lot to ask about the wizarding world. But when she came to her senses, Ian and the others had already left. Hermione stomped her feet and said through gritted teeth, "Ian Grindelwald, you wait for me." She didn't even have time to ask a single question. At this moment, a voice came from behind Hermione. "Hermione, where are you?" Hermione turned to see her dad looking for him. Hermione ran to her father. "Here I am, Dad." In the car, Grinder looked at Ian with a smile and said, "The little witch just now has a good talent. I think you seem to value her a little bit. You don't usually look at others." Ian gave Grindelwald a white look and said, "It just feels like she's an acquaintance to me." Grindelwald joked, Yes, acquaintance." Ian immediately wanted to punch Grindelwald. "You're careful, I'm telling Dumbledore about your letter with Darwin." After enjoying this journey, Ian and Grindelwald returned to Hogwarts. School will start soon. When Dumbledore learned that Ian was back at Hogwarts, he immediately called Ian to his office. Dumbledore looked at Ian and said, "Did you break Voldemort's curse?" It turned out that on the second day of Ian's trip, Dumbledore received a letter from Quirrell. Dumbledore refused Quirrell's request without thinking. His people have already noticed that Quirrell has been behaving abnormally since he returned from the Albanian forest. But when Dumbledore had breakfast on the third day and saw a news from the Daily Prophet, he almost spit out the breakfast in his mouth. Hogwarts Muggle Studies professor did such a thing. The report was written by a reporter from the Daily Prophet. The photo is from outside the door. Quirrell is burning his crotch with a wand. Chapter 31. That Quirinus Quirrell of Ravenclaw would do such a thing? It's exactly the same unlucky degree as the professor of Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts class. That's when Dumbledore immediately thought of Ian. But Dumbledore also didn't want to disturb Ian's trip, which might be a change of mind for Ian. Just leave it to Ian to ask him when he comes back. Now that Ian is back, Dumbledore can't wait to find Ian. Ian nodded, looked at the very happy Dumbledore, and said, "Yes, I threw the curse back on him. Has anyone been unlucky lately?" Dumbledore took out a copy of the Daily Prophet from the drawer and handed it to Ian. "Look for yourself. You've dealt with him badly." Ian laughed when he saw Quirrell in the Daily Prophet. Dumbledore laughed too and continued, "It seems that my suspicion is not wrong. Quirinus Quirrell has a big problem." Ian nodded and asked, "Then what are you going to do?" Dumbledore stroked his beard and replied, "Send him back to Hogwarts. It's better than we go all over the world to find it. Take it as an experience for the little wizard." Ian frowned and said, "Aren't you afraid that Voldemort might hurt the little wizard at Hogwarts?" Dumbledore looked at Ian and smiled. "With you and Grindelwald helping me watch, I really can't think of anyone who can hurt the little wizards in front of the three of us." Ian spread his hands. "It turns out that Grindelwald and I are your coolies." "Ha ha ha. Ian, don't say that either," Dumbledore said. "They will be your friends and partners in the future." This time, Ian didn't contradict Dumbledore again, just frowned. Seeing Ian like this, Dumbledore immediately had an answer in his heart. In the past, Ian would refute them, but this trip seems to have changed Ian's mind a lot. Without continuing the topic, Ian asked Dumbledore, "What about Grindelwald's identity?" His problems are much more difficult than that mouse Voldemort. Dumbledore replied. Grindelwald has found his identity. The image of old age is still preserved at Hogwarts. He will be Jack Rogier in Hogwarts, my assistant headmaster. Jack is the last patriarch of the Rogier family in France. Ian nodded. So there is no problem. It's just that Ian thought. It seems that Hogwarts is rich in demon kings, is not bragging. When Voldemort returns, all the demon kings of this era will gather together. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is equal to the Devil's Castle. Who dares to say that Hogwarts isn't the best wizarding school? By the way, Ian, one more thing. What's the matter? Dumbledore ate a BB's multi-flavored bean and said, Every little wizard goes to school on the Hogwarts Express. I think you should experience it at least once too. Bah, Merlin's beard. This time it smells like horse dung. On the morning of September 1st, King's Cross Station in London, England, was as lively as usual. In a bustling station. At this time, a child wearing a black gold-rimmed windbreaker, carrying a black suitcase, and a top hat was looking for a platform. Ian tied his long silver hair behind his back, and his bright red eyes looked at the sign on the platform. Between Platform 9 and Platform 10, Ian looked down the platform one by one. Found it. Ian looked at the wall between platforms 9 and 10. I thought to myself that this design by Odilon Gamper is really a genius, and it must be painful to bump into someone behind, especially the little wizard pushing the luggage cart. Just as Ian was feeling malicious, a voice came from behind. It's full of muggles. Fred, George, come on. Today is your brother Ronald's first school day. Don't be late. This familiar line. There was a child in front of the Weasley family, and Molly Weasley thought it was a muggle child before she was carrying big bags like little wizards. Molly stepped forward and asked, Son, did you get separated from the adults? Ian looked back and saw the Weasley family with fiery red hair. The moment Ian turned his head, Molly recognized him as the wizard riding the dragon in Diagon Alley that day. Merlin's beard. You're Ian Grindelwald. Dumbledore had already explained Ian's origin to Arthur Weasley when Ian bought the book that day. It's just that Dumbledore didn't tell Arthur that Ian was the new professor. Hearing Molly's words, the Ministry of Magic personnel on duty on the platform suddenly became nervous. And everyone in the Weasley family behind Molly also heard Molly's exclamation. Look, George, that's what we believe in. Fred, I'm not blind. He's so cool. Contrary to the excited twins, Ronald and Ginny turned pale in an instant. Ian left too much psychological shadow on them. Charlie and Patsy were so nervous that their palms were sweating. They understood what the surname Grindelwald represented. And a dark-haired figure behind the Weasley family was so panicked that he was sweating profusely. Ian smiled. He still has a good impression of this interesting family, and said, Hello. Molly dare not treat Ian like a child. She looked at Ian and said nervously, Hi, Mr. Grindelwald. I'm Molly Weasley. They are my children. Are you going to Hogwarts? Ian nodded to Molly. Yes, Mrs. Weasley. Ian then looked at the people behind Molly, especially the figure of Harry Potter, and said, I'll go in first. Maybe your children are a little nervous? Molly hurriedly said to Ian, Okay, Mr. Grindelwald. I'm very sorry to delay you. Ian shook his head, turned, and walked onto platform 9 3/4. Harry's clothes were wet with cold sweat now. Met this scary professor just after parting ways with Hagrid. His gaze was terrible. Molly was relieved to see Ian walk into platform 9 3/4. Turning back to the twins, he shouted, You don't go to appease your younger brothers and sisters. You are still yelling. At school especially, you two must watch out for Ian Grindelwald. You should know what he represents. Don't make fun of him, George said with a smile. Oh, my Lord Mother. He is our faith. Fred continued. Yes, he is our role model. Shut up. Duh. Chapter 32. Ian walked through the wall and saw an old steam train. A red and black case with Hogwarts Express written on it. Ian sighed a little. This was the first time he saw such a huge magical creation in this world. It is said that this train has the largest amount of magical engineering in wizarding history. It involved 167 memory spells and the largest record of casting hidden spells in British history. Just as Ian was admiring this huge magical miracle, a voice came from beside Ian. Hello, do you need help? Cedric Diggory saw a little wizard in a trench coat stop and watch the train, and there was no one else around him. So Cedric Diggory decided to go up to him and ask him if he needed help. Cedric is a very warm-hearted guy, and he's a Hufflepuff for sure. Cedric had a handsome appearance, and he was very popular at Hogwarts. Many little wizards and their parents followed Cedric's voice and looked over. Ian turned around when he heard the voice of someone asking. When Cedric saw Ian, his first reaction was, This little wizard must be a pure blood. Ian's grooming is meticulous, with long silver hair, bright red eyes, and an unusually handsome appearance. In addition, he didn't see any luggage he was carrying. Cedric, who is a master of Hufflepuff, guessed that Ian's suitcase might have a traceless stretching spell. In fact, Ian's luggage is at Hogwarts, and his suitcase only contains Galen, wizard robes, and some books. The people around also saw Ian, and they all commented, "That little wizard is so handsome. Does he have Miwa blood? I know Miwa has white hair. It must be this year's junior. I want to take him down. What are you thinking? He just entered school. Why does it always feel like I've seen that little wizard before?" There must have been wizards in the crowd that day in Diagon Alley, but Ian was dressed completely differently. In addition, they can only watch from a distance, and no one will connect Ian with the powerful dark wizard for a while. Ian saw that it was another acquaintance and said, "Thanks, I just wanted to see the magic train." Cedric froze for a moment, not expecting Ian to say that. So he smiled awkwardly and said, "Okay then, I'm really sorry." Cedric stretched out his hand and introduced himself. "My name is Cedric. I'm a third-year student at Hufflepuff." Ian reached out and shook Cedric's hand, saying, "Ian Grindelwald." Cedric immediately wanted to exclaim, "Green." But before he finished speaking, as a wise man, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. He knew that exclaiming now would definitely cause trouble for Ian. Ian watched Cedric's behavior, and his goodwill improved him a lot. Ian looked at Cedric, smiled, and said, "Let's go. Let's talk on the train." After speaking, Ian was ready to board the train. Cedric nodded quickly and followed Ian onto the train. The little wizards around looked at Cedric's behavior and were quite surprised. But now that everyone has left, they also need to get on the bus quickly. After Ian and Cedric boarded the train, they found an empty private room and sat down. Cedric then said embarrassingly, "Sorry, Grindelwald. I didn't mean to." Hearing Cedric's apology, Ian smiled and said, "It's okay, didn't you say it?" Cedric was still very embarrassed. Ian could not see him relax. So Ian changed the subject and said, "Let's put our luggage away first." Cedric got up immediately and said, "Let me release it for you." Ian shook his head with a smile and said, "No thanks." So Ian snapped his fingers, and Cedric saw his luggage float by itself. Automatically float to the shelf above and put them in order by yourself. Seeing this scene, Cedric was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Cast spells without wands and spells. This is not something a little wizard can do. Even the 7th grade students, most of them can't even cast spells without spells. You. Looking at the shocked Cedric, Ian waved his hand and said, "Just some tricks." For Dumbledore and Grindelwald, this is indeed a trick. After hearing this, Cedric said excitedly, "This is no trick. I really can't believe it. Grindelwald, you are really a genius. I have never seen any little wizard who can do this." You. Just when Cedric was about to ask something, the door of the carriage was suddenly pushed open. George Weasley and Fred Weasley burst in and exclaimed, "Hey, Cedric, Jordan told us you were here. You can't believe who we met today. I'm telling you, oh, Merlin's big pants." Cedric's face darkened because of being interrupted, and he said, "Can you still knock on the door?" Ignoring Cedric's complaints, George said excitedly, "Hey, friend, now's not the time to talk about that." Fred, equally excited, continued, "Yes, we want to tell you a big secret. Sitting before you is our role model. The most terrifying surname bearer of the 20th century. It is also our faith." The two said in unison, "Mr. Ian Grindelwald." Cedric rubbed his sore temples and said, "Keep your voice down. It's not good for others to hear you." Ian also looked at the two with a smile. This pair of live treasures was really interesting, so he said, "Come in and sit down. We have a lot of time." "Oh, thanks to the great Lord Dark Lord for the invitation." The two immediately sat in the box excitedly. Fred went on to ask, "Grindelwald, can we call you Ian?" Ian thought about it and nodded. Seeing Ian nodded, the two quickly asked again, "Ian, is that dragon in Diagon Alley yours?" Before Ian could answer, Cedric exclaimed, "That dragon in Diagon Alley that day belonged to Ian?" The Ian in front of Cedric gradually overlapped with the white-haired figure in Diagon Alley. Ian scratched his head and said, "Yes, that dragon is my servant." "That's pretty cool. Awesome. We're going to do this one day." Cedric was stunned. The Weasley twins went on to say, "We just met someone else. You will never think of it. We have met the famous savior, Harry Potter. Mom also asked us to take care of him more." Cedric. Chapter 33. George and Fred are restless people. After the two finished talking about what they were interested in, they couldn't sit still anymore. They remembered that there was a marsupial spider in Lee Jordan's place and ran over. After Cedric remembered Ian's spellcasting level, He took out the book, Black Magic, a guide to self-defense, and began to ask Ian questions. Maybe Ian knew. After all, it is true that Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor is unreliable. It should be said that Cedric is worthy of being a top student, and many of the questions are beyond the knowledge required by the third grade. As for Cedric, the more he asked, the more shocked he became. Did you tell him he was a young wizard who hadn't entered school yet? Even if someone tells him Cedric, Ian is a professor, he believes it. How dare he swear on Merlin's wand? Cedric looked at Ian weakly and said, I really can't believe you are a little wizard who hasn't entered school yet. Or can all the wizards of the Grindelwald family have your level? Ian looked at Cedric, who doubted his life, and said with a smile, I'm special, don't worry about it. Cedric nodded weakly and said, I wish you could come to Hufflepuff, so we have hope for the House Cup. You can definitely break the Slytherin streak. There aren't very good people in Slytherin. Ian just smiled and replied, Every house in Hogwarts is very good. Slytherins have their sparks too. We must trust the judgment of the Sorting Hat. Hearing Ian's words, Cedric sighed. Ian, talking to you really feels like I'm talking to professors. Honestly, the door of the carriage was opened again. Cedric's face became even darker. This was the second time. Cedric didn't have a seizure when he saw that it should be a low-grade little wizard. Only a proud female voice was heard. Anyone see a toad? A boy named Neville lost one. It's you? Hermione stared at Ian in his seat with wide eyes. Finally found you. Hermione walked into the car, sat directly next to Ian, stared at Ian, and said, How could you leave without saying hello? Do you know how many more questions I want to ask? Ian looked at the angry Hermione seriously and said, Miss Granger, shouldn't you knock on the door before entering? Hearing Ian's words, Hermione realized how rude she was. It was also because he was too anxious to help Neville find Toad, so he blushed instantly. Hermione said coyly, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry. Ian then said seriously, I think you should apologize not only to me, but also to Cedric. You interrupted someone else. Hermione had tears in her eyes at this moment, and she held back and said to Cedric, Sorry. As soon as the words were spoken, her tears fell. Ian sighed as he watched the scene. Even though Hermione was a strong and powerful witch in the story, she was still 11 years old after all. It is not incomprehensible to come to an unfamiliar environment and be eager to prove yourself. Maybe it's because of feelings or knowing the feeling of loneliness and fear. Ian reached out and stroked her shaggy hair and said, Okay, I also apologize to you. I shouldn't have left without saying hello last time. Hearing Ian's apology, she felt even more wronged. If you cry anymore, your front teeth will become longer. But hearing the latter sentence, Hermione stopped crying instantly. Covering his mouth with one hand and slapping Ian's hand away with the other, he said with a choked voice, Your front teeth will grow. Looking at the appearance of the girl in front of him at this moment, Ian couldn't help laughing. Seeing that Ian was still laughing, Hermione became more and more angry, grabbed one of Ian's hands and bit it. Hiss, let go. Ian frowned in pain. Seeing Ian's painful expression, Hermione let go, feeling much better immediately, but suddenly found that there was a melon-eating Cedric next to him, and Neville Longbottom, who was stunned at the door. His face turned red in an instant, and he looked at Ian fiercely. Ian shook his hand, inhaled and said, It really hurts. I saw a small tooth mark on Ian's hand, and the position of the two front teeth was even more prominent. Hermione glared at Ian again, gritted her teeth, and said, You deserve it. But did you see Neville's toad? Cedric, who had been watching the excitement, said with a smile on his face, Let Ian find it for you, he's pretty good. Hermione looked at Ian suspiciously. Is he great? Of course. He's Grindelwald. Hermione nodded, lifted her chin, and said, I know Grindelwald. It has been recorded in a history of magic and modern history of magic, the surname Grindelwald. Seeing this, Ian quickly interrupted Hermione's tirade. Stop. I see. Let's find Toad first. Hermione's speech was interrupted. But when she heard about finding the Toad, she decided to endure it first and said to Ian, How are you going to find it? Ian looked at Neville Longbottom and said, Neville, come in and sit down first. Neville Longbottom jumped when he heard his name being called. His grandma said never to have anything to do with Grindelwald. But when he thought of his own Toad, he went to the carriage with a pale face and sat down. Ian looked at Neville. This is the future Gryffindor juggernaut. It still looks like a small doormat. Neville was growing paler. Just when he felt like he was about to suffocate, he heard Ian go on to say, Tell me about your Toad's appearance. Is there any special feature? Neville nodded apprehensively and said, Lie fuit. Ian nodded after listening and waved his hand. Left is flying. Hermione frowned. and was about to speak when she heard the sound of something flying by in the corridor. Then, a toad flew into Neville's hand. Neville was taken aback again, but after seeing clearly that it was Leif in his hand, Life. Thanks, thanks. Neville was so happy that he thanked Ian repeatedly. Ian waved his hand, saying no. Cedric sighed. Sure enough, every time he saw Ian cast a spell without a wand, he would be amazed. Hermione's eyes widened in shock. Clutching Ian's arm excitedly, he said, "The flying curse just now was cast without a staff. I've read about it. It takes a lot of skill. The flying curse is also a spell that only senior students can learn. Ian, how are you?" Looking at the excited little witch, Ian patted her on the head and said, "You will do it in the future. You can learn it at Hogwarts. Now let's enjoy the ride first, shall we?" Chapter 34. Hermione sat next to Ian, puffed up. She thinks Ian just didn't tell her on purpose. Ian also looked at her helplessly. He didn't want to give lectures on the train either. Cedric then asked Ian, "Ian, how did you and Granger meet?" Ian thought for a while and said, "I met it when I was traveling in Brighton." Hermione interjected, "That's right. It's this impolite guy who left without saying a word. Do you still have the nerve to talk about me?" Snort. Cedric laughed. "Ian, it seems that you also have something that you are not good at." Ian looked at Cedric helplessly and said, "I'm not omnipotent." At this time, there was a knock on the door of the box. Cedric opened the door, and an old witch pushed a cart at the door and asked with a smile, "Would you like some snacks, kids?" After thinking about it, Cedric decided to choose some, which were still some distance away from Hogwarts. Cedric turned around and asked, "Do you want something to eat?" Neville and Hermione looked at the cart curiously, but still embarrassed. Neville said in a low voice, I don't need to. His grandma gave him very little pocket money, and he needed to save some money. It was the same with Hermione. Her money was used to buy books, and the rest of the money was only enough for urgent needs at Hogwarts. She also said embarrassingly, "Thank you, I don't need it either." But the curious eyes betrayed her. Ian saw the embarrassment of the two, and said to the witch, "I want it all." In the surprised eyes of the three, Ian waved his hand, and the suitcase opened automatically, and several galleons flew out into the witch's hands. "Oh, thank you, boy. Have to say, your spell casting is beautiful. Today is her lucky day. A little wizard just bought out her stroller. Now this is the second car." The witch drew her wand and cast a spell, and the snacks on the cart flew onto the table in Ian's box. After the witch left, both Hermione and Neville looked embarrassed. Cedric looked at Ian and said, "Ian, this is not very good. Let me treat you to eat." After speaking, he was ready to pay Ian. In fact, he doesn't have much pocket money, but when he first met, he felt that as a senior, he still needs to hire little wizards. What's more, Ian just explained so much knowledge to him. Ian gave up with a smile and said, "There is still so much time at Hogwarts. There will be opportunities in the future." For the rest of the time, the four of them chatted over snacks. Mostly Hermione was telling Ian interesting things about the Muggle world. The atmosphere in the carriage also slowly relaxed. The relationship between the four of them suddenly became much closer. "It's almost time. You guys change your clothes," Hermione said. "I'm going to get my luggage and wizard hat too." Hermione eagerly changed into her wizard robe at home before boarding the train. It was almost Hogwarts at this time, and Hermione reminded the three of them to change their school uniforms quickly. And then Ian grabbed Hermione and said, "It's not that troublesome. Newbie." In an instant, a luxuriously dressed house elf appeared in front of Ian and the others. "Master, what can Newbie do to help you?" Newbie saluted Ian first. Ian pointed to Hermione and Neville and said, "Go and help them get their luggage." "Good master." After saying that, Newbie used apparition to disappear. All three of Hermione were stunned. Cedric asked in surprise, "Is that a house elf?" Ian nodded and said, "The luggage will be delivered in a while." Without waiting for Cedric to continue asking, Hermione asked excitedly, "Ian, what is a house elf?" Ian looked at the excited Hermione and replied, "Servants of wizards. They will do anything for wizards." Hermione felt that something was wrong in what Ian said, but couldn't tell what it was. At this time, Cedric continued to ask with a complicated expression, "The house elf just now is wearing clothes. Won't it be a problem?" Ian shook his head, looked at Cedric and said, "I asked for it. Then I saw that it was covered with gemstones." Cedric asked a little uncertainly. Ian nodded to Cedric. Only then did Hermione and Neville realize it. That house elf just now looks gorgeous in clothes. There are so many gems on it. It wasn't long before Hermione and Neville's luggage arrived. This time the three of them saw clearly what Newbie was wearing. They all looked at Ian. How rich is this guy? Ian snapped his fingers and used magic to change into his wizard robe. Hermione and the others were amazed when they saw Ian's wizard robes, because Ian's wizard robes are not the same as the students' wizard robes. A closer look at Ian's black wizard robes reveals that it is made from the scales of some kind of creature, and the silver pattern is embroidered on the wizard robe, which seems to be a very classical pattern. A purple diamond-shaped crystal hangs from the brim of the wizard hat. The buttons of the inner lining are all made of red gemstones. At this time, Ian is like a nobleman among wizards. The silver-haired blood eyes are even more mysterious. Hermione was stunned, and her heart beat faster. Neville also had a look of disbelief. At this time, Cedric said, very entangled, "Ian, you will be told by the professors like this. But I have to admit that you look great in this robe." Hermione said anxiously, "Ian, we should obey the school rules. It's not right." Hearing what Cedric and Hermione said, Ian laughed. "Don't worry about that. I'm special." Ian's words puzzled the three of them. In the end, only Hermione strongly asked Ian to abide by the school rules, but Ian still refused. Seeing that Ian still didn't listen, Hermione stepped aside and started to sulk. When the train was about to enter the station, a voice came from the horn on the train. "Wizards, please leave your items on the train. Someone will deliver them to your dormitories." The train arrived at the station in a short while, only to hear Hagrid's voice from outside the window. "First-year wizard. First-year little wizard. Assemble here." Ian then said, "Let's go. Get out of the car." "We're here," Cedric said to Ian. "I am not with you. I am waiting for you at Hogwarts." Hermione and Neville, who were still sulking, were very surprised. But Cedric just wouldn't say why. On the train, even if he asked about the sorting ceremony, he didn't say anything. After Cedric left, the three of Ian got out of the car and walked towards Hagrid. Ian's dress immediately aroused discussions among many students. "Look quickly. That first-year wizard. Which family's pure blood is he?" "I don't know, but it should be watched by the professors." "Hope you don't come to Slytherin. He's too ostentatious." Only Harry and Ronald, who had bruised noses and swollen faces, turned pale after seeing Ian and dared not speak. They got into a fight with the Malfoy trio in the car. According to the plot, Hermione will scare away the Malfoy trio at a critical moment. But this time Hermione was in Ian's box, and no one tried to persuade her to fight. 3-on-2, if the size is not dominant, it is natural to be unable to fight. Later, after Ronald knew through Harry that Ian was still their professor, Ronald saw Ian, and his legs were trembling. Although he didn't believe it, it was terrifying to think about it. In the car, they have a united front. Ian is a dark wizard. Hermione tugged on Ian's robe and said worriedly, "They're all talking about you. You should listen to me and obey the school rules, Ian." Ian patted Hermione's hand and said with a smile, "It's okay. We'll find out when we get to school." Hermione's face flushed, but she didn't let go of Ian's robe. Chapter 35, Draco with the Smelly Mouth. Called by Hagrid, the little wizards were brought to the Black Lake. Many boats have been parked on the shore. Hagrid said as he helped the little wizards onto the boat one by one. 4 people per boat. Stay safe. Under Hagrid's command, the little wizards were very orderly, and soon it was Ian's turn. Hagrid looked at Ian, Hermione who was pulling his robe, and Neville behind him, and said with a smile, "Ian, it looks like you've made a new friend. I have to say, you look very handsome today." "Of course, you are usually handsome." Ian patted Hagrid's arm and laughed. "Thanks, Hagrid. I'm on board first. See you at Hogwarts." "See you at Hogwarts." The three of Ian boarded the boat, and Hagrid arranged for a little wizard with golden hair and double braids. Hello, my name is Hannah Abbott." Hagrid really knows how to arrange this. Hannah Abbott is the future wife of Neville. Ian greeted Hannah with a smile and said, "Hi, my name is Ian Grindelwald." Hannah exclaimed when she heard Ian's name, "Grindelwald." Then he covered his mouth and looked at Ian in fear from behind. Ian shook his head. It seems that the pure blood family has a deep grudge against him. Hermione was a little angry and was about to question Hannah, but was stopped by Ian pulling her robe. So Hermione sat down indignantly. Only Neville comforted Hannah from the back, saying that Ian was not a bad person. At this time, Hagrid's voice came. "Is everyone on board?" Hagrid was in a boat by himself, and he was too big for his size. Then Hagrid went on to shout, "We're all on board. Let's go." The magic boat carrying the little wizard slowly started to float towards the opposite side of the Black Lake. Hermione looked at the surface of the Black Lake, feeling inexplicably nervous. In order to ease her emotions, she grabbed Ian's wizard robe with her small hands, looked up at Ian and asked, "Ian, do you know that tall professor just now? He didn't scold your school uniform, but praised you. Ian, is there something you're hiding from me?" Ian smiled and replied, "That's Hagrid. He's not a professor." You'll find out when you get to school, Hermione. And he's the keykeeper at Hogwarts, and a friend of mine. Hearing Ian's words, Hermione nodded. But I still can't figure out why Ian is fined for violating the school rules. She is very worried. Ian deliberately didn't tell her. But suddenly, as if remembering something, Hermione looked seriously into Ian's eyes and asked, "Then, are we friends?" Ian looked at Hermione's expectant eyes and sensed the wave of her soul. Anxiety, tension, and fear predominate. The fear of being rejected and not being recognized is something Ian doesn't know well, because it was the first time he felt this emotion from someone else's soul, but without any malice. Thinking of this, Ian seriously replied to Hermione, "I think we're already friends." Hermione didn't smile until she heard Ian's answer. Hermione's mood also relaxed a lot. That's under a little, which is back. A less nervous Hermione began to tell Ian her long tirade. "Ian, the giant squid in the Black Lake is very friendly. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. But there is no book about sorting." Looking at the brightly lit Hogwarts from the boat, what should have sounded in Ian's ear was the Hedwig theme. But now Ian can only helplessly listen to the real-time explanation by the little witch. Not long after, the boat docked. After the little wizards got off the boat, Hagrid led them up the steps of Hogwarts Castle. The little wizards are obviously very curious about this magic castle. Ian sensed excitement around him, but there was also a streak of irritation in it. Ian looked back, and it was Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy feels like he's having a rough day today. In the car, I wanted to take my younger brother to make friends with the famous Harry Potter again. What happened in Diagon Alley was just a misunderstanding. But who would have seen the damned redhead in that card, the Weasleys? Seeing the members of the pure-blood traitor family, Draco naturally wanted to sneer like his father. Then help Harry Potter drive out these red-haired traitors. But who would have thought that damned Harry Potter was not only ungrateful, that damned mouse dared to bite the noble Malfoy. In this way, 5 people and 1 rat became a bunch. So now one of his eyes is still swollen. It was attacked by Ronald. But as long as the Poot and the red-haired pauper are worse, he can guarantee that the 2 of them will definitely have bruised noses and swollen faces at this time. After all, Draco's henchmen, Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe, were brainless, but strong indeed. His dad had told him before school that he would be friends with Harry Potter and the heir of the Grindelwald family. But now Harry Potter is planning to go bankrupt. The famous Harry Potter actually got mixed up with the poor son of the Weasley family. In this case, his father would not blame him if he knew about it. Find Grindelwald now. After Draco made up his mind, he looked around at the little wizards around him. He saw a silver-haired wizard in fine clothes and a witch behind him. Draco suddenly showed disdain. "Goyle, Crabbe, you must not learn from that man. Not attending the sorting ceremony as required by Hogwarts. It must be some upstart kid who suddenly came to Hogwarts. Just wait, he will definitely be kicked out at the sorting ceremony later." Ian could naturally hear Draco's words, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This Draco could really talk. No wonder Harry was always so angry with him. Ian has already made a note of Draco in his heart. Wait until the defense against the dark arts class, and then slowly look for this foul-mouthed kid. After a while, the little wizards were led by Hagrid to the oak gate of the auditorium with anticipation. Hagrid knocked 3 times on the door. The door swung open, and McGonagall stepped through the door. "Just leave it to me here. Thanks, Hagrid." McGonagall looked serious, but there was a lot of smile in McGonagall's eyes when he saw Ian and Hermione pulling his robe. Ian found McGonagall's eyes strange, but he couldn't say it. Before he could think about it, McGonagall said, "Welcome to Hogwarts." Chapter 36. The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you take your seats in the auditorium, you first need to confirm which college you each enter. McGonagall introduced Hogwarts houses and house rules to the young wizards. Among them, the Academy Cup is highlighted. It seems that McGonagall's obsession with the Academy Cup is very deep, and remind little wizards to pay attention to their own image and behavior. It feels like a great reminder of future Gryffindor wizards. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. While waiting, check your image and refresh yourself. After speaking, McGonagall's serious eyes swept over the little wizards, and most of the little wizards were frightened and hurriedly checked their attire. McGonagall was still shocked when he saw the bruised and swollen Harry and Ronald. This year's young wizard is really courageous. Fight on day 1. Thinking of this, McGonagall thought with a headache. This year's Gryffindor may have a few more troublemakers. McGonagall feels that the Academy Cup is getting farther and farther away from her. Then McGonagall took a deep look at Harry and Ronald, then turned and walked into the auditorium. The little wizards saw McGonagall leave, and most of the little wizards were very nervous. The professor just now is so scary. I heard that there will be a competition to catch goblins in the branch. No, no. I heard that it seems like I'm going to fight the troll one-on-one. No, my brother told me to fight the fire dragon. Ian shook his head at the increasingly outrageous rumors. I looked at the few people who were talking nonsense. One of them was Ronald, and the other was Malfoy. Well, it's all alive. Instead, Hermione next to him was getting more and more nervous. Looking at Ian unconsciously again, the little face turned pale, and the voice tremblingly asked, Ian, are we really going to fight the dragon for the sorting ceremony? Ian looked at the flustered Hermione and found it very interesting. This clever little witch was so nervous that she would be fooled by these low-level lies. Ian patted her on the head with a smile and said, How is it possible? The fire dragon is something that ordinary adult wizards dare not provoke. Wait, maybe it's just a small exam. Hermione glared at Ian. But Hermione relaxed a little after hearing what Ian said and just started reciting books and spells in her mouth. She wants to review the book she has memorized. Just when the little wizards were having a heated discussion, shouts of terror resounded among the little wizards, especially Harry, who jumped up in fright. Hermione next to Ian was also scared and grabbed Ian's arm. I saw more than 20 pearl-white translucent ghosts slowly entering the room where the new students were. Peeves is too much. I don't know who gave him the alchemy gloves. He can actually cast spells on ghosts. I just went back to Hogwarts today. He turned me into a ghost pig. It seems that the fact that he gave us nicknames is no longer a big deal. We need to hurry up and find the ghost who stayed at Hogwarts and ask what happened. Ian heard the conversation of the ghosts and nodded. It seems that he likes the gloves upgraded for Peeves later. At this time a ghost found the little wizards and said, Ah, it's this year's freshman. The fat monk looked at the little wizards with a smile and said, Hope you guys can come to Hufflepuff. At this point McGonagall returns and the ghosts disperse. Seeing Hermione holding Ian's arm, the smile in McGonagall's eyes got even bigger. But now the sorting ceremony is about to start. You can ask Ian slowly while you are eating. McGonagall cleared his throat. Ahem. Hermione let go of Ian's arm when she heard McGonagall's voice, but her little face turned red. Still, a hand reached out and grabbed Ian's wizard robes. McGonagall continued gravely. Now, line up and come with me. After speaking, the little wizards quickly lined up, with Ian and Hermione at the end. McGonagall looked at the little wizards and nodded in satisfaction, then led the freshmen to the auditorium. At this time, the students of the four houses were already seated. Grindelwald was sitting to the left of Dumbledore on the teacher's bench, and there was an empty seat on the right. Quirrell sat in the far corner, wearing a purple turban on his head, looking exhausted. Snape sat next to him, watching the new students with an icy face. Flitwick and Sprout were smiling. The students were the first to spot Ian in a different outfit than his freshman. Is he the freshman you mentioned? Sure enough, he didn't wear a school uniform. Look at the little tail behind him. Do you think he will be kicked out by the professors? At this time, Dumbledore and Grindelwald on the professor's chair looked at Ian who came in with the freshmen, and they had wonderful smiles on their faces. They saw Hermione who was holding his wizard robe behind Ian. Flitwick and Sprout nod to Ian. They are also curious. Ian had already ignored the expressions of the professors at this point. He really wants to punch Grindelwald right now. Just now Grindelwald heard rumors of magic in his ears and said in a joking tone, Didn't you say you were not interested? Why? Became your followers so soon? Just then Hermione whispered to Ian, It's enchanted to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. Ian nodded. His attention was on the sorting hat in McGonagall's hand. Dumbledore just wouldn't let him study the hat. Hide the hat while he's around. Didn't it almost break the hat? There are no surprises in the research. At this point McGonagall placed the sorting hat on a four-legged stool. The sorting hat split a mouth and sang, You may think I'm not pretty, but don't judge a book by its cover. If you can find a more beautiful hat than mine, I can eat myself up. Come put on me. Don't be afraid. Up until here it's been the same as Ian remembers, but later changed. Just listen to the sorting hat continue to sing. But watch out for your professors. They have the title of Demon King. The devil of death is among us. Don't fall into his hands. Ian's face turned black. This hat is definitely taking revenge on him. But at the same time Quirrell turned pale. Just when Quirrell was about to run away immediately, a voice sounded in his head. Fool, don't believe that hat. It's Dumbledore who's probing. Suddenly cold sweat drenched Quirrell's whole body, and he didn't dare to move for fear that Dumbledore would see something. And the deans know that the sorting hat is singing Ian. They also know about Ian and the sorting hat, and now seeing Ian with a black face, they feel very happy. Chapter 37. After the sorting hat sang, he bowed to everyone, and there was warm applause in the auditorium. Singing behind the Sorting Hat this year is really cool. Did a professor offend the Sorting Hat? I think it might be Snape. I'll bet a bag of chocolate frogs. At this time, Hermione had already reacted and asked Ian, "Does the branch only need us to wear it?" Ian nodded, calmed down, and said, "That's right. Simple test, right? Then can't you tell me directly?" I thought there was an exam." Looking at the angry little witch, Ian suddenly felt better. Don't let that hat fall into his hands. Many little wizards also breathed a sigh of relief. No more fighting dragons or trolls. That's when McGonagall came to the Sorting Hat with a roll of parchment. "Whoever I call, come up and sit down first." Hannah Abbott. Hannah staggered towards McGonagall, who put the hat on her head. After a while, the Sorting Hat shouted, "Hufflepuff, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw, Draco Malfoy, Slytherin, Hermione Granger." McGonagall said the name on the parchment. Then looking up at Hermione, McGonagall had a rare smile on his face. This surprised the students especially. Professor McGonagall smiled at the freshman. "I can't believe it either. Isn't this freshman a follower of that unruly freshman?" At this time, Hermione was already extremely nervous, but she saw Professor McGonagall smiling and looking at her with encouragement in his eyes. Although the visiting professor at her home is McGonagall, she is smart and doesn't think that Professor McGonagall will give her the only special attention at this time. This made her feel unbelievable, but she had a vague feeling that it had something to do with Ian. Hermione let go of Ian's wizard robes and whispered nervously, "Ian, I'm going up first." Ian smiled and nodded, encouraging. "Go ahead and trust yourself, Hermione. You're talented." Hermione hurried to the Sorting Hat and slapped it on her head. Professor McGonagall looked at the little witch and thought she might be a Gryffindor. Trust the instinct of the old dean. After Hermione put on the Sorting Hat, the hat said, "Oh, another talented little wizard. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor both suit you. Difficult, difficult. This is, wait." Hermione heard the Sorting Hat making a frightened noise. "You and that monster are friends." "My Godric." Hermione was stunned. Her only friend was Ian, and the Sorting Hat said he was a monster. Hermione was a little annoyed and was about to speak. The Sorting Hat didn't give Hermione a chance to speak and continued, "Son, you must pay attention to him. He is dangerous. That's all I can tell you. Next, Gryffindor. Son, may Gryffindor give you enough courage." No one knows what Hermione and the Sorting Hat talked about, but when the Sorting Hat said Gryffindor, McGonagall's smile was even brighter. Sprout and Flitwick sighed regretfully. Snape snorted coldly and continued to look for those emerald green eyes in the crowd. McGonagall took off Hermione's Sorting Hat and said with a smile to Hermione, who hadn't recovered yet, "Miss Granger, take your seat at Gryffindor. I welcome you on behalf of Gryffindor." Hearing McGonagall's words, Hermione came back to her senses. Hermione quickly got up and looked at McGonagall and said, "Thank you, Professor. Go ahead, kid." McGonagall nodded with a smile. Hermione ran to the cheering Gryffindor table, but all she could think about was the Sorting Hat. Over time, the new students were sorted into their respective colleges. Professor McGonagall then read to the parchment, "Harry Potter." Not surprisingly, Harry Potter was still sorted into Gryffindor by the Sorting Hat. The auditorium ushered in the loudest cheers so far. The twins also shouted excitedly, "We've got Potter! We've got Potter!" But the difference was that apart from Snape, the headmaster and headmasters didn't pay much attention to Harry Potter's branch. Because what comes next is the main event. McGonagall and the Sorting Hat sorted the remaining young wizards into their respective houses. Until the last person, every professor felt the dignified atmosphere in the teacher's seat. Dumbledore and the blonde old wizard stopped talking. The dean sat up straight, staring at Ian below. Trelawney's eyes were full of fear, and he muttered without knowing what to say. The professors except the dean are very confused. Hooch couldn't help asking Sprout, "Who is this?" "Professor Dumbledore. Why are they all serious?" But no one answered her. Hermione has also been paying attention to Ian's branch, but at this moment she can feel that the atmosphere of the professors is completely different. Ian Grindelwald. When McGonagall's voice rang out in the auditorium, then the little wizards who were talking and discussing suddenly fell silent. The students of the pureblood family who had received the news in advance also looked at Ian very cautiously at this time. The students who didn't get the news looked at Ian in shock. Is this the little wizard who didn't obey the school rules they've been talking about? Afterwards, louder discussions resounded throughout the auditorium. Grindelwald. Is it the Grindelwald in the book? I can't believe it. Is the principal joking with our lives? He's Grindelwald. Only the twins patted the sluggish Lee Jordan in front of them. Look, we are right. There are even bigger surprises. Dumbledore stood up, put the Elder Wand against his cheek, and said loudly, "Quiet. After Dumbledore spoke, no one spoke anymore. Looking at the quiet auditorium, Dumbledore continued. Continue to sort. Then Dumbledore gave McGonagall a look. McGonagall understood and nodded to Ian. Ian then walked towards the sorting hat and McGonagall took off his wizard hat and slowly sat down on the chair. McGonagall prepared to put the sorting hat on Ian's head, and everyone waited with bated breath for the result. Because the sorting hat is too scared of Ian, when McGonagall almost touches Ian's head while holding the sorting hat wanted to start shouting according to Dumbledore's account. But thinking that Flitwick gave too much. Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw. It didn't stop shouting until McGonagall took it back. So close. He almost ran into the Dark Lord himself. Hearing the sorting hat yell Ravenclaw 3 times, Flitwick on stage laughed from ear to ear. Although there are outside tricks, but today their Ravenclaw Academy is the final winner. Chapter 38. Hearing that Ian is Ravenclaw, it's the turn of the Ravenclaw Academy's little wizard who erupts into cheers. Hermione stood up and applauded. Seeing Ian was very happy. But there are also regrets. Dumbledore's face darkened. The sorting hat has betrayed. And Grindelwald smiled. McGonagall and Sprout looked regretful, but applauded Ian nonetheless. Ravenclaw can't live without Ian. Flitwick said it. Snape's face became even more gloomy. Ian didn't go to Slytherin. Quirrell paled when he heard the surname Grindelwald, and then he heard Voldemort whisper, "If I take him in as a servant, my strength will be even stronger." Quirrell's clothes were wet with cold sweat. Cedric also applauded Ian with a smile on his face. The little wizard of Ravenclaw yelled, "We have a Dark Lord. Welcome the Dark Lord to Ravenclaw." McGonagall looked at Ian and said with some regret, "Congratulations, Ian." Ian shook his head and said regretfully, "I wanted to study the sorting hat again. It's a pity it didn't give me a chance." McGonagall's face stiffened instantly, and he forced a smile and said, "Ian, go sit down. The new term banquet is about to begin." Ian nodded and walked towards the teacher's seat. The students of Ravenclaw were just about to welcome Ian, but when they saw Ian walking towards the teacher, they were puzzled. Not only them, but the students sitting below don't know what Ian wants to do. Hermione was also very puzzled, but saw that there was still a place beside Dumbledore. She immediately thought of an answer. Hermione shook her head. Impossible. He is the same age as himself. How could he sit there? Ian made his way to the teacher's desk, bypassing a stunned Quirrell. He nodded and greeted the deans. The heads all responded to Ian with smiles except Snape. Snape also nodded to Ian. Grindelwald raised his glass and smiled at Ian. Dumbledore smiled a little forcefully. Ian came to the seat next to Dumbledore under the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, and sat down. The mouths of the Cedric and Weasley twins seemed to fit a duck's egg. Cedric has only one thing on his mind. Ian is really a professor. Hermione also covered her mouth and looked at Ian in disbelief. He really is a professor. Dumbledore stood up the moment Ian sat down and announced, "This year, we have 2 new professors at Hogwarts. They are Assistant Principal from France, Jack Rogier, and Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, Ian Grindelwald. What's special is that Professor Grindelwald needs to get a diploma from Hogwarts because of his age. Although this is the case, students, please still call Ian a professor. After all, your Defense Against the Dark Arts grades were graded by Professor Grindelwald. Also, please don't enter the rooms in the Forbidden Forest and the corridor on the 4th floor if you don't want to die tragically. Finally, stupid, sniff, scrap, twist. Thank you all. Next, let's enjoy the banquet." As Dumbledore's speech fell, a lot of delicious food appeared on the table. But no one cares about food now. The professors and little wizards who didn't know it because they heard Dumbledore's words went crazy. "Professor Dumbledore, is what you said true?" This was the question of the uninformed professors. Dumbledore just smiled and said, "The principals will explain it to you. Old man, I'm going to enjoy the dinner party." The 4 deans were immediately surrounded by professors. Want to find out the truth of the matter. And the little wizards are even crazier. Cool. Long live Professor Grindelwald. Can he teach? He's only in the 1st grade. Is the principal crazy? Anyway, black magic professors have always been unreliable. Maybe they will be replaced in a few days. Professor Rogier might be a candidate. When Hermione first entered the Great Hall, she was with Professor Grindelwald. So Hermione became the most popular object in an instant. Looking at Ian, who was looking at her with a smile on the teacher's bench, Hermione realized at this moment the meaning of Ian saying that he is special. Pursing her lips, Hermione said to Ian fiercely with her lips, "You wait for me." But the senior pureblood wizards all had very serious expressions at this time. Grindelwald and French Rogier appear at the same time. This is a big deal. Are the saints about to reappear? Draco looked at Ian on the professor's chair, panicked at this moment too. He didn't hear those words outside just now, right? Ronald turned even paler. What Harry said was actually true. Voldemort was now furious in Quirrell's head. He was actually robbed by this kid. I'm going to kill him. And Dumbledore is too confused. Quirrell couldn't contain the fear in his heart, so he could only play dumb in his seat. However, there are also some nervous people who have already started eating. When did the food at Hogwarts become so delicious? After the banquet, the prefects of each college took the students back to the common room. After Flitwick told the prefect of Ravenclaw, Ian lived in the defense against the dark arts professor's lounge. This made everyone in Ravenclaw very envious. The little witch looked at Ian, who was about to leave the auditorium, with a smile and waved to her. Hermione snorted and decided to settle the score with him tomorrow. Ian, isn't the little tail behind you with you today? In the evening, Dumbledore and Grindelwald waited for Ian's arrival in the headmaster's office. Grindelwald teased Ian, who had just walked in. Ian knew that Grindelwald couldn't say anything good, so he ignored him and asked directly, "What do you want me to do at this late hour?" Dumbledore nodded with a smile and said, "The teachers of the main courses have already set up levels in the rooms in the corridor on the 4th floor. I hope, Ian, you can lay out a level too. The difficulty should not be too high, as long as the little wizard can pass it smoothly. By the way, Ian, can you tell me the story of the little witch?" Chapter 39. Ian, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald came to the room in the corridor on the 4th floor. Looking at the door that Dumbledore just opened, Ian complained, "Your broken door is simply a layer of locks, and no one can guard against it except the humanoid monster." Dumbledore laughed and said, "It was originally for young wizards to experience. It would be bad if they couldn't get in." Grindelwald nodded and said, "Ian, don't judge your standards by Hogwarts students. Otherwise, I doubt that you will get angry with the students." Ian didn't take Grindelwald's words to heart. After all, Cedric met in the car is very good. Although he is a top student, Ian is satisfied with other students who are half of his level. As everyone knows, the students will give him a big surprise tomorrow. Dumbledore looked at Ian's disapproving expression and said to Ian, "Ian, you better listen to Gale on this one. He's absolutely right. Hogwarts has not had a reliable defense against the dark arts professor for a long time. Ian has seen Cedric's level. Otherwise, he was really deceived by these two old men. Okay, I'm here to set up levels today, not to discuss students." Ian shook his head impatiently. He was in a hurry to go back to sleep. Seeing that Ian kept persuading, Dumbledore and Grindelwald stopped persuading him. They knew tomorrow would be Ian's shock day. Dumbledore continued to Ian with a smile. "Tomorrow my plan is to have Hagrid bring a 3-headed dog over. Aren't you afraid of biting the little wizard? Injuries are inevitable during adventures, and I will put a curse on the 3-headed dog so that he won't hurt the little wizard's life." Ian nodded. "You are the principal, and you have the final say." Then Dumbledore opened the underground trapdoor. Underneath is the Devil's Net arranged by Sprout, which is the magical plant that the first-year wizards must learn. And this will also prevent the reckless little wizard from jumping off and causing problems. The three of Ian continued to visit the levels of the professors. Ian finds it particularly interesting, especially McGonagall's wizard pieces. This led Ian to decide what to give McGonagall for Christmas. Next, before Ian entered the gate of the checkpoint, a strong stench came first. At this time, Dumbledore and Grindelwald have already performed the soaking spell. Ian glanced at the two of them angrily and added a bubble head curse to himself. Next, Dumbledore cast the disillusionment curse on the three of them before walking into the level and introducing, "This is Quirrell's level, and he put 3 trolls here. Of course, he didn't find your farm when he went to catch the giant in the Forbidden Forest. Letting him design the level is to tell him that the Sorcerer's Stone will be here in the future." Ian nodded, but he still thought that creatures like trolls were disgusting. He just wants to leave early. Dumbledore took Ian into a back room and said, "I'm going to have Snape design the final level, but I think there needs to be a test of courage and knowledge before that. So I expanded the room with a no-trace stretch charm. Ian, I'll leave it to you." Ian nodded, and he thought for a moment before pulling out his wand. Wave the heart of Ian, and a table made of bones appears on the ground. Ian put a quill and a roll of parchment on the table. This book was made by him and intended to be used as tutoring for students. Just hold the quill, and the magic inside will determine the little wizard's age. Then on the parchment in front of the little wizard, there will be exam questions about creatures of darkness. Answer one question wrong, and the parchment turns into this dark creature that got it wrong. You can't continue the exam until you beat it, and if you can't beat your score, that's the end of it. The creature transformed from parchment will not harm the students. but the pain of hitting does exist. As for senior wizards, there are also questions about black magic and dealing with dark wizards. If you answer wrong, you will be miserable. Ian also cast a curse on the door of the level, connecting the door with the parchment. The door will only open if you get an A, pass, or better. Ian's main thing is a torture. After Dumbledore waited for Ian to finish his introduction, his eyes lit up. Genius idea. Ian, can it be mass-produced? Ian rolled his eyes at Dumbledore and said, it's very troublesome to make, and it needs to incorporate the souls of dark creatures, black magic, and the memories of wizards. And considering that it is used by students for tutoring, I have lowered the pain a lot. Until now, Ian has only produced a set. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore and Ian with a smile. If you make this popular, the exam will be a nightmare for little wizards in the future. Hermione wasn't sleeping at this time either. Hermione didn't rest after returning to the lounge. Her roommates Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown frantically asked her about Ian. In fact, Hermione didn't know much about Ian, so she couldn't answer her roommate's question. But how could Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown possibly believe it? Who didn't see her following Professor Grindelwald all the time? Coupled with the fact that Hermione often offends people when she speaks and has an unsocial personality, she is naturally isolated by the little wizards. Hermione found that her situation after coming to Hogwarts was similar to that in the Muggle world. She tucked herself under the covers and couldn't help but think of Ian. Here, she had her first friend, Ian Grindelwald. And Ian is her professor. In addition to the sorting hat, Ian has too many secrets in her eyes. It's Hogwarts curfew time now. Tomorrow, you must ask him carefully. Good night, Ian. The next day, Hermione got up very early, and she wanted to ask Ian about it today. Last night, the words of the sorting hat kept echoing in her mind. Why do you say Ian is a monster? Why does she need more courage? She must find out who her first friend, Ian, is. But Hermione, who came to the auditorium early, did not see Ian's figure. Only Professor Dumbledore and Sprout were eating breakfast at the teacher's table. Hermione was about to ask Dumbledore about Ian when suddenly a flock of owls flew into the auditorium. The chaotic scene shocked the students. But this situation did not last long. Most of the owls dropped the envelope on their paws in front of Dumbledore and then flew away. After a while, there was a pile of letters piled up on the table in front of Dumbledore. Chapter 40. Sprout looked at the mountain of letters in front of Dumbledore, looked at Dumbledore helplessly, and said, Professor Dumbledore, it seems word has spread about Ian. Dumbledore drew out his wand and waved it. The hilly letters disappeared in an instant and said with a smile, It's fine. I'm sure Ian will take care of it. All I can do is help him stop the trouble outside. At this moment, Dumbledore saw Hermione walking anxiously towards him beside him. Headmaster Dumbledore, are these letters because of Ian? Will Ian be expelled? Hermione had just vaguely heard Dumbledore say Ian's name and ran to Dumbledore impatiently. Dumbledore looked at the anxious Hermione, looked at her kindly, and said, Son, don't worry, I won't fire Ian. I think I prefer to be called Professor. Hermione was relieved to hear Dumbledore's reply. Then Hermione asked again, Professor, do you know where Ian is? I didn't find him. Sprout next to Dumbledore laughed and said, Son, Ian has lessons this morning. Ian must have had breakfast in his lounge. And where is Ian's lounge? Dumbledore and Sprout smiled slightly at Hermione's impatience. It seems that Ian will have a little tale in the future, Dumbledore smiled. Ian's lounge is on the second floor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Go get something to eat first. I think you'll see Ian after today's class. Too anxious will be hated by boys. Hermione blushed instantly. She hadn't expected Headmaster Dumbledore to say that. At this point, Sprout went on to say, Professor Dumbledore, I don't think Ian will hate her. After all, Ian is her professor now. Hermione blushed even more, seeing Dumbledore and Sprout very happy. Sprout smiled at Hermione and said, I am your professor of herbalism, Pomona Sprout. Have breakfast first, Miss Granger. Ian must be busy right now. It's his first class after all. Ian is currently preparing for his third-year defense against the Dark Arts class. The first class is the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor class. That means Cedric will be there. According to the third-grade course, Black Magic, A Guide to Self-Defense, this book should have learned more dangerous dark creatures. According to the progress of the students, the common and easy-to-handle Grindylow can teach little wizards. Ian waved his hand and opened the black box next to the lectern. A large fish tank flew out of it. There are 3 green dwarf creatures in the fish tank. The lower body is like an octopus with a triangular head and horns. It was 3 Grindylows. Ian packed some samples of some dark creatures into the classroom. He is also not afraid that the students' pranks will release dark creatures. There are many undead as guards on the first floor of the box. But who dares to play like this? Ian will definitely give him a black magic cure package. In this way, Ian reads a book and waits for the students in his bone professor chair. Soon after, footsteps and voices came from the professor's door. Hey, Cedric, here you come. I wonder if Professor Grindelwald is a professor? I can assure you, Professor Grindelwald's class is taught by Professor Rogier. The first to push open the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom were two boys, with Cedric behind. As soon as the door was opened, the students found that the familiar decorations were gone. The tables and chairs were all made of obsidian, and some areas seemed to be inlaid with bones as decorations. The chandelier on the top has become made of bones, and the flames burning faintly make it look very weird. On the left side of the classroom are the skeletons of many creatures, including humans. There is also a glass pool on the right, and it can be seen that there are things swimming in it. And Ian is sitting behind the bone podium, reading a book and waiting for them to arrive. The two boys who just entered the door looked at a completely different classroom and shouted excitedly, Merlin's beard. This is so cool. Professor Grindelwald. Are those bones real? Ian put down the book in his hand, looked at the two of them, and said with a smile, Sit down quickly. We will start class when everyone is here. Also, those bone specimens are all real. Now the two are even more excited. Start to keep looking at those skeleton specimens. Cedric greeted Ian with some restraint. Professor, good morning. Ian nodded and smiled. Good morning, Mr. Diggory. I think we're still friends except in class. Cedric then relaxed, smiled at Ian, and walked to a seat in the front row and sat down. The third-year Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students slowly made their way into the classroom. Everyone was amazed looking at the new renovation. But those bones on the left gave them a little chill. Also, there seemed to be something swimming in the water tank, which made them very curious. Seeing the students who came at about the same time, Ian put down the book in his hand and stood up. Very well, it looks like no one is late or absent from class. Ian's voice sounded in the classroom, and he had already compared the number of people records. The students of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor had just withdrawn their attention from the classroom decoration. Seeing that the students were no longer distracted, Ian went on to say, I don't know what your previous Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher taught you, but please pay attention in my class. Anyone who dares to pass can't do it. I don't mind letting him try the taste of hell. Hufflepuff and the students of Gryffindor froze. But thinking that Ian was still a little wizard, he looked at Ian with some disdain. Only Cedric was so nervous that his forehead was sweating. He knows Ian's strength, that is to say, what Ian just said is not a joke. Ian felt the soul fluctuations of everyone in the classroom. It seems that these little wizards won't be convinced by him if he doesn't show something. The students saw Ian snap his fingers. A crack in space appeared on the ground. The students didn't know what kind of magic it was, so they froze for a moment. But recalling Ian's spellcasting without a wand or spell just now, they were shocked. Is this something a little wizard can do? Before they came back to their senses, they saw a hand with only bones protruding from the crack in the space. Chapter 41. A bone hand stretched out from the space crack. This scene scares Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students. The skeletal hand grabbed the edge of the crack in the space and supported his body up bit by bit. The students feel cold all over their bodies. Because what climbed up was a human skeleton. Several timid female students have already hugged into a ball, and the few students near the left immediately ran away from the skeleton specimens. At this time, the skeleton has completely climbed up, and the purple soul fire in its eyes is burning blazingly. The skeleton is holding a staff in his hand and a broken mage robe on his body. Mom, I'm scared. He's a dark wizard. No, the Dark Lord Grindelwald. Help, help. A few of Hufflepuff's students had a mental breakdown of fear. Some students ran to the door of the classroom, but found that they couldn't open it no matter what. Cedric said tremblingly, Professor Grindelwald, what are you? Ian looked at the flustered students and said quietly, Is it enough? Now, quiet me and sit down. The skeleton mage next to Ian also roared. The frightened students quickly quieted down, and the crying students immediately suppressed their tears. The students found their seats and sat down immediately. Looking at the frightened students, Ian nodded and said, Let me introduce. My name is Ian Grindelwald. Your Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. I'm a necromancer. It doesn't matter if you don't know the word. In other words, I know more about the dark arts than anyone you know. If anyone dares to make something happen in my class, then I can congratulate you first. Seeing that the students no longer had the initial disdain, they only looked at Ian with fear in their eyes. Ian knew that his goal of standing up had been achieved, so he took back the skeleton mage with a wave of his hand, and this hand stunned the students again. It seems that this year's defense against the dark arts professor is really powerful, and he's a dark wizard. Now let's roll the roll. After writing down the names and soul marks of all the students, Ian began to lecture. Ian pointed to the little monster in the fish tank and asked, "Can someone tell me what this is?" After a long silence, only Cedric raised his hand tremblingly. "Mr. Diggory, you speak," Cedric said with a pale face. "It's Grindelwald, Professor." "Very good, 5 points for Hufflepuff." Ian nodded and continued. "Only Mr. Diggory knows. You usually don't preview first?" At this moment, a Gryffindor girl raised her hand tremblingly. "Miss Garner, what do you want?" Garner took the courage to stand up and said, "Professor Grindelwald, we haven't learned this yet. Professor Thomas, it's your previous professor who talked about ghouls." Ian was stunned when he heard this. Ghouls. This kind of dark creature is basically harmless and can even be used as a pet. P.S. Weasley has one at home. That's grade 1 in Ian's teaching schedule. Ian asked in disbelief. "That's it?" Garner nodded. "Yes, Professor." Ian finally knew what Dumbledore and Grindelwald meant yesterday. It's all about him teaching all students in this class as if they were freshmen. Ian sighed and said, "Please take a seat, Miss Garner." Garner sat down with relief. Ian looked around at the students, snapped his fingers, and the bone seat came to his feet. Ian sat down and said, "Let's talk today first. I didn't expect your foundation to be so poor. First question, what do you think defense against the dark arts is?" The students looked at each other. Cedric thought for a while and said, "Professor, I think defense against the dark arts means protecting yourself from dark creatures and black magic." Traditionally, 1 point for Hufflepuff. After hearing the conversation between Ian and Cedric, the students began to let go a little bit. Maybe the professor didn't have such a difficult thing to say. "Professor, I think it's a means to protect myself." "Professor, I think it's learning powerful magic." "Professor." The conversation that passed. The students found that Ian was not as difficult to speak as they thought. It's just that the magic is scary. But this also proves Ian's strength. This time the defense against the dark arts teacher is absolutely reliable. But Ian Grindelwald is definitely a dark wizard. After listening to the students, Ian said, "Remember, defense against dark arts is definitely not simply protecting yourself from dark creatures and black magic. Defense against the dark arts is to understand and study black magic and dark creatures and actually fight. You will only win if you know your enemy. Of course, this is what I ask of the best students. If you just want to get a good grade, just follow the textbook." At this point, Garner watched as Ian stood up and asked, "Professor, will you teach us your magic? That skeleton mage just now was terrifying, but if you use it yourself, it will be cool." Ian looked at the brave girl, smiled and said, "I will only teach the best students. You all have a chance. But the opportunity is for oneself." Hearing this, the eyes of the students shone brightly. After speaking, Ian stood up, looked at the students and said, "Get out of class is coming to an end, and we will speed up the tutorial in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class in 2 days. Remember to read the book first when you go back in these 2 days. Otherwise, you will not be able to keep up with the progress. If you want to try the tuition treatment, then you don't have to read the books." Hufflepuff and Gryffindor's students shuddered. After this lesson, Ian's power and terror quickly spread throughout Hogwarts. "Have you heard? Professor Grindelwald is a dark wizard. Professor Grindelwald is very powerful. He can release black magic without a wand or a spell. That skeleton is terrifying, but it's so handsome. I heard that as long as you get good grades, you can learn the magic taught by you. I don't believe it, unless I see it with my own eyes." Listening to what the students were discussing, Harry and Ronald felt more and more that Professor Grindelwald was too scary. Chapter 42. It was Harry's first day of class today, but wherever he went in the morning, the students' discussions followed him, discussing his story. He had thought that the scary ghost and the mischievous Peeves were the most annoying, until he and Ronald went the wrong way, trying to break into the restricted corridor on the 4th floor, and then was caught by Filch on the spot. They would have been on a day trip to Filch's office if Professor McGonagall hadn't helped them out. Now after the first period, Gryffindor's new students are preparing to enjoy lunch in the Great Hall. Hearing what the students were discussing, Harry and Ronald suddenly thought of the big devil in their hearts. Harry patted Ronald next to him with a sad face and said, "The senior students seem to be talking about Grindelwald." Ronald also heard the discussion of the students. With a pale face, he replied, "Harry, Grindelwald is a dark wizard. We must expose his conspiracy." Hermione, who was behind the two, heard the discussions of the students around her, feeling happy and worried. But upon hearing Ronald's words, Hermione rushed up to the two of them like a lion, stopped them, and said, "Ian is not a dark wizard. You all misunderstood him. Looking at the angry Hermione, Harry opened his mouth, but the words didn't come out. Ronald pouted and looked at Hermione disdainfully. Who doesn't know that you are Grindelwald's little follower? Maybe you are still in the same group. Hermione became even angrier when she heard Ronald say this, and was about to refute the two, when Neville behind him summoned up the courage to pull Hermione, persuading. Hey, Hermione, they won't listen. I believe Ian is a good man. Seeing that the situation was not good, Harry quickly dragged Ronald away. I know, Neville, but they're horrible. Neville shook his head. His face was equally pale, and said, Let's go to the auditorium first. Ian must be in the auditorium. Hermione just nodded and walked towards the auditorium. Ian sat on the professor's chair in the auditorium, and Dumbledore beside him smiled and asked, Ian, how was your first day of class? With a dark face, Ian said to Dumbledore, Did all your previous defense against the dark arts professors have nothing to do? Teaching ghouls in the 3rd grade? I prefer to believe that his brains were eaten by ghouls. Dumbledore stroked his beard and said with a smile, It's not up to me to decide. After all, there was a curse in the defense against the dark arts class before. I can't find a reliable professor even if I want to find one. Plus, these professors will have problems every now and then, and there will be no one. Now I can only work hard on you. Ian rolled his eyes at Dumbledore. He knew it was true. He was about to say something more when he saw a figure with disheveled hair walking towards the teacher's seat. Dumbledore also saw this scene, and said playfully, It seems that Ian has someone looking for you. Maybe I should avoid it for a while. Ian ignored Dumbledore's teasing and looked at Hermione. Hermione walked up to Ian angrily, across the teacher's desk, and said, Ian, they're all talking about you, saying you're a dark wizard. Hearing Hermione's words, Ian nodded and said, I am indeed a dark wizard. They are right. Hermione looked at Ian in disbelief, and Ian actually admitted it. At this point, Hermione started to feel overwhelmed. Was she wrong? But recalling Ian's help to her, even though it was only a short day, Ian is always helping and encouraging her. Thinking of this, Hermione raised her head suddenly, looked firmly into Ian's eyes, said loudly, I trust you, Ian. We're friends. Hermione's words made the surrounding professors and little wizards all look over here. Dumbledore laughed and said to Hermione, Son, just trust Ian. It doesn't matter if Ian is a dark wizard or not. It's Ian's choice. That's what matters. The greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, trusted Ian so much. Professor Flitwick on the side also smiled and said, Ian is one of the people we trust the most. Also the pride of our Ravenclaw. After speaking, Flitwick straightened up and raised his chin. Dumbledore's original smiling face darkened instantly after hearing Flitwick's words. He only found out last night. Flitwick, the old fox, promised to give the Sorting Hat more than 10 latest ladies' hats. Hermione burst out laughing when she saw this. Ian also felt that Hermione's soul wave was growing more and more emotional towards herself, but very firm. Ian looked at Hermione with complicated eyes and said, Is it that simple to believe me? Hermione snorted and said, Otherwise, you are not allowed to lie to me. Sensing Hermione's determined emotion again, Ian nodded earnestly. I promise. Hermione smiled even brighter, looked at Ian and asked, Then you can tell me why you can become a professor? Ian froze for a moment, then said seriously, Because I'm strong, stronger than anyone else. Hermione didn't believe him, made a face at Ian and said, Bragging, are you stronger than Professor Dumbledore? It is said in the book that Professor Dumbledore is the strongest wizard. The little wizards watching around also thought that Ian was joking. Little wizards who have seen Ian cast a spell think, Professor Grindelwald is really strong. But it's no good to say that it can be compared with Dumbledore. At this moment, Dumbledore said with a smile, Ian is definitely stronger than me in combat. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Hermione and the little wizards around felt the air freeze. Professor Dumbledore just said what? He seems to say that Grindelwald is stronger than him. Is that a lie? Hermione looked stiffly at Dumbledore, who nodded with a smile. At this moment, Hermione felt that the Ian in front of her was already in existence she couldn't even imagine. The little wizards around also exploded at this moment. Professor Dumbledore admitted, Is Professor Grindelwald really that powerful? So Professor Grindelwald is the most powerful wizard in the world. A legendary wizard who is only 11 years old. At this moment, McGonagall came up behind the little wizard and said solemnly, I've heard a lot about Professor Grindelwald. There are also many doubts in it, but I can guarantee it. Professor Grindelwald is indeed the most powerful wizard today. Hermione just felt dizzy, and she completely forgot what she wanted to ask Ian. Chapter 43. Unlike defense against the dark arts professors are Muggle studies professors. Professor Quirinus Quirrell has been wearing a purple hood around his head since the beginning of term, and his Muggle studies class was full of garlic. It is extremely uncomfortable. According to one vampire he met in Romania, he was wearing a turban stuffed with garlic to prevent the vampire from coming back to take revenge on him. And Quirrell's language skills have become stuttering, which makes his lessons straight into jokes. After the baptism of this first day, all the students who took the Muggle Studies course regretted it. Did you know? Professor Quirrell stinks like a troll now. I really regret choosing Muggle Studies. Who knew that Professor Quirrell would become so unreliable? Only Quirrell himself knows that this is an image he deliberately designed, just to paralyze Dumbledore. But he didn't know. Dumbledore already knew. Ian's got his shit out of him. Quirrell asked Voldemort in a trembling tone in the Muggle Studies office. Master, I heard the students discussing Grindelwald today. Voldemort's feeble voice sounded in the empty room. Fool. Of course I know. Dumbledore is indeed old, and he admits that he is inferior to an 11-year-old boy. But the good thing is that Grindelwald is a dark wizard, so he must be interested in the Philosopher's Stone. Aren't you also in Harry Potter's hand? Of course, Quirrell only dared to think this way, and absolutely couldn't say it. Quirrell continued to ask respectfully. Then what do you need me to do, Master? Voldemort thought for a while, and said sharply, lead him out of Hogwarts at night. Try his tricks. If I can, I'll take him as my servant. Quirrell immediately fell to his knees. Obey my master. Ian, who just finished his 4th grade defense against the dark arts class in the evening, was going to the auditorium for dinner. The 4th-year wizards already knew what Dumbledore and McGonagall had said. They didn't dare to question Ian in class. After Ian showed them a magic spell without a staff and no spells, they completely believed the rumors of the little wizards. Professor Grindelwald is really a dark wizard, and very powerful, but that skeleton is really scary. Ian asked them to preview the course, and the students didn't dare to be sloppy. They don't want to experience what Ian called teaching is like. After all, he is a dark wizard. The threat from dark wizards is much stronger than ordinary professors. Just as Ian packed his textbooks and was about to leave, an owl flew into the defense against the dark arts classroom, and there was a letter in the owl's talons. The owl dropped the letter on Ian's desk and flew away. Ian picked up the letter, without any names or logos on it. Only wrote one sentence. If you want to know about the Philosopher's Stone, come to the east of the Forbidden Forest 300 meters away. Remember, there is only you alone. Who else but Quirrell? Deans, who doesn't know that Ian can make the Philosopher's Stone by himself. When Ian saw the letter, fiend fire ignited in his hand and burned the letter. Ian knew that Voldemort wanted to test his skills. Seeing that Voldemort was looking for trouble, Ian decided to clean up Voldemort tonight and make him be more honest. Thinking of this, Ian waved his hand and locked the classroom, turning into a cloud of black mist and flying from the window to the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, Hermione came to the door of Ian's defense against the dark arts classroom after class. She was too shocked during the day and forgot to ask Ian about it. When she came to her senses, Ian had already gone back, and she had to eat quickly and go to class. Leave without saying a word. This time I will never end with you, Hermione murmured softly. When she came to the door of the defense against the dark arts classroom, she took a deep breath and knocked on the door. As a result, no one responded. Hermione stomped her foot, and he ran away again. Ian had already flown to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and Snape gave him the magic. It's pretty handy on the go. It didn't take long for Ian to be where Quirrell said he was. Feeling the soul wave behind the tree ahead, Ian said, "Come out, don't hide." A man in black robe appeared behind the tree, and he hid his face and body under the black robe. Ian looked at him speechlessly. Everyone except yourself knows that you are going to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. Ian wasn't going to expose him. What if he scared the rats away? Let Dumbledore play with him slowly. Quirrell said in a hoarse voice, Ian Grindelwald, you have inherited a great family name. Now I'll give you a chance. Sing allegiance to my master. He will analyze the secret of eternal life for you. Hearing this at the beginning, Ian decided to beat the two of them out today. Ian's face was dark, and he raised his hand to let the black mist escape from his cuffs. Quirrell was startled. He didn't expect Ian to release the magic without saying a word. Quirrell and Voldemort watched and sensed the evil aura of the black mist in front of Ian. Their eyes instantly became serious. Quirinus, give me your body. He's not someone you can deal with. Looks like Dumbledore at least has some discernment. Voldemort and Quirrell exchanged control, and Voldemort gripped the spell tightly and looked towards the black mist. The black mist dissipated, and a withered corpse in gorgeous mage robes appeared in front of Ian. Is this your little trick? A corpse. Voldemort looked disdainfully at the withered corpse in ornate mage robes. I saw a sneer on the corner of Ian's mouth. The corpse also suddenly raised its head. The red soul fire in the eyes jumped crazily. Voldemort and Quirrell suddenly felt a chill hit them. An extremely palpitating feeling appeared in the hearts of Voldemort and Quirrell. Go beat him out of me. The withered corpse turned its head, bowed to salute Ian, and a strange voice sounded. Lich, Cosnane obeys. Voldemort wanted to see what kind of black magic Ian was using, but at this moment he no longer dared to procrastinate, raised his wand, and threw out a spell. Avada Kedavra. Green light hits Ian and Cosnane. Cosnane turned around with a strange smile and raised his withered hand. A black curse flew towards Avada Kedavra. Death withers. The black spell swallowed the green light in an instant, and then flew towards Voldemort. Voldemort's hair stood on end at this moment, and he flew to the side. The black spell grazed Voldemort's ear, flew past, and slammed into a tree behind him. At the moment of the hit, the tree withered at an extremely fast speed and turned into a ball of fly ash. Chapter 44. Voldemort looked at the place hit by the black curse from the corner of his eye, and instantly felt glad that he didn't overdo it. What the hell is that spell? It can actually swallow the killing curse. What the hell are you? Cosnane ignored Voldemort's question and shot a spell towards the ground. I saw the spell spread out the moment it touched the ground. Voldemort's palpitations got worse. Now he is just a remnant soul, and the power he can use is limited. With the help of Quirrell's body, he will definitely not be able to defeat this weird corpse in front of him. Voldemort immediately planned to use apparition to escape, but he found it impossible to use the spell at all. For the first time, a terrified expression appeared on Voldemort's face. Just listen to Cosnane's hoarse voice and say, Bugs. The master said to beat you out, so don't even think about running away. The spell just now is to prevent you from using space magic to escape. If I let you run away, I won't be able to hold my head up. After speaking, Cosnane waved his hand, and many black thorns emerged from Voldemort's feet to bind him. Voldemort didn't dare to think anymore. He could still move with his hands propped up and continued to wave his wand. Fire and blaze. Fierce fire poured out of Quirrell's wand, turning into a giant snake, and pounced on Cosnane. Cosnane looked at the giant snake formed by fiend fire with great interest, and praised, Fun magic. Cosnane waved his hand, and a black smoke appeared, in which many roaring human faces could be seen. Despair release. The two curses collided immediately. A huge explosion leveled the surrounding area. Voldemort was already lying on the ground covered in injuries, and the black thorns were constantly absorbing Quirrell's vitality. Cosnane was still intact walking in front of Voldemort. Cosnane said with a strange smile, Then let's start to complete the mission of the Master now. After speaking, he raised his foot and kicked Quirrell's belly. There was a shrill scream, and Voldemort and Quirrell felt the kick was magical and rushed straight to his stomach. Dumbledore and the professors were dining in the Great Hall when suddenly there was a loud explosion from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. The students in the auditorium were frightened and panicked. Dumbledore and the professors looked serious. Such a huge explosion should be caused by a spell. Ian and Quirrell didn't dine in the auditorium either. Dumbledore stood up and said to the students, The prefects and the professors of the colleges take the students back to their dormitories. Professor Rogier and I. After finishing speaking, Dumbledore nodded to the professors and walked out of the auditorium with Grindelwald. What happened to the explosion just now? I don't know, but it seems very dangerous. You see that Professor Grindelwald has not come. Do you think it will be him? Hearing the conversation of the little wizards, Hermione looked at the vacant seat on the teacher's bench, feeling extremely worried in her heart. At this time, the saints in the Dark Creature Farm also heard the explosion. Moss, bring someone. Let's go and see. Hearing Andy's words, Moss nodded, summoned good people and rushed towards the direction of the explosion. Dumbledore and Grindelwald looked at Quirrell, who was lying on the ground and twitching in front of them, and the Lich Cosnane beside Ian felt extremely headache. Meanwhile, Quirrell still had filth under his crotch. Ian, why did you fight with him? Grindelwald asked, puzzled. Ian spread his hands and said, He asked me to join the Death Eaters. His tone was so bad that I couldn't help it. I let Cosnane do it. Dumbledore didn't care about Rocky, who was underground, looked at Cosnane next to Ian and asked, Is his name Cosnane? I feel that he is different from other undead. Ian explained to Dumbledore, Cosnane is a lich, the highest level of undead. I don't have much either. At this moment, Cosnane saluted Dumbledore and Grindelwald and said, Cosnane is the Master's servant. Say hello to the Master's friend. Feeling the magic flow from Cosnane, Dumbledore and Grindelwald did not dare to take it lightly. How many cards does this Gideon have? At this time, the Saints also arrived, and seeing Cosnane next to Ian was also taken aback. Andy hurried over to Ian and asked, "What happened, sir? And is he?" Ian introduced Cosnane to the Saints and explained what happened just now. Only then Andy and the Saints breathed a sigh of relief, because Cosnane put too much pressure on them. Andy and Moss frowned and looked at Quirrell on the ground. "Sir, so this is Voldemort, the rat?" Ian nodded and said, "He is Voldemort's parasitic Horcrux, and now both Voldemort and him have fainted." A cold look flashed in Andy's eyes. He drew out the magic spell and asked, "Should I kill him now?" Ian was silent for a while, looking at Dumbledore and Grindelwald. "Kill it. I guess I won't survive. The Death Thorn has absorbed too much of his vitality." Dumbledore and Grindelwald were also silent. After a while Dumbledore sighed and said, "It seems that I can't experience the little wizard anymore. I'm looking forward to that adventure. Ian, is there anything you can do?" Ian glanced at Dumbledore, then at Quirrell on the ground, and said, "I'll make a puppet out of Voldemort's remnant soul. But the soul container, made of the flesh and blood of dark creatures, can only last for 1 year. In this way, those arrangements of yours will not fail." Grindelwald nodded and said, "That's the only way. Ian, what are you going to do with Cosnane? It's amazing for others to see this." Ian scratched his head, looked at Grindelwald, and said, "Just take back my mental space. This is where Ian exclusively stores top-tier undead and weapon armor." After all, Ian took back Cosnane. Grindelwald looked at this scene and sighed. "Sure enough, your magic is convenient. With your magic at that time, I would have beaten New York for him a long time ago." With that, Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore. Dumbledore ignored Grindelwald and asked Ian, "Ian, to what extent can the puppet you make do?" Ian thought for a while and said, "About 80% of the strength of the remnant soul, which can limit the output of magic power and the use of magic. Safety than your Quirrell makeshift Horcruxes." Chapter 45. Voldemort feels very unlucky recently. Refining potion blew up and injured myself. Was chased and bitten by dark creatures. Magic went out of control intermittently, and other unlucky situations. He also had a nightmare yesterday, being chased and beaten by a dark magic creature released by a little wizard named Ian Grindelwald. The scary thing is that the black magic creature can use magic, and it was all black magic that he had never seen before. He has always regarded himself as the Dark Lord, but yesterday he was hanged and beaten by a black magic creature with black magic. In the end, he was beaten alive. Although I am a remnant soul, it is not like this. He is the greatest Dark Lord ever, the scariest dark wizard in modern times. Fortunately, I woke up now. Voldemort opened his eyes slowly and saw a familiar office. Still dreaming. The old man Dumbledore's office is still the same. Then Voldemort heard a voice that kept him up at night. "Tom, you're finally awake. Are you still used to this body now?" Voldemort's drowsiness disappeared in an instant, and he opened his eyes wide, looking at Dumbledore in front of him. Dumbledore, damn Quirrell, exposed. Just when Voldemort wanted to escape, he found that he couldn't move his head at all. Dumbledore looked at the panicked Voldemort and said, "Don't even think about running away. Ian made you a body. It should be what you need for you now, right?" Hearing Dumbledore's words, Voldemort froze. "Wait, Ian? Ian Grindelwald. What happened yesterday was not a dream." Only then did Voldemort look at his body hastily. "I saw that his current body is exactly the same as when he was young, and even if he is a remnant soul, he still has power." "Ha ha, stupid Dumbledore. You're going to make me a body. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, I'll kill you all. I am the greatest Dark Lord." While Voldemort was laughing wildly, Dumbledore took out a crystal ball from the drawer. It seems to be used like this." I saw Dumbledore pouring a touch of magic into the crystal ball. Voldemort on the opposite chair immediately shut up and could only make a woo-hoo sound. Seeing Voldemort like this, Dumbledore felt much better. Then Dumbledore said, "Let me explain to you first. What Ian made for you is called a puppet body. It can accommodate part of the soul's time. Your body is also completely under my control, so don't have any bad thoughts. Now, I think we can have a good talk." In the evening, after Ian helped Dumbledore make the puppet of Voldemort's remnant soul, he went directly to the experiment site of the farm. Voldemort's remnant soul was also cut off by him, and he wanted to see if he could use the remnant soul to create an emotional undead. Voldemort's soul is full of negative emotions such as madness and anger, which is the best material. "Moss, record the data." "Yes, sir." Moth waved his wand, and the parchment and quill beside him floated. Ian injected magic power into Voldemort's remnant soul, and Voldemort's remnant soul began to tremble. Then Ian began to use magic power to stimulate the emotions of Voldemort's remnant soul, and the negative emotions in the remnant soul began to grow wildly. A few minutes later, Voldemort's remnant screamed horribly. It exploded into pieces with a bang. "Failed," Ian said, shaking his head. At this moment, Ian felt that the fragments of the remnant soul seemed to have entered a certain place. It stands to reason that the soul should dissipate directly. In this world, Ian collects souls and makes them into undead every time. But this time Voldemort's remnant soul had been blown to pieces. It was useless to him, so he didn't collect it anymore. Suddenly feeling such a situation, Ian immediately decided to see where the pieces went. "Moss, you go out first. Don't let anyone in." This time Moth was the most serious since meeting Ian. Moss looked into Ian's eyes and said seriously, "I will never let anyone disturb, sir." Ian nodded and watched Moth walk out of the room. Ian took out many precious magic materials and drew a magic circle in the room. Then Ian took out the soul of Quirinus Quirrell he had just collected and let go of its bondage. Use magic power to connect the soul to the magic circle. It didn't take long for the soul to be pulled somewhere by the void. Then the magic circle was activated by Ian immediately. After a whirlwind, Ian opened his eyes again. He came to a pure white train station corridor. Ian looked around and found two souls under the seat at the station. One was Voldemort's mutilated soul, curled up like a skinless dwarf. The other one is the soul of Quirinus Quirrell that Ian just released. "Looks like I found the right place," Ian murmured. Dumbledore announced Quirrell's death at breakfast the next day. Last night, Quirinus Quirrell's son-in-law blew himself up doing magic experiments in the Forbidden Forest. The little wizards who heard the news felt very sad. On the second day of school, a professor killed himself. Historically, only the professor of Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts class blew himself up. It was the first time in the history of Hogwarts that the professor of Muggle studies blew himself up. Only the deans knew the truth. Voldemort was gone before he could make trouble this time. It was terrible to be beaten by Ian, and now it is still made into a puppet and left on the 4th floor as a tool to break through the level. Hermione hadn't seen Ian this morning, and she hadn't found him last night, so she was always on tenterhooks. She wasn't relieved until she heard that it was Professor Quirrell who had the accident and not Ian. But at this time, Grindelwald, who was in the teacher's seat, received a letter from a saint. Grindelwald frowned and wrote in the letter, "Mr. has been doing magic experiments all night, but there is no movement in the experiment room." Knocking on the door and getting no reply. In the end, Mr. just told Moth not to let anyone disturb him. Grindelwald had a bad feeling after reading the letter. "Albus, go to the farm. Moss is about to collapse. No matter what, there is no movement in Mr. S. laboratory. The saints outside the door are also going crazy. Sir, nothing can happen. Here comes Grindelwald and Dumbledore." "How's the situation?" Grindelwald asked hurriedly. "Sir, there is still no movement," Dumbledore said with a dark face. "Get out of the way. Ian has nothing to do." Moss stopped Dumbledore hastily and said, "Sir said no one should be allowed in." "You." Dumbledore was about to lose his temper. There was a sound of falling and knocking over experimental equipment in the laboratory. Both Dumbledore and Grindelwald couldn't bear it anymore and rushed in. Knocking open the door of the laboratory, I saw Ian fell to the ground with injuries. Dumbledore saw a black finger on Ian's hand. In the other hand was holding a soul. Suddenly Dumbledore's pupils constricted and his whole body trembled. That spirit was Ariana Dumbledore. Ian took a breath. Looking at the people in front of him with a forced smile, he said, "Hiss. It hurts. The one in your world is also called the god of death, right? There was a fight, and I cut off one of his fingers. This soul has an aura similar to yours, Dumbledore, and I snatched it back." Chapter 46. Dumbledore was trembling all over, and Grindelwald and the saints were also shocked. "Got into a fight with the Grim Reaper? That black finger is the god of death. And that soul is Ariana Dumbledore. The trigger for his break with Dumbledore. Also the beginning of misfortune for the Dumbledore family." Grindelwald asked in shock. "Ian, you say that's the finger of death?" Ian felt sore all over his body, with large and small black magic wounds all over his body. He lay weakly on the ground and said, "Could have cut off a piece of his arm, but damn it. There is a force of law that threw me back. Hold your finger, Grindelwald. I'll give you the soul first, Dumbledore. I taught you how to keep it." Ian passed out after speaking. His magic power was almost exhausted. When he woke up again, Ian had already returned to his big golden-red bed, surrounded by professors around him. "Ian's awake," Flitwick exclaimed in surprise. The professors suddenly stopped discussing and looked at Ian. McGonagall smiled at Ian and immediately went to inform Dumbledore. Next to Ian was Snape, and it looked like Dumbledore had asked Snape to heal him. Ian sensed that Snape's emotions were complicated, but very excited. Ian rubbed his aching head and asked, "How long have I been asleep?" Grindelwald spoke first. "Ian, you slept for 6 hours. It's almost afternoon class." Ian smiled and joked, "It seems that I haven't missed the class time. Dumbledore should not deduct my salary." Flitwick said aloud worriedly, "You still want to go to class? Do you know that we are all worried to death?" "Ha ha, isn't this dead?" Grindelwald took out the black finger and interjected, "Ian, is this really the finger of death?" Hearing Grindelwald's question, the professors suddenly fell silent, and all looked at Ian, hoping for an answer. Ian nodded under the gaze of the professors. Hiss! The professors all took a breath. Sprout said worriedly, "It seems that the rumors of the god of death are true. The stories in the tales of Beetle the poet may be true." Compared to the worries of the professors, Grindelwald was so excited that he burst into tears. His ideal of collecting the 3 Deathly Hallows when he was young is not fake. Grindelwald asked tremblingly, "Ian, can you tell me about the situation?" Ian nodded and said, "I followed Quirrell's spirit into a white station space. Follow the train track and fly to the depths. At the end there is a black space, where the god of death is. He is wearing a black robe, and his body is like a lich. There are a lot of souls out there, but most of them are sleeping. He saw that I was an intruder, and then I fought with him, and my undead army and his soul army also fought. Although my undead is much stronger, but there are too many souls, I can only break through and kill him first. The liches and I were almost able to kill him, but at the critical moment, a force of law stopped me. Then I was thrown back, only in time to chop off one of his fingers and snatch the soul that was very similar to Dumbledore's breath. You all know later." After listening to Ian's words, the professors were silent. After all, the shock was too great. Ian almost killed Grim Reaper? At this moment Snape spoke, and Snape's face that had never changed for thousands of years had become extremely emotional at this moment, and said, "Ian, I have a request. I'll give anything, even if it's my life." Ian barely raised his hand to pat Snape and said, "If you want the soul of that space, I'm afraid you can't do it now. I feel that the traces of that space are starting to hide from me. It's that inexplicable law power again." Snape felt extremely regretful at once, but still looked up. Snape looked at Ian seriously and said, "I can wait. Let me know if you need anything in the future. Even if it's my life, you can take it at any time." Now it was the turn of the professors to be astonished. Just when the professors wanted to question Snape, the door to Ian's lounge was pushed open by Dumbledore. Dumbledore and McGonagall walked in quickly. Dumbledore looked at Ian gratefully and said, "Ian, I just saved my soul. Thank you." Ian interrupted Dumbledore, saying, "You don't need to thank you or anything. You also helped me a lot. I just found out and took it back." Hearing Ian's words, Dumbledore gave Ian a big gift under the disbelieving eyes of the professors. Only Grindelwald looked at the two with a smile. These are all his family members. Ian rolled his eyes at Dumbledore and said, "Old man, you are over 100 years old. According to Donfong, you are not afraid of my life being shortened." Dumbledore laughed. "You also have to pay more attention to yourself. Don't take risks alone. We 2 old men are at least somewhat useful." Grindelwald next to him nodded with a smile and said, "Dumbledore's right. Sometimes we old bones need to move." The professors also looked at Ian and nodded. The words of Dumbledore and Grindelwald touched Ian very much. Through the perception of the soul, he knew that even if he had to go to the god of death for a while, Dumbledore and Grindelwald, they will definitely go with him. He used to be alone all the time. Now he also has a family. Dumbledore looked at Ian, then said, "There is also a little witch who didn't see someone today, but she has been talking to me, an old man, all morning." Ian ignored the old gossip Dumbledore and chatted with the professors. The most worried about Ian can be said to be Flitwick and McGonagall, both of whom have repeatedly emphasized that Ian is not allowed to take any more risks. Later, Dumbledore and McGonagall asked about Dead Space. Grindelwald recounted it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore sighed. "It seems that the legends are all traceable. Now that Ian is awake, the professors are going back to class in the afternoon." After the professors left, Grindelwald gave Ian the finger of death and asked, "Ian, what are you going to do with this?" Ian sensed that the finger of the god of death is still connected with that space, and said, "After saving it, I feel that the finger is still connected with that space. When I find a way, I will go again." He lost hundreds of thousands of undead and 2 liches this time. If he doesn't get back the scene, He can't bear this tone. Then we two old men will accompany you there. Chapter 47. Dumbledore and Grindelwald didn't stay with Ian for too long, so they let Ian rest. The black magic wounds on Ian can only be healed by Ian himself. After all, no one knows more about black magic than he does. Ian estimated that with his spell and the potion left by Snape, it would take about a day to heal. This is also the credit that Ian can transform the soul into life force. Otherwise, he will stay in bed for a month. Afternoon class, Dumbledore had asked Snape to take Ian's place. However, the news of Ian's injury was covered up, and the professors all confessed that Ian had something to go out. After all, the news of the god of death and the soul is of great importance. Not everyone is qualified to know. Snape, who received the news, was very happy once in a while. This is his dream position. Then the little wizards in the 5th grade in the afternoon were unlucky. They have always wanted to see how powerful and terrifying Professor Grindelwald is, who has been rumored outside. Finally, it was their turn to go to class, and as soon as they walked in, they saw Snape on the bone teacher's chair. Snape is very satisfied with Ian's decoration style. This is the proper decoration style for defense against the dark arts class. Those limp professors in the past didn't know what black magic was. The students despaired when they saw Snape in the defense against the dark arts classroom. Only the Slytherin students cheered. Looking at the students who were stunned at the door, Snape said quietly, "What are you still doing? Come in and sit down." At this time, Dumbledore's office also ushered in a group of pureblood wizards. The Hogwarts school trustees, headed by Lucius Malfoy, are preparing to collectively protest Dumbledore's behavior of letting Ian be the professor of defense against the dark arts. Why can a little wizard be the main course professor at Hogwarts? Their children are also studying at Hogwarts. Not to mention the recent rumors that Ian Grindelwald is also a powerful dark wizard. Behind this is the shadow of the French Rogier family. This is what they cannot tolerate. After Lucius Malfoy and others stepped into the principal's office, ignoring Grindelwald on the side, he directly questioned Dumbledore behind the headmaster's desk. "Dumbledore, I think you need to give us an explanation." Lucius Malfoy spoke first. Dumbledore looked at the menacing pureblood family members, smiled, and said, "I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. Of course I have this power." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Lucius sneered. "Stop kidding. Dumbledore, we appointed you to be the headmaster. We have no objection to the admission of Ian Grindelwald. But behind Ian Grindelwald is French Rogier. If you can't give us a satisfactory answer, we may not be able to satisfy you either." Dumbledore didn't speak, but Grindelwald picked it up and waved it. The faint blue fiend fire enveloped the principal's office. Grindelwald said provocatively, "Oh, what explanation do you need from us?" Grindelwald's magic frightened everyone in the pureblood family. Unleash the advanced fierce fire curse without a stick or a spell. Lucius and the others turned pale instantly. Feeling the temperature of fiend fire, Goyle asked tremblingly, "Dumbledore, Rogier, what are you going to do?" Grindelwald looked at the terrified Lucius and said mockingly, "Are you still wizards? Grab your wands. If you can win, Dumbledore and I will listen to you." Lucius and the others were even more frightened. What kind of hell joke is this? Hands-on with Dumbledore? Their masters dare not. Not to mention that the French Jack Rogier seems to be very powerful too. Just when Lucius and others were at a loss, Dumbledore stood up and patted Grindelwald on the shoulder. Grindelwald understood what Dumbledore meant and waved his hand again to extinguish fiend fire. Lucius and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like Dumbledore is still the old man who bound himself. Just when Lucius was about to continue asking Dumbledore for an explanation, Dumbledore looked at them sharply. "Jack means what I mean. Times are different now. Either raise your wands, or get the hell out of Hogwarts." Now Dumbledore didn't have to worry about longevity anymore. Voldemort was no match for him and Grindelwald, not to mention a stronger Ian. His only regret was also brought back by Ian. Ian's prophecy that Grindelwald showed him is not something he can stop. In this way, Dumbledore has no reason to restrain himself. At this moment, everyone in Malfoy turned pale. They know that the Lion King is out of the cage. No matter how unwilling Lucius and the others were to accept the reality, they could only go home in despair. Damn Dumbledore. Now he's not restraining himself. As soon as Lucius got home, he said to Narcissa Malfoy angrily. Narcissa frowned and said, "Lucius, calm down first." Hearing his wife's words, Lucius calmed down a little. Seeing that Lucius calmed down a little, Narcissa asked, "What happened at Hogwarts?" Lucius then told Narcissa what happened today. After hearing this, Narcissa broke out in a cold sweat. She was also afraid that Dumbledore would no longer restrain himself and settle accounts with them. Although their family spent a lot of money to buy people from the Ministry of Magic, This saved Azkaban from suffering. Suddenly remembering her son Draco, Narcissa exclaimed, "Where is Draco? Will Dumbledore be against Draco?" Lucius thought for a while with a pale face, and said, "Dumbledore will not shoot at students, and in the current situation, Hogwarts is the safest. Draco will be fine." Hearing this, Narcissa breathed a sigh of relief. But the two are still worried about the future. Voldemort was already a nightmare for the two of them, and now Dumbledore was added. Voldemort, the French Rogier family, Albus Dumbledore, Ian Grindelwald. Lucius no longer knows what the future holds. Chapter 48. After returning, everyone in the pureblood family fell into deep worry, just like Lucius. Dumbledore untethered was no match for them. Those school managers did not dare to break Hogwarts' capital chain, not to mention that their family's children go to Hogwarts. They couldn't afford to have Dumbledore, untethered, come to settle accounts with them. As for the Ministry of Magic, those were dogs from their pureblood family. There is nothing they can do as masters, let alone the dogs they raise. Just when the pureblood family was wailing. First-year Gryffindor and Slytherin wizards have their first defense against the dark arts class. Because it was Ian's schedule, he deliberately put the first-year Gryffindor and Slytherin houses together. He is also very curious about what it would be like for the protagonist and the villain in the original book to be together, love each other, and kill each other. Hearing the rumors about Professor Grindelwald from the senior students these days, the first-year freshmen are already extremely curious about this legendary professor of their age. But there are often a few misfits in the crowd. Harry and Ronald felt that taking defense against the dark arts was like going to the execution ground. "Harry, are we going to Grindelwald's class?" Ronald was on the verge of crying, and he still couldn't escape the day. Harry's expression was not much better, and he said, "Ronald, I heard it was Professor Snape's class yesterday. Maybe it's still Snape today." Although Snape didn't seem to like him very much at the beginning of school, he felt like Snape wanted to rip his face off when he saw it. But at least Snape wasn't summoning skeletons to put knives on someone's neck. At the same time, Draco was afraid that Ian had heard the bad things he said that day. "Gregory, Vincent, if something happens in a while, remember to contact my dad." Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe were equally pale. Because if something happened to Draco, then as Draco's followers, they probably wouldn't end well. Hermione had been on edge since Dumbledore said yesterday that Ian had something to do with leaving Hogwarts. I don't know if Ian is attending her long-awaited defense against the dark arts class today. With everyone's thoughts mixed, Hermione opened the door of the defense against the dark arts classroom first. Looking inward, except for the oppressive classroom environment, I saw Ian sitting in the professor's seat, smiling and waving to her. It was only at this moment that Hermione felt relieved. Harry and Ronald in the back turned pale with fright when they saw Ian for the first time. Draco's face was extremely tangled, whether he should skip class or not. But when he thought that there was at least one semester of courses ahead, he gave up the idea of dying. If Snape wrote to his dad that he'd skipped school, he wouldn't want any of his pocket money. With completely different emotions, the little wizards came to their seats and sat down. Hermione sat directly in the middle of the first row, and Harry, Ronald, and Draco sat at the back. The layout of the classroom made them feel that this is a devil's lair. The three just hope Ian doesn't see them. After a day of recovery, the black magic wound on Ian's body has basically healed, but it also took a lot of his soul. Ian saw that the little wizard had already sat down, so Ian got up and said, "Welcome to the classroom of defense against the dark arts class. I'm sure many of you already know me. I'm Ian Grindelwald. In class, I hope you can call me Professor Grindelwald. I can teach you to recognize dark creatures and guard against black wizards' black magic. Even teach you how to make dark magic creatures. But it's for gifted students. This is your first defense against the dark arts class. I don't plan to say too much. I hope you can listen to the class well and complete your homework. If anyone dares not to do their homework and fail the exam in defense against the dark arts class, I will let the skeleton watch him do his homework." After speaking, Ian waved his hand and summoned a skeleton soldier. The little wizard screamed in fright. Hermione's face was also pale, but there was not much fear in her eyes, and she was more curious about magic. And Harry and Ronald were so frightened that they sat down on the ground. "That's a human skeleton. It was this skeleton who put the knife on Uncle Vernon's neck." Draco was born in a pureblood family, and he has heard of some black magic. But this was the first time he had seen a living skeleton, especially that skeleton's eyes seemed to still be burning with flames. This made him yearn for it while being afraid. This is much cooler than his slapstick fights. At the same time, Draco glanced at Harry, who had fallen to the ground with his red-haired squire. This made him feel better immediately, and vowed to learn this magic. Seeing the reaction of the little wizards, Ian knew that it was almost done, and waved his hand to put the skeleton away. Before Ian could speak, Hermione raised her hand. Ian sensed from her emotions that she wasn't that scared, also very curious, and curious about him, Ian himself. "Miss Granger, what's the question?" Hermione stood up and asked quickly. Professor Grindelwald. What is the magic just now? Is it black magic? Why does that skeleton move?" Ian smiled and replied, "Yes, Miss Granger, it's dark magic. This magic is called skull summoning. Skeleton is a kind of undead creature, and it can also be said to be a black magic creature." Hermione and Draco had this magic firmly in their minds. One is to get to know Ian a little closer. One thinks it's very cool, and it can scare his most hated poet. Hermione looked into Ian's eyes expectantly and continued asking, "Then can we learn this magic, Professor?" Ian nodded and shook his head again, and said, "Black magic is very corrosive to the soul. If you don't have a very strong will to learn the black arts, you will only become a madman like Voldemort." Hearing Voldemort's name, most of the little wizards were frightened and dared not move. Chapter 49. Voldemort was in this generation, and his name could stop a child from crying. Only some young muggle-born wizards don't know the meaning of this name. Hermione's face was also pale. She read a lot of books, so she naturally knew that this was the scariest dark wizard in modern Britain. Ian looked at the pale little wizards and shook his head, and continued, "Voldemort is just a dark wizard, and you are scared like this?" Hannah said in a trembling voice, "But he killed a lot of people." Ian heard Hannah's voice, and then said seriously, "He killed a lot of people, but that's because they were too weak. One dark wizard with no brains made the British wizarding world like this. You have to remember, we are wizards, and wizards are the most powerful. Like the Hogwarts motto, do not disturb the sleeping dragon, Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus. As long as you have enough strength, you can protect everything you cherish." When Hermione heard Ian's words, she raised her head, her eyes sparkled, and asked, "Professor, will you teach us powerful magic?" Ian looked at Hermione, scanned the little wizards around again, and said seriously, "I will teach you, but I will only teach my magic to a good student. The opportunity was not given to me. You fought for it yourself." When Harry first heard Ian's words, he was very angry. Harry knew that Voldemort killed his parents. He wanted to stand up and question Ian, but he heard what Ian said behind him. Those words hit his heart like a heavy hammer. Nothing came out of Harry's open mouth. Neville also thought of that tragic night, and a fiery light gradually lit up in his eyes. In this way, a small seed was planted by Ian into the hearts of the little wizards present. With time and nutrition, this seed can grow into a towering tree. After class, Harry's heart could not be calm for a long time. Ian Grindelwald, is he really what he says? Ronald's focus is obviously different from his. Just listen to him say. Grindelwald's magic is terrifying. I don't know what Principal Dumbledore thinks. He actually found a dark wizard to teach us. Harry heard Ronald's words, turned his head to look at Ronald, and said seriously, "Ronald, I think what Professor Grindelwald said makes sense." Ronald's eyeballs almost popped out when he heard Harry's words. Is this still Harry on his side? Harry looked at Ronald's expression, shook his head, and said, "Ronald, you are my first friend. Please trust me. But what Professor Grindelwald said makes a lot of sense. Voldemort killed my parents. If I have strong strength, I can seek revenge from him." When Ronald heard Harry's words, he didn't know how to comfort Harry, and he was a little at a loss. Seeing Ronald's situation, Harry grabbed Ronald and said, "Ronald, we are not thinking about this matter. Now we need to go to the auditorium to eat." Hermione stayed in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, looked at Ian and asked, "Where did you go the other day?" "Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall won't tell me either." Ian looked at the worried little witch in front of him and said with a smile, "I went to study magic, and there was a little accident, which delayed me for a day." Hermione became even more anxious when she heard Ian's words. "Where are you hurt? Let me see." As he spoke, he grabbed Ian's hand. Ian felt her anxiety and thought that some friends were worried about it. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and the professors worried about him more like elders. As for Hermione, she cared differently. Although some were afraid of losing Ian, her only friend, most of them were still worried about her friend, and there was a little more emotion that Ian didn't understand. And Hermione's emotions towards him were mostly admiration and curiosity. Not hearing Ian's words, Hermione thought there was something wrong with Ian. But as soon as she looked up, she saw Ian smiling at her. Only then did she realize that she anxiously held Ian's hand. Hermione's face turned red immediately, and she shook off Ian's hand. Ian stroked Hermione's disheveled hair and said, "I'm almost fine. Don't worry. It's almost time to eat. If you don't eat well, you won't grow tall." Today was the last day of class for Hermione's first week at Hogwarts. She found that every professor was friendly to her, including Professor Snape in potions. Harry had been being targeted by Snape in potions class today. It was said that Snape didn't like Gryffindor students, but Snape was very patient when asking questions and teaching her. Also Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout. They always put more eyes on themselves. And when guiding her, she often brings some private goods of magical knowledge. After the professors paid more attention, they also discovered that this is a genius little witch. Professor Flitwick also lamented that she really should have come to Ravenclaw. The Sorting Hat is crazy to send her to Gryffindor. And Professor McGonagall is very proud. Said she was just like her when she was young. Hermione always felt that these changes had something to do with Ian. But her classmates treated her differently. Among the classmates, only Neville could speak, and everyone else seemed to be avoiding her. But no one dared to say excessive words to her, just isolated her. It made her feel bad, so she spent most of her spare time looking for Ian. But Ian often disappears inexplicably, so she can only go to the library alone. This afternoon is the flight class. I heard that the class was opened in advance due to the teaching arrangement. She must get a good grade. I can't believe Harry would do that. Hermione met Ian in the hallway in front of the auditorium, complaining to Ian about the flying lesson during the day. Neville fell from the air because he couldn't control the broom, and he was not seriously injured because he hung on the statue in the middle and was cushioned. But his memory ball fell out, and Draco got it. Draco then provoked Harry's rage, and the two flew into the air. Now Harry was taken by Professor McGonagall. Gryffindor doesn't know how many points he will lose. Chapter 50. Ian looked at the hairy little witch in front of him, smiled, and said, "Don't worry about that. Gryffindor won't lose any points." Professor McGonagall, she called Oliver Wood from my class that afternoon. Looks like Harry's on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Professor McGonagall is a big Quidditch fan. Hearing Ian's words, Hermione said incredulously, "Harry, he broke the school rules." Ian looked at Hermione's expression that didn't dare to consult and laughed loudly. "Hermione, Gryffindor has never been one to play by the rules. If you want to integrate into the academy as soon as possible, I think you need to be bold." Speaking of which, Ian winked like Dumbledore and said, "Besides, as long as you don't get caught, it's not a violation of the rules." Hermione sat down on the seat in the auditorium in a daze. What Ian said just now had too much impact on her. It didn't take long for the news that Harry joined Quidditch to spread, as Ian said. After all, Gryffindor never had any secrets. At this time Draco came over and continued to taunt Harry, and the two made an agreement for a midnight duel. Hermione tried to stop the two, but apparently failed. At this moment Hermione wanted to ask Ian to stop Harry and Ronald, but when she looked up to the teacher's seat, she found that Ian had left. Just like that, Harry and Ronald put on their clothes and went to the trophy room to fight Draco after their roommate fell asleep. When the two went downstairs, the headlights in the lounge were turned on. It was Hermione who sat in front of the two, looked at them angrily, and said, "I can't believe you guys actually did this." Harry and Ronald ignored Hermione and walked directly towards the entrance of the cave. Hermione hastily followed, trying to persuade the two to come back. But after leaving the waiting room, Hermione just wanted to go back, but found that the fat lady in the portrait had disappeared. Hermione could only go with the two of them. When the three of them arrived at the trophy showroom, they found that there was no one there. Some only have Filch waiting for them. Only then did Harry and Ronald realize that Draco had tricked them. The three ran wildly in the corridor in order not to be caught by Filch. Just when the three of them ran to the corner of the corridor, Hermione's eyes lit up when she looked at the familiar room ahead. Ahead is the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Ian will help us. But Harry and Ronald don't think so. They only know that Professor Grindelwald is very serious. Not to mention that Ian is also a dark wizard who controls skeletons. Go to the dark wizard for help at night? They'd much rather go on a night out at Snape's office. At least Snape wouldn't actually kill them. But the two didn't have time to answer Hermione's words, and Filch was about to catch up to them. Hermione ran to the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, pushed open the door, and rushed in, while Harry and Ronald continued to run downstairs along the corridor. In the classroom of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Ian, who was adjusting the teaching aids, was surprised when he saw the little witch coming in from the classroom door. "I was waiting for Grindelwald. Why is it Hermione? Why did you come here this late at night?" Hermione didn't have time to think about it when she entered, and immediately closed the door. But looking back, neither Harry nor Ronald were there. They ran. If they are caught, they will be deducted a lot of points. At this time, the door of Ian's classroom was knocked again. Hermione's face turned pale instantly. "Professor Grindelwald." "I'm Filch." That's when Hermione noticed Ian, and saw Ian put his finger on his lips. "Hush!" Hermione covered her mouth immediately, but her eyes were full of horror. Ian pulled Hermione behind him, waved his hand, and cast a disillusionment charm on Hermione's body, and then went to open the door. When I opened the door, I saw Filch standing at the door and asked respectfully, "Professor Grindelwald, I found a few little wizards traveling at night. May I ask if a little wizard came into this room just now?" Hermione couldn't help screaming, but she felt that there was something magical about her, and Filch couldn't see her. Just listen to Ian say to Filch, "I don't have anyone here. You can go to other places to have a look. I heard it seems to be running downstairs." Filch didn't dare to question Ian's words, saying, "Okay, Professor, then I'll go and have a look." With that, Filch closed the door for Ian. Ian waved his hand again, breaking the disillusionment charm on Hermione. "Tell me, how did Yayo get discovered so late?" Hermione hadn't recovered from her panic at this point. Ian shook his head and said, "Newbie, go get me a glass of milk and remember to add some chocolate." Seconds later, a glass of chocolate milk flew out of Ian's break room, just floating in front of Ian. Ian took it, handed it to Hermione, and said, "Drink it. It will be better." Hermione took the milk tremblingly and took a big gulp, only to catch her breath. She looked into Ian's eyes and angrily told Ian what had just happened. After listening, Ian nodded and said with a smile, "There is no problem with this. Basically, every student at Hogwarts will violate the school rules. Have you forgotten what I said during the day? Just don't get caught." Hermione said indignantly, "But if you are discovered, you will lose a lot of points." Ian said to Hermione, "Actually, there are many things more important than grades, Hermione. You're smart. Think about it. Maybe sometimes we need to accept other people's ideas. Only in this way can we be recognized by others and become friends. Like me and you. I didn't know what friendship and family affection were before, until I met Grindelwald and Dumbledore." After pondering for a while, Hermione noticed the point of Ian's words. Hermione hurriedly asked Ian, "Ian, you said until you met Grindelwald and Dumbledore?" Ian nodded and said, "Yes, I've been alone until then." "So can you tell me your story?" Ian looked into Hermione's serious eyes, nodded after thinking for a while, and told the story of his former self. The moment Ian finished speaking, Hermione cried and hugged Ian, saying, "Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. I didn't know your past was so lonely and painful. Being regarded as the material of the Lich, the uninterrupted war is between killing and being killed every day." Ian patted her on the back and asked seriously, "Do you not mind my identity as an executioner and necromancer? Even so, you still think I'm a friend?" Hermione raised her head and said seriously with tears all over her face, "I don't mind. You're my friend. First friend." After speaking, Hermione realized that the distance between the two is a bit too close. But she doesn't let go. She thinks it's Ian who needs to be comforted now. "Without parents, I live in a cruel world every day." Ian felt her emotions, and Hermione was genuinely grieving for Ian's past. A certain emotion gradually spread in Ian's mind.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.